battle for the third best in NA. Allow me to introduce the love triangle among FIENDS, Area 77, and the Night Horde. The story began when Night Horde first took a hard-fought victory against FIENDS in Week 2. We're talking about back-and-forth full 3-game series. In the end, Night Horde was able to step it up in their team macro and secure the win. In Week 3, however, is where everything took a turn. While Night Horde saw a fat out, FIENDS put up a brilliant performance and took down NA's powerhouse Area 77. Kohari the Brave once again brought his team from the brink of defeat to hope and triumph. Interestingly, in the post-game interview, the star Kohari will sow some seed that he later comes to regret. Saying that like Trex first called you, but everybody else is calling you now Kohari the Great. Are you really? Do you feel like the Great?
I don't think so. There's still so many teams to beat, like BTK, GG, Basic. Like,
are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I think like this game ready up for BTK because I'm just gonna spill it. Like they have the same drop, Tarzan and Bombasate. Yeah. So it's gonna be easy.
So you
I think,
feel it?
tomorrow.
1 week later.
Oh, back in. Oh. Knock up. Taken out. Basic able to pick up the kill.
Kohari!
Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy light wheel. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Turo against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? FIENDS still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore. They find the 2-0 sweep.
BTK looking stronger than ever, shutting down FIENDS, not creating the opportunity for the reverse sweep. Able to...
And this is what Basic gotta say after BTK's victory against the Brave.
How does it feel, man? Kohari, you know, Kohari the Brave has been a topic of conversation for so many people. You got to face him today. Any thoughts on him?
I think I don't know, man. Like I think it's just a below average gold laner. Like I don't see anything special.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I don't know what's the all hype about him because I don't know. It was pretty easy going against him.
And this is why we love esports. Promise is made, promise is checked. In other news, GG demonstrated in their match against DA why they're still the most expected team to land in Riyadh. Not even top global Freya Mikasa can stop this Sparta's charge. Last but not least, big congratulations to both Roscoe and all the Bloodhound boys for breaking their losing streak and securing a dominating win versus LEGACi. Let's take a moment to hear what their handsome captain has to say.
But, you know, I don't know that you guys are absolutely locked into this number 7 spot. Do you guys have any hopes or goals as far as placement goes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're still hoping to get the dub next week. I think we're against Devious Axe. They're a very, very strong team, but we're going to give it our all, and we're going to keep prepping the way we have and try to keep this momentum up and, you know, go on a 2-win streak. So good luck to them.
That's about to wrap it up for us this week. I hope you guys enjoyed the short recap as much as Shark enjoys lying down bedridden during NACT matches. I mean, what that teddy bear must have gone through. I'm your host, Liz. I'll see you on the next broadcast.
Just pretty much doing the damage itself in J here.
Oh, they tried for the Divine Judgment, but did get caught. Kohari finds the kill there. A blazing duet from ISO, not able to find too many marks there. You can see the vengeance from Uneven with those electrifying beats, able to put some damage on Kohari on the back line, trying to shred down. Yureshi might be the next one, and that is it. You can see Kohari. There are no more members for him to take down.
Ooh.
Divine Judgment comes out. Minoan Fury looking for it. Big damage coming on the FIENDS as the rest of Area 77 is going to have to back off. Bahari doesn't care though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Judy. Able to shred him down. They thought it was over and they were safe under tower. Kohari wags his finger.
That's a 4-man set.
Yeah, that's a big set there. Blazing Duet into the back line. Is it going to be enough to put some damage onto them? Sayori might be in trouble, but oh my, Riles gets taken down. Oh my foe putting on the damage there. PDR in trouble, trying to get back to the safety of his tower. Sleepy finds the kill onto him.
It just seems like Melon is having a great game right now.
Yeah, and right now Kush can be able to find himself the first Lord of the game. Electro Final Blow is out. Basic finds a kill onto Yellow Trade, so they do find the marksman. Mobazane gets taken down by Yato. Basic in trouble here, gets taken down by a fracture.
A little bit of damage on Akuya Nash. Whoopi able to zone in on Tempest. Tempest dashes through with the Vengeance. Ramses under tower with PDR. PDR taking way too many tower shots, but Tona's welcome locks on. Akuya Nash can try to help out, bring down the bash. Riles hooked in onto the tower, and it's a jungler for a jungler.
Yeah, definitely lethal, as you are going to see them invade into the jungle now. This is what happens when you take that turret.
It just keeps going. Ooga Booga, though. The winner, Trex, denying them, buying any bit of time he can, but still goes down for Whoopi with the Black Dragon, able to zone away Legacy. Nice Minoan's Fury, plus the knock-up onto Oh My Foe there. Plus the Yin Yang. Ooh, a lot of damage. Reshi able to pick up the kill onto Oh My Foe, but now Roger, or J Cutie, goes down. We're actually looking for the shred. Tarzan as well. It's a 2-for-1. Yeah, and the big problem is Yato's supposed to kind of be the answer to that, right? You need some burst damage. Hold on. Nice damage on a Shark there. Shark trying to dash through, gets the final slash, almost gets the outplay. T may eventually go down for this one. Zia able to collect, able to get a double. Kush goes down, and now they're on the chase for Yato as well. Ooh, a lot of damage. Best player might just go for the dive here. Look for the finish. Yato, you're not safe just yet. Doesn't have the passive. Taken out. Best player picks up the kill.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP! That's my Chip!
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah! I can't wait to see your portals in action!
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly got his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around! A great example of skills persisting through portals!
Double kill!
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue! Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style! Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special! Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals!
And then? Wow!
Uh-oh! Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome! Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it! Wait for it! Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a Pixie Siege. Sheesh! What a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. and it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
For that Demon Hunter sword, he's gonna need that corrosion sight, which he did just pick up, and also something like the golden staff.
Or maybe we just force stop. We can just force stop too. I'm coming. Holy. Are we ready?
Method ult. Nice pass.
You guys ready? Watch. Nice. Lord's crashing. We can end the game here. It's over.
He retched.
Kill them all?
Come on.
KDA play? One more? Nice. GG's, boys.
And I only got one.
Come on. Tomorrow.
Party's having a void rage.
What the f? Come in.
Yo, TP, come.
Oh,
nice. Woo!
I think we might have to start. We might have to recall on them a little bit.
Honestly, we should just line up and recon that. Alright.
Kahari the Brave.
CC Vengeance there.
Kahari the Brave.
He ate me.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you guys are. Yeah.
Kahari the Brave, right? Nice! Wait, come, Chris, come. Chris! We're here.
Let's go, basic, no recons.
No vengeance.
Wait, no Vengeance CC, guys.
No jump either.
Tara, swipe.
I can't. Wait for my flicker. I'll look first, wait.
Okay.
Yo!
I can't. They're not showing. Only
Fine.
barracks.
Oh shit, I died. A perfect KDA.
Help me. I've got another swipe.
These guys are hella funny. They got murdered both games.
Kahari the Great.
Kahari the Great.
Wait, Kahari first, guys.
Go, Kahari. Oh, he's running. Look at that.
End it, basic. Kahari's too brave.
Yo, I have retro intent.
Yo, I'm gonna go first. Call out. Wait.
Wait, I have retro. Wait, I don't have retro.
I'm coming.
Look for fight.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Chicken coming too.
Oh, nice swipe, Shark. He has bomb.
GG.
Nice.
Catch out no flicker.
Yo, look at.
Yo, he has no dash trick.
Blood, no BMI.
I can't even get him.
Blood, no BMI. Right here. Gonna ult.
Yes.
Like.
On my way.
Oh,
Chi.
BMI.
It's ended.
I just saw a spool.
3 second ult. Carlos, wait. Ultim.
GG.
Hey, what trick me?
Kept going bot instead of going mid because she had no inspire.
Maybe we send one and then kill him.
Yo.
Nice. Matula.
Nice.
Fight them.
Nice ones here. He's dead too. I think that's GG.
Oh,
yeah.
I was
like all shark right there.
Yeah, it could be GG.
Yeah, he has no flicker.
I'm low.
Nice.
Yeah, that's just
GG.
Hey guys, this is Mielo, North America's pride and joy as well as BTK's expilator. Today I want to share with you guys how to assassinate backliners, the ultimate Yuzong guide. It's quite simple, guys. Even the best of the best will have mistakes in their positioning no matter how good they may be. Times when they zone out and maybe even occasionally bush check. As the backline diver, it's your job to wait patiently to exploit those openings. Then you just swoop in, do the standard jump, petrify, 2-1 auto combo for the one-shot kill. Right here, you can see enemies chasing my goat MOBA Zane. I just simply took into the air and came down and brought him hell.
Yeah, and speaking of scaling, Black Dragon from Milo trying to seize the opportunity to double petrify.
Hope you guys enjoyed this episode of Hero One Trick Guide. I expect to see a lot more backliners crying after you guys learned this today. Oh, and remember to support BTK this NACT and follow me on my YouTube channel for more XP laning tips. Bye-bye.
What is up, everyone? It's your host, Liz, back with the Week 3 NACT recap. With GG locking in that #1 seed, BTK crushing the dreams and goals of the most anticipated underdogs, DA and Fiends, Week 3 can be best described as a battle for the third best in NA. Allow me to introduce the love triangle among Fiends, Area 77, and the Night Horde. The story began when Night Horde first took a hard-fought victory against Fiends in Week 2. We're talking about back and forth full 3-game series. In the end, Night Horde was able to step it up in their team macro and secure the win. In Week 3, however, is where everything took a turn. While Night Horde saw a fat L, Fiends put up a brilliant performance and took down NA's powerhouse Area 77. Kohari the Brave once again brought his team from the brink of defeat to hope and triumph. Interestingly, in the post-game interview, the star Kohari will sow some seed that he later comes to regret. Name that, like Trex first called you, but everybody else is calling you now Kohari the Great. Are you really? Do you feel like the Great?
I don't think so. There's still so many teams to beat, like BTK, GG, Basic. Like,
are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I think like this game ready up for BTK because I'm just gonna spill it. Like they have the same drop, Tarzan and Bombasate. Yeah. So it's gonna be easy.
So you feel like
tomorrow.
1 week later.
Oh, back in. Whoa. Knock up. Taken out. Basic able to pick up the kill. Kohari. Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy light wheel. No. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Turo against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore. They find the 2-0 sweep.
BTK looking stronger than ever, shutting down Fiends, not creating the opportunity for the reverse sweep.
And this is what Basic gotta say after BTK's victory against the Brave.
How does it feel, man? Kohari, you know, Kohari the Brave has been a topic of conversation for so many people. You got to face him today. Any thoughts on him?
I think it's, I don't know, man. Like I think it's just a below average gold laner. Like I don't see anything special.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I don't know what's the all hype about him, because I don't know, it was pretty easy going against him.
And this is why we love esports. Promises made, promises checked. In other news, GG demonstrated in their match against DA why they're still the most expected team to land in Riyadh. Not even top global Freya Mikasa can stop this Sparta's charge. Last but not least, big congratulations to both Carrasco and all the BloodHound boys for breaking their losing streak and securing a dominating win versus LEGACi. Let's take a moment to hear what their handsome captain has to say.
But, you know, I don't know that you guys are absolutely locked into this #7 spot. Do you guys have any hopes or goals as far as placement goes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're still hoping to get the dub next week. I think we're against Devious Axe. They're a very, very strong team, but we're going to give it our all, and we're going to keep prepping the way we have and try to keep this momentum up and, you know, go on a 2-win streak. So good luck to them.
That's about to wrap it up for us this week. I hope you guys enjoyed the short recap as much as Shark enjoys lying down bedridden during NACT matches. I mean, what that teddy bear must have gone through. I'm your host, Liz. I'll see you on the next broadcast.
Vengeance just pretty much doing the damage itself in J here.
Oh, they tried for the Divine Judgment, but didn't get caught. Kohari finds the kill there. A blazing duet from ISO, not able to find too many marks there. You can see the Vengeance from Uneven with those electrifying beats, able to put some damage on Kohari on the back line, trying to shred down Uresti. Might be the next one, and that is it. You can see Kohari. There are no more members for him to take down.
Ooh.
Divine Judgment comes out. Minoan Fury looking for it. Big damage coming on the Fiends as the rest of Area 77 is going to have to back off. Kohari doesn't care though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Judy. Able to shred him down. They thought it was over and they were safe under tower. Kohari wags his finger.
That's a 4-man set.
Yeah, that's a big set there. Blazing Duet into the back line. Is it going to be enough to put some damage onto them? Sayori might be in trouble, but oh my, Riles gets taken down. Oh my, foe putting on the damage there. PDR in trouble, trying to get back to the safety of his tower. Sleepy finds the kill onto him.
It just seems like Melon is having a great game right now.
Yeah, and right now Kush can be able to find himself the first Lord of the game. Electo Final Blow is out. Basic finds a kill onto Yellow Trade, so they do find the marksman. Mobazane gets taken down by Yato. Basic in trouble here, gets taken down by a fracture.
A little bit of damage on Akuya Nash. Whoopi able to zone in on Tempest. Tempest dashes through with the Vengeance. Ramses under tower with PDR. PDR taking way too many tower shots, but Tona's Welcome locks on. Akuya Nash gonna try to help out, bring down the bash. Riles hooked in onto the tower, and it's a jungler for a jungler.
Yeah, definitely lethal. As you are going to see them invade into the jungle now. This is what happens when you take that turret.
It just keeps going. Ooga Booga, though. The winner, Trexion, denying them, buying any bit of time he can, but still goes down for Whoopi with the Black Dragon, able to zone away LEGACi. Nice Minoan's Fury, plus the knockup onto Oh My Foe there. Plus the Yin Yang. Ooh, a lot of damage. Reshi able to pick up the kill onto Oh My Foe, but now Roger, or J Cutie, goes down. You're actually looking for the shred. Tarzan as well. It's a 2-for-1. Yeah, and the big problem is Yato's supposed to kind of be the answer to that, right? You need some burst damage. Hold on. Nice damage on a Shark there. Shark trying to dash through, gets the final slash, almost gets the outplay. T may eventually go down for this one. Zia able to collect, able to get a double. Kush goes down, and now they're on the chase for Yato as well. Ooh, a lot of damage. Best player might just go for the dive here. Look for the finish. Yato, you're not safe just yet. Doesn't have the passive. Taken out. Best player picks up the kill.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP? That's my Chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna? He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next? For another year of MLBB esports, and our vision of creating excellence is crystal clear. We've expanded this year's playoff structure to 3-stage qualifiers to ensure the most deserving teams move on to the next round. The long format playoff bracket brings the most captivating matches, so the action never stops. Each team in the North America Challenger Tournament has a chance to qualify for many of our global events, like the Mid-Season Cup. So they better come ready to dominate, because it has more teams and the biggest prize pool in MLBB history. But for now, they better keep their eye on the prize. Over $25,000 and tons of diamonds. The competition is stacked, and the teams are ready to prove themselves. It's time to dig deep, focus up, and see what team will stand out from the rest. So, are you ready to meet the teams? BloodHounds. Their roster is united and full of charisma, but does Boca have what it takes to lead his team to Vegas? Area 77. They have proven that they have what it takes to succeed, but will they put it all together this season? Devious Activity. They've assembled a team of powerhouse players from former NACT Titans, but will their skill and determination allow them to dominate the bracket? BloodThirstyKings. It's Mobazane's third refreshed roster in 3 years. Will this be the one, or will it be his last dance? FIENDS. They have emerging synergy and skill, but will they be able to compete with the best of the best? LEGACi. With a last-minute surge, LEGACi narrowly secured their NACT spot. Will they ride this momentum to the top of the bracket? The Horde. They've already defied expectations, but can they continue this push for greatness? Gaimin Gladiators. With a squad full of NACT champions, will anyone step up to snatch the crown, or will the Gladiators dominate once again? The teams are locked and loaded, and the world is watching. This is the NACT Spring Season 2024. Who will have their name etched into glory?
Would you believe it, everyone? Race time as we arrive at week 4, the last stretch of the regular season in NACT Spring 2024. Today, we're on a mission codenamed NACT, and things might get a little crazy as teams loosen up and gear up for this. I'm Agent Beth, joined by my partner in crime, Agent Private, and Dapper SWAT member, Trex. How are you guys doing today?
I'm ready to go. I'm here. It's NACT time. Last day of the season. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting season here. Agent Dancer at your disposal here, part of the Potato Task Force, and we are here to bring you some of the most exciting matches of the last week of the regular season before all of these teams move on to the playoffs.
I mean, I think it's going to be a good last day, and we got playoffs right around the corner. And this is going to kind of set the tone. I think we might see some testing today. I think we might see some kind of final little maneuvers from teams. This is their chance. And at this point, most teams are pretty solid. There's definitely a couple numbers tossed up there that, depending on where you could be seated. But at this point, I think everyone's just kind of prepping, right? Preparing for playoffs.
Yeah, of course, and especially with a lot of the changes we've been seeing worldwide, Roger might be coming into play. This also being the first week that Chip is available, but will it be a contender? Will it be in the meta here in North America? That's a question that we are asking.
Liz, I guess you went on a little mission.
Of course, let's get started on our mission today. First things first, let's take a recap on the tournament format. This Blastoise is not the vibe today. We are currently on the last day of the regular season, where NA's top 8 rosters have spent the last 4 weeks facing off against one another in a single round robin best of 3 series. Teams earn points for each series win, and the points they can earn are what you see on the screen. Now, for the next week on April 13th, the playoffs will begin in a grueling double elimination series. And although all of 8 teams will make it to the playoff spot, their bracket is based on their regular season placement, and only 2 teams will make it to Vegas this year.
And I mean, so we're back in Vegas, which I think is exciting. Last time we took a little detour trip over to California, but back to the beginning where it all started. 2 teams again, but this time playoffs a little bit different. It's going to be all 8 teams, so there's a chance, there's a chance for maybe some possible comebacks from the bottom of the seed.
Yeah, not just that, but this has been, I want to say, one of the most contested top 4, top 5 of the NACT that we've had for all of our seasons. So many teams very hungry here and putting everything they can into a lot of these matches, and some surprises which have kind of thrown a lot of the predictions awry for us.
I mean, we'll talk about predictions later, but first, let's take a look at the prize. All the teams are looking at a $3 million prize pool at MSC. For the NACT, we have a total of $25,000 worth of prizes and diamonds for grabs, with the champion clinching a $10 cash prize. And on top of that, we have $100 bonus for each win. And this season, we will also have an additional finals MVP victory for the season most valued player. That's a lot of prizes.
It's a whole lot of prizes, whole lot of money. You get bonuses for winning games. We got our first MVP. I mean, if I won the money, I would get Liz a new camera. And yeah, it's definitely exciting. I think so far NACT, since our humble beginnings, we have only gone up private.
Yeah, and then it's also the big thing for those last 2 teams that are going to be making it to our live show in Las Vegas. And if you guys haven't been to one of our off-cam, or I want to say our live stage events, it is kicking, and it's been an exciting pinnacle point of these seasons.
Yeah, it's definitely been, you mentioned it earlier, this has been one of the closest seasons, and as we close out and we come into playoffs, for the first time, I think forever, I think there's definitely our favorites on who will make it to grand finals, but there are definitely some coin flips there on who exactly will make it in.
Yes, a lot of teams that we're looking into, and definitely today seems like our mission is to get my camera fixed, but right now it seems to look good. Are you guys excited about the matches today? And do you think we're going to see some exciting, crazy stuff happening?
Today, I don't think we're going to, I don't know, we might see some upsets. I think all the teams are pretty comfortable where they're at. I think we might see more craziness in some drafts, maybe some testing. We have the new hero Chip being allowed to be played this weekend. So yeah, I definitely think there could be some toss-ups, maybe some roster switches, get some people comfortable, things like that.
Yeah, I think Trex touched on it a little earlier too. There might actually, this being the last, I want to say, not that these matches don't matter, but it's the last time before you move into the playoffs. So it's the last time to actually test something, experiment with something on a scale with the top teams in North America before it matters a lot more in those playoff games.
For sure. And speaking of playoffs, it is happening in a week, and teams, not only, they also have a chance to get the roster swapped up a little bit. That's the first roster adjustment period for the season, and it's going to happen in the next week. So anything you guys would expect happen in the next week?
Roster-wise, or just like from teams. I mean, I don't know. I think we always normally see a few teams change things up right before playoffs. That is the typical, that is the norm. I do think this time we may see less because normally it's literally almost every team changes at least one player depending on visas or this or that, right? So I think this time we will see a few more teams kind of lock down, and we might see some surprises as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing too because of the competitiveness that all these teams are at, and I've talked about it a little bit in the last season. I'm not a huge fan of like changing up things, especially once you get that momentum going and you're moving into the playoffs. A lot of these teams maybe not performing as well as they had hoped, but that can kind of be built when it comes to synergy. One of those being BTK, who we were talking about, just needed a little bit of that synergy, and we saw a huge change of them. Stuck with the same roster, but played more, and now we have like an oiled up machine from them.
All right, and the show is about to start today as we have the first series today, LEGACi versus Area 77. Now, Private or Trex actually take us through what's happening today.
After LEGACi versus Area 77, which will be our first series, we have GG up against FIENDS. Third match of the night will be BloodHounds facing off against Devious Activity. And the last match of the night, something that for me is pretty exciting, is BTK up against Horde. And at this point, there's a few of these teams sitting in the middle of the seed fighting for that number 4 slot, fighting for that number 3, 4, and 5 slot, I would say.
Yeah, some exciting matches, especially toward the end. I want to say we're going to see if BloodHounds can maybe continue their winning ways. They were able to get their first victory, but they have a huge, I want to say, hurdle in front of them, being Devious Activity. And then, of course, the Horde, who is going to be taking on BTK. I want to say... Not too many people would call it evenly matched, but the Horde has never failed to surprise, especially this season, to kind of keep on upping the ante.
Yeah, and hypothetically, all of these 8 teams going into playoffs could start off all fresh, and could, even the 8th team matching up against the first top 1 team, could still win. But the standings currently does matter. So, Private, why don't you take us through the current standings?
Well, in first place, it's no surprise in North America. With 16 points, it's Gaimin and Gladiators. In a very secure second place, BloodThirstyKings with 14 points. Third place is FIENDS, tied with the Horde for 11 points. In fifth place, Area 77 with 9 points. In sixth place, Devious Activity, and moving up, BloodHounds with 3 points, and LEGACi, a little bit of a siesta there on there, but still in 8th place here in North America.
Yeah, and after today, we're finally going to see the total standings, and we're still not sure what's going to change after today. So let's get the show started with the first series, LEGACi versus Area 77. So let's take a look at their current rosters.
All right, we do have a roster swap, actually. Mark Cutie going to be subbing out, bringing in Jules Cutie, which for me is exciting. We haven't gotten to see Jules really play much this season so far. Did play mid last season for Area 77, so we know that he is a decent player. They got 4th last year, so I'm excited to see this. I think it's definitely something that's not going to throw them too out of proportion at all. ISO will be holding down the gold lane, J Cutie on the roam position, Jules in the mid, Tarzan as jungle, and Yureshi in the EXP.
Yeah, especially when it comes to changes in the roster, I feel like this isn't going to have too much of an effect because these guys always have been playing together in the first place. So, I mean, they do have that synergy with each other. We're just going to see how well it stacks up here against their opponents.
Yeah, and it looks like their opponents also have a roster change. So, Private, why don't you take us through it?
So it does look like we're going to be swapping out Kuya Nash for Whoopi. I think we saw this last week as well. Whoopi's going to be sitting in for LEGACi, as we can go ahead and take a look at the full roster. It's going to be Jolie, Kuya Ken, Whoopi, Riles, and PDR. We're going to see if LEGACi can bring things together and maybe possibly get their first win of the season.
Yeah, and let's talk about the predictions. I don't know if we're going to see our predictions rankings right now, but for the predictions of this match, let's take a look at what everybody picked out of the casters team. Oh, looks like we are all cheering for Area 77. I mean, LEGACi, let's be honest, they do have that zero gravity still stuck there at that zero seating. Maybe today is the day, you know? Maybe today is the day where teams start to pull out a little crazy and we can all be wrong.
I like Private Dance's words. They've been taking a siesta, and it's time to wake up. I'm gonna definitely vote for Area 77, but if there is a day to show that you're ready for playoffs, maybe they can get a game, maybe even take down Area 77 here. But right now, A77 definitely the favorite.
Yeah, we talked about last season too. Oh, and we can take a look at these for me at least, the awful prediction history for me right now. And this is just to show how unpredictable things have been here in NACT with teams starting to step up. Area 77, I want to say, being one of the losses I had for the predictions with their upset over BTK. So I don't make that same mistake twice. So I'm going to be voting for Area 77.
I mean, absolutely, and never made no mistake in voting against BTK, but the match will start. So LEGACi versus Area 77, boys. Let's take the mission on. Take on the mission.
Great toss, Liz. I love it. Into our first draft private. This is Area 77 up against LEGACi. Area 77 will be on the blue side. Now, we were talking about it earlier. Chip going to be allowed. Wondering if we're going to get to see him. Haven't seen him too much globally yet. I think a lot of us are questioning if he's actually going to be viable. And then the next big thing is, will we see any, hot picks today? Will we see anything crazy exactly?
Yeah, and that for me has been the interesting thing. A lot of people have been asking, especially when it comes to LEGACi, why we have not seen Riles on the Assassins, which is where he kind of made a name for himself while streaming, especially when it comes to those the Hayabusa pick. But unfortunately, it feels like LEGACi, the synergy is just not there. And when you pick an Assassin, you definitely want to have your team on the same page. They need to be able to protect you. They need to have the vision on the map. And it's kind of a risky pick. So I don't know if they've gotten things together. I would love to see something like that come for Riles. But right now, I mean, we're going to be waiting to see what Area 77 has in store. Very amazed to see that Masha ban there for Area 77, though.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely a surprise one. Now, we've seen crazier. We see the Hylos ban against BloodHounds sometimes. So there's that Roger pick, though. Now, we were just talking about this. We were just talking about is the Roger meta or not? When do we accept that this marksman is meta? Because now it is officially getting first pick. Last night it was getting picked by Echo 3 times in a row. Today, it's getting picked by Area 77, first pick. And Riles responds back. You want Assassins, baby? There you go.
Honestly, I'm excited. I'm happy to see this. I mean, it's the last match of the season. Go hard. Go with what you're comfortable with. Go with what has made you your name. I mean, you have nothing to lose here, and go with that. On the other side, though, I mean, Roger as a first pick in the marksman lane is very interesting to me. Could that possibly be a flex pick? I'm not sure. I mean, we've been seeing it, especially internationally in the marksman lane, but here in North America, we have seen it in the jungle lane as well.
Definitely a possibility. I mean, I wouldn't like put it past them, especially Tarzan. I think he has the viability. Like, he used to play Assassins and play a bit more mechanical junglers. And there's our Chip. All right, we're jumping right in. We are jumping right in. Chip, Nolan, Angela. We get the Vex. A year ago, if you showed me this draft, I would have thought you were crazy. But here we are. And I'm not like against it. I'm excited to see how exactly Chip's gonna. How our team's going to use him, right? And I think that's one of the reasons why we maybe haven't been seeing him get picked so more. It's the same thing with like the Lu Yi. You see teams that really thrive with that diversion, and I think it's going to be the same thing with this. How well can you kind of use these teleports around the map?
Well, and that kind of brings into play is what you're versing right now. You've got a lot of early game in the Angela and the Nolan. As soon as he starts getting those kills, he's going to start getting rolling. He clears the jungle so quick so he can get to those lanes very fast. And that's what Chip kind of counters out there too, because he can get around very fast too. Once he gets that ultimate, he's able to transport the entire team for a potential gank as well. So they're going to be able to kind of combat that early game with the rotations of their own.
Yeah, what are people? I mean, what are we running Chip as right now? Right? Is it Is it Roam? Is it EXP lane? I think I've seen some people play around with it in the XP lane. I've seen some people play around with it as a support. I'm wondering, like, where exactly does Area 77 feel like they want to slot this here? Coming into bans, though, LEGACi feels like it's definitely going to be a Roam chip. They're banning into the XP lane still, getting rid of that CC. Same thing to Area 77, banning out the Paquito.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is going to be, especially when this Harith potentially comes online. The Vexana, it's been a normal pick for a lot of teams here in North America, well, around the world right now, just because of the amounts of early game, the CC that she has. I'm just wondering how you're going to be able to kind of match that against Harith, and where Harith actually is going here. Because we don't have a marksman yet. Harith could slide into the mid lane as well if you wanted to. I don't feel like he shines there too much. This might just be to offset a potential carry pick. But if you're going to be going with that, you're going to need a tankier lineup on the side of LEGACi to kind of front line for you.
I mean, I think the Harith definitely gold, but I think you're right. It's a lot of magic damage, right? And LEGACi now needs something. So do they just really go all in and pick something very hyper aggressive in the EXP lane? They've gotten rid of the CC. The Paquito's gone. They could pick up something like the Lapu, right? They could pick up something that can kind of put pressure down. Yuzong as well. A couple other options. Something that can kind of disrupt, get into the back line. Picks are going to be coming in. LEGACi is up front. They're going to pick up the Trizzle. So something similar along those lines that can dive and still pack a punch.
Oh, Uranus that we haven't seen in a very... And almost in an answer back to LEGACi and Riles, we have the Hayabusa being picked up against LEGACi. We're going to see how LEGACi responds here. I do like the Terizla pick because I do feel like sometimes a lot of teams, they forget about that setting potential that you need for some of these engagements that you want to go for. So we're going to see what we have here left in store for LEGACi, but a very witty reply from Area 77 here with that Hayabusa pickup.
A dangerous reply, I feel like, because where we're going assassin versus assassin, Nolan is definitely, I think, currently the better assassin, right? Also, LEGACi does have that Angela with the Nolan, does have that Angela to pair up with the Harith as well, if she needs to, and it's just a dangerous combo right there. Like, what LEGACi has drafted is still considered meta, right? It's not too outside of the box. We take a look at Area 77, we have the Hayabusa, we have this Uranus, which I'm kind of trying to fit it in here, which it is tanky, it is bulky, it can kind of create space, but still, we're kind of lacking CC on the side of Area 77. We're lacking a few things, I feel like, from the side of Area 77 here.
I want to say Chip brings a little bit of CC, but is that enough to be considered peel? Especially because you know Vexana is going to be the key target for LEGACi when it comes into a lot of these engagements. And it's going to be a very interesting lore dance here because we have two assassins on both sides. And usually when it comes to like the turtle fights or those objective fights, they usually want to dance around away from the objective until it's time to go ahead and get that retry. They swoop in, try to get the retry, and then scoot their butts out to safety. But Trex, go ahead and take us in.
Jump into the first series of the night. Area 77 taking on LEGACi in game one of a best of three private.
Man, I'm excited to see this. I mean, this is going to be it for LEGACi. They're going to be looking to try to make at least some type of a statement here. And especially with this Nolan, I feel like they have the draft that they want. At least something that I like to see from them to be able to kind of push forward and at least try to get some type of momentum going for them moving into the playoffs.
Yeah, so taking a look at some of the positions, it does look like JQT's going to be on the chip, so it will be Roam. We've seen that one of the things with the Roger, we don't know exactly how he matches up against everybody. We did see Harith up against Roger previously in some other events, and it seemed kind of like a standstill, but still overall Roger's just kind of this wild card. And I'm wondering if that's kind of one of the reasons why he has been doing so well, because a lot of teams just haven't really figured out, all right, how do we deal with this? It's such a different approach than your typical marksman.
Yeah, but I mean, kind of comes in the same way that carry does. It's kind of tanky. It's kind of hard to take down. So I understand the Harith pick into it, but it's going to come down to kind of these rotations, especially in these lanes where your pick is going to be a Roger or a Uranus for ganking. That, I mean, I don't envy that type of pick for a Nolan here. So we're going to see how well it kind of comes in. We're in the opening 30 minute and 30 minutes. Yureshi takes a little bit of damage, but not too much. We're still waiting for Nolan to kind of come online.
A little bit of a gank onto Jolie here. ISO pops a shadow kill. This is something I just noticed. They swapped roles. ISO in the jungle on the Hayabusa. Tarzan Cutie in the gold lane on the Roger. So another little interesting tidbit. They really wanted the Hayabusa that bad. It's like, ISO, I think you can probably play it a little bit better. Let's throw you on that.
Yeah, and a very dangerous start here for Legacy, especially when it comes to two assassins. You want to kind of get online, especially for a Nolan who kind of starts to wear off as you start moving into the late game. Ooh, off screen, PDR finds a kill to answer back. Now 1-1 apiece.
Oh, the backup comes in. A little bit of damage. ISO able to get the kill on Kuya-Ken, but Kuya-Ken still finds ISO with the tower shot. Now Ryle's in a bad spot, forced to try to dash through. But the backup is here. PDR there to help out as well. Whoopi going to try to engage. Does have that ultimate ready to go. Penalty zone. Does not use it, though. Kind of holds off there. PDR pops a heavy spin, trying to look for a target, but nobody locks on just yet. Legacy going to finally back off before the first turtle.
And you're not going to have that heavy spin for this turtle here. A little bit of a misplay there by PDR. Flickering out was Yureshi to get away from it. And that would have been a good start for this turtle. Now we're going to kind of be, I want to say, tied here about who's going to have like the better space for these turtles. And you can see neither team actually in place for these objectives, which is actually kind of weird for Area 77, who is usually very aggressive and very timely when it comes to these timed objectives. But we might have a little bit of a play at the turtle.
I think with both teams, both teams losing their gold laners won. So much aggression there. They are taking this a little bit slow. Turtle is going to start getting chipped down. PDR able to zone away ISO here. He might not be able to make a way in. Might be time for Area 77 to back off. Jules Cutie able to find an angle, but Tarzan takes out PDR. And this is going to create space for Area 77 to possibly take this turtle, but ISO still needs to be careful. Doesn't have a purple buff right now. Going to go back and let this turtle go over to Legacy.
Yeah, a very interesting play there. As PDR gets taken down, you would have thought that Area 77 has the advantage here, but still fighting for this turtle.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Turtle does go over to the side of Legacy there. A nice Eternal Guardian comes down. Nothing too major. The Angela Heartguard able to help out Riles to get away, but Jules Cutie still chasing down Whoopi here. Jay Cutie with the crash course, looking for the slam onto somebody here. PDR able to pin him against the wall, force use a flicker just to get out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they are able to get the turtle, so gold still not in their favor just yet. ISO diving on Jolie.
Oh, did he stop the shadow kill before it finished? I don't know if he was worried about going under the tower or something, or no, the dash from Jolie. Jay Cutie now under the tower, though, able to find it, trading himself for the marksman.
Yeah, and trade there 4-3. Area 77 just narrowly in the lead right now. Actually, I want to say they're starting to grow their lead. Tarzan in a little bit of trouble.
They are just non-stop right now. Tarzan does use the flicker. Should be able to get away from this, though.
Yeah, and this is the slipperiness we were talking about with the Roger, especially if you're going to try to gank him. He's got all of this momentum, all of these abilities in his wheelhouse that he can use, especially when it comes to that wolf form, to be able to get away, negate a lot of that damage.
All right, so now we're at 5 minutes in. 2,000 gold lead over to Area 77. Jay Cutie being a nuisance, able to use a shortcut. Jules Cutie comes through along with Tarzan. They're trying to pounce down with PDR, able to get the heavy spin, and Jolie finds the kill. Now PDR still in the midst of things. Jolie does go down. ISO able to pick up the kill. PDR force use a flicker as Jules Cutie chases him down. ISO there as well. You're actually looking for a target. Tarzan finds one. That's 3 members down. Make it 4. Make it 3. Possibly 4. Kuya-Ken gonna go down nets. It's a 4-for-1 trade to the side of Area 77.
And just look at the way Area 77 juggles the aggro from that tower. Each shot going to a different person there so that they can maintain their cover underneath the tower and still be able to get the kills onto Legacy. And not to mention Tarzan, who is absolutely becoming a monster on this Roger and diving in underneath them.
ISO also 4-1-4 now. We take a look at Riles. He's 0-1-2. Hasn't been able to find the kills. Hasn't been able to do that much. And yes, the Hayabusa isn't super meta, but when you let it get fed and now you're 6 minutes in, he's got a couple items locked in. He's definitely going to start being able to take advantage of this. If Kuya Ken is a major target, Riles is a target, Jolie's a target, nobody is safe right now.
Yeah, and they're fighting here for this purple buff. I want to say, like, this is going to really set the statement for LEGACi if they can't even control their own purple buff. Riles jumps in.
A little bit of damage onto Whoopi. Jules Cutie may be able to get away from this. Jolie trying to chase him down, drops him on's force. Not able to lock on, though. PDR uses the heavy spin, but all it takes is one more shot. Tarzan looking for the angle, unable to connect. ISO dashes in and dashes out. Area 77 cannot take someone down.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this game at the 6-minute mark is quickly slipping out of LEGACi's hands. Already a 4K gold lead for Area 77. They pushed in through the mid, which has opened up the rest of LEGACi's jungle, and they're unable to stop the pushes from Area 77.
Ooh, they're going to lock on to Whoopi here. The Lycan Pounce does connect. Whoopi brought down to about half health, but Tarzan's going to back off. Yureshi hiding out in the tri-bush, but Area 77 not overextending, and this is when they are, I feel like sometimes we see them play very well in terms of macro, micro, things like that. And that's what we're seeing right now. They're cutting off waves. They're not over aggressing. They're not overstepping their welcome. They're just aiming for towers right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the value you get from some of the higher ranked teams in North America, is they're always about the macro and less about the kills. A little bit of an engagement here.
Penalty zone does land on to Jules and J Cutie. Force use of flickers. Jules finally going to go down. Riles able to finally put a kill into his pocket there. But while this is happening, Tarzan chipping away at the bottom tier 2.
Yeah, and this is just another thing when it comes to it, especially when it comes to an engagement and you think that LEGACi is starting to get a little bit of a leg up, and you look onto the map, Area 77 has a great sense and already at the opposite side making a play for an objective.
Damage from Tarzan is starting to stack up as well. 2-1-2. LEGACi, do they have a way out of this, right? I mean, we finally see some damage coming from Riles. Jolie's going to need a bit more time to really come online. I think at this point, LEGACi, their only opportunity is really just kind of huddle down, buy time. We're only 8.5 minutes in, so it's going to be a little bit till they can really kind of spike off.
Yeah, and the problem here now is that front line starting to come by on Area 77, but we do have a shadow kill.
Nothing too major. Not able to get the kill there. They're going to move on to the middle tower. Eternal Guardian does come down. Whoopi takes a little bit of damage, but Area 77 still just kind of testing their grounds.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, this front line of Area 77, you've got J Cutie on the chip, Jules Cutie on the Uranus, and they're able to kind of stand in that front line while Yureshi is able to lay down a ton of damage. Once the team gets low enough, you have Tarzan and ISO able to just swoop in and pick off, I want to say, the crumbs of LEGACi as they're getting beat down by this front line of Area 77.
Jules Cutie is starting to pack a punch too and just become harder and harder to kill, but Jay walks right into him, taking out Jolie, able to get the kill. ISO comes in with a shadow kill onto Whoopi, though. Trying to output some more damage. Whoopi able to just get away. Heartguard does land onto Jolie. Tarzan Cutie forced to back off as Jules Cutie continues to poke. ISO gets a little bit more damage onto Riles, but finally backs off as well. LEGACi able to start to kind of fight back a bit. And when these team fights go on, they're able to find some kills now. And though they are 6,000 gold behind, we're seeing some opportunities come in.
Yeah, opportunities, but just as quickly as that happens, as soon as one person goes down for Area 77, it's so quick, the entire team backs up and creates that space so that LEGACi would have to chase, because they know what kind of lead that they have over LEGACi right now. And it's just great playing right now by Area 77, but LEGACi still showing some of those signs of a life.
So Lord is going to be up. They might try to hold off for the 12-minute mark, see what they can get out of the push. I don't know if they're going to rush it. With a lead like this, they could maybe take their time. ISO looks like he is going to start poking a little bit. Jules Cutie, though, is just going to become harder and harder and harder to kill. And it's like the one thing they have is the heavy spin to maybe pin him against a wall. But do you really want to use your heavy spin on just an EXP liner?
Yeah, and that's the big thing. PDR with the heavy spin of his own and gets wiped out by Tarzan here. And now we're going to see what else we have. This might actually set up for this Lord take.
I mean, without PDR, there's no way for Legacy to really break in. They're forced to back off. I think forced to just defend. And you got Jules Cutie sitting in your face. Yuresh there as well. ISO has taken Lord now. Well timed, too, because they just had a wave of minions come out. It's going to be another, 10 seconds or so till the next wave comes.
Yeah, and already picking up that BOD for ISO. If you thought Hayabusa was packing a punch before, he's really going to be nailing in the points against Legacy the next time he goes in for a shadow kill.
And taking the purple buff as well. Riles is just broke and buffless right now. There's, it's a problem, because especially he was supposed to scale. He was supposed to hit a spike early on. You had this Angela with you to really capitalize on, and everything that Legacy brought that was supposed to kind of make their comp golden, they don't have right now. They can't use right now. PDR also has taken 3 deaths, not really able to keep up. He's level 9 to where we look at JQD. He's level 11. I mean, his items, his gold, his experience, everything is just falling behind right now on the side of Legacy.
Yeah, and with Lord coming up at the top, there's going to need to be a solid defense right here from Legacy if they want to continue on in this game.
Eternal Guardian does come down. Jules Cute able to hold the front line. PDR with a nice dash flicker in. Able to try to get the heavy spin on them, but Whoopi goes in alone. They're going to put out a lot of damage. Tarzan able to pick up the kill. Now the rest of Legacy forced to back off under the crystal, under the defense, but Area 77 not letting up just yet. Tarzan playing the top side, looking for someone to jump on. Jolie able to find Jules Cutie. A nice kill for the side of Legacy. Area 77 might just finally back off, but another wave is coming down the mid side. Smon's Force does drop. Tarzan jumps into Lycan form. JQD bounces in as well. Jolie finally going to do it down. You're actually able to pick up the kill. Kill does land onto Riles as well. The shadow kill locks onto PDR. It's another one. Tarzan wraps it up. It's an unstoppable kill. And that's all 5 members wiped out. Area 77 should take game number 1 here. They do need a few more minions, though. We'll be able to come out. Finally, they lock on, and that is it for Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, a rough game for Legacy there, especially from the start, but Area 77 showing as soon as they got the lead, as soon as they got the offense in their direction, they just kept on pushing, got their objectives, and a pretty decisive victory for them.
I mean, well played. I think it was just really clean. They just... From start to finish, they kind of just outclassed there. Legacy unable to keep up. The rotations from Chip as well just kind of made it so they could be in different places, make some attacks here and there, and just kind of, it forced Legacy to have to fight even when maybe they didn't want to.
Surprise showing from Hoon there on Area 77.
Man,
I mean... but yeah, I mean, a great game by Area 77. And the problem here, too, was, I mean, what kind of targets did you have in those side lanes that the Nolan was going to be able to take down? You had a Roger on one side, who we've already talked about is very slippery, especially with a lot of those wolf forms being able to get him away and negating a lot of the damage. And then on the other side, you had a Uranus, who just basically, I mean, as the more damage he takes, the more stacks he gets, the more unkillable he becomes. So I did not see a very easy way forward for Nolan, and Area 77 really capitalized on it.
Yeah, and you're right. He didn't have many targets, and that's exactly what he wants. And then I think just Area 77 never really let up the pressure, so there was never an opportunity for Riles to be like, all right, we're going to gank this lane. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. It definitely felt like Area 77 was driving most of the time. Taking a look at some of the stats, a finishing KDA of 14-8 and 33.
Yeah, I mean, a great game by them, and really kind of came well together, especially when it came to kind of the diving of the Roger and the Hayabusa. And a very surprising Hayabusa, and especially with how dominant it was in this game. As we take a look at the team stats in comparison to Legacy there. I mean, we watched the game. It's the stories told here in the stats and how well and how dominant Area 77 was.
Now, I'm kind of excited to see what that what the Roger build might have been. I know we weren't able to take a look at items, but I'm wondering because right now there's a lot of different builds happening for it right now. There's a lot of people that are taking different approaches. I kind of want to see what Harith was building as well. So on the Roger, full damage, Windtalker, Endless Battle, Malefic Roar, even a little bit of anti-heal locked in there just for good measure, you know. And I'm almost wondering, so on the side of this Harith, something we recently just saw was like picking up Thunderbelt sometimes on him, going a bit more on the defensive route. Jolie did go into full offensive here, and I'm just wondering, maybe if there were some different opportunities, what could have LEGACi maybe done different here?
Well, I mean, it's such a play back and forth. If you want to go a little bit more damage on the Jolie, you're going to lose what kind of makes him dangerous in that marksman lane for the Harith. He's gonna lose that ability to really kind of sting, to kind of push back the Roger there. You can see here all the stats here: Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, even the Forgotten One going to Area 77, really kind of showing how well they did in that last match.
And I mean, Jules Cutie, first time back on the roster, on the main stage, taking that position of the Sandbag. I like it, and I think overall, and then just to mix things up even more, just to really put salt in the wound. Area 77 also switches roles. They put ISO in the jungle. Tarzan jumps into gold lane. Let's really just kind of rub this in a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see here, and the big thing here for me is the 93% team fight participation there by ISO. So most of those fights, most of those kills initiated, or not initiated, but at least very much finished by ISO, which kind of shows the cohesion when it comes to a lot of these ganks.
Most definitely. I mean, so at this point, Area 77 just beat them at their own game. It's like, oh yeah, let's do Assassins. Let's run it. Let's see what we can do. LEGACi now a game away, a loss away from not securing a singular game all season. I mean, morale has to be low, right? So it's like, in this position, it's like, do we just, all right, let's just try to win one, or at this point, it's like, let's just wait for playoffs. I think and that's a tough place to be for any team. Again, they're lucky enough that they're like not completely out. Still have a shot in playoffs. They will be at the bottom of the seed. If they lose this, they'll be going up against GG most likely, which is going to be a very tough game. But still, it's like, what do you say? Like, what does Riles say to his team right now? How do you keep everybody up and going on this possibly last game of the season?
Honestly, at this point, I'm almost kind of at a point of like, you go out there, you be comfortable, and you just try to have fun. They've gotten to the top 8 of North America. Yeah, and they've kind of had a mixed. I mean, let's just be honest here. They've gotten thwarted pretty hard here in the top 8. It's basically a welcome to the top 8 for Riles and the LEGACi. He's been trying here for a while, and there's been rumors about the synergy of his team, and it's something that we've been talking about here. When it comes to Assassin gameplay, it's something that Riles really shines at. That synergy needs to be up there. You guys need to be covering each other's back. You need to be communicating, and you need to be able to kind of make those plays and those rotations around the map, or you're going to find yourself behind. I mean, in comparison, in contrast to Area 77 and how well they even get into an engagement, and on the other side of the map, they're still making a play, even though they lost a member and honestly lost a fight. They're able to make a play on the other side of the map to get themselves an objective as well.
Yeah, everybody knows their job, and at every point of the game, it feels like, the play is, like you just said, the play isn't just the fight that's happening. It's, what are we doing on the map right now? Yes, we're taking this fight, but also we're doing this. Your job. And I think sometimes they don't even need that communication, Tarzan knew immediately when that fight was happening up top or on the mid side is, okay, I'm going to go take this tier 2 on the bottom while everyone's distracted. And they're just very smooth with it. And it's something that I think I've respected with Area 77 over this past season. I think when they're on point and they're playing at their best, I do think they have some of the best macro. Like when it just comes to overall map control, they're definitely like among the upper class, I think, of some of the members of the team. They're always looking for objectives and not just team fights.
Yeah, one thing that I was looking for when I was watching this map, though, as a side note, is like, what did we see some opportunities that were created by Chip through that, and to kind of make it to where there aren't better choices for it. I didn't see too much of that, and that's something I kind of wanted to focus on too, because Chip, he's he's available now. We haven't seen him too much, I want to say, in any of the other MPLs here. This is the first showing here in North America. And his tankiness is something that can be said there, as well as the CC ability. But is it enough to really kind of move him into the meta?
I mean, it's still, I think we kind of have to see We have to see some more teams play it. some other teams play it, and you know, maybe some bigger matches, to say the least. You know, I think until we really know, and I think the real question is we're kind of tossing this around, is Lu Yi also provides this teleport. Lu Yi has also recently shot into the meta, has been a very popular mid pick. Is it more viable just to pick that up? I think where Chip might come in is maybe you want something, you want what the Lu Yi gives you, right? You want that teleport, you want that movement, you want that positioning. But you also want a more damaging mage, or you want something else in your mage's position. So you can kind of still get what you get out of the Lu Yi, slightly altered, and then you can still pick something else up for your mid. So I think there's definitely some opportunity to play around with it, but it's still definitely up in the air.
Yeah, the only thing for me is that, especially when it comes to a lot of the tanks and the roams that we have out there right now, we are kind of giving up a lot of that setting potential and that CC that comes with say the Tigreal or the Minotaur as well. So I mean, it's something to kind of be had. Something a little bit more experimenting needs to be done here in North America. Hopefully we see more of him in North America to be able to, just like Roger right now, everybody's very curious to see what builds are going on with it right now, what the emblems that they're picking, and how it plays into a lot of these compositions.
Yeah, I'm wondering, so I feel like I'm just wondering how the Chip's going to do, like when it comes to, because the lack of CC, you brought that up, and that's huge. And I think tanks right now, roamers, unless you're just going full support, someone with heals, roamers kind of have to be a heavy front line, you know, and you give up so much with that. So there's definitely room for debate. We'll see. There was some interesting plays in the last game. Some moments where they were able to kind of like boom, everybody show up. But it wasn't anything that was like, you know, we haven't had a wow moment yet from it, you know, and that's what I think we're waiting for, or just someone that is that good with it, because that's another thing. I don't think anyone's had time to really master him yet. To where you see some of those off-brand picks that where players are just, this player's that good with it. And yes, we ban it when we go against this team. So we'll see. Area 77, the first to test it out. Waiting on Draft 2 now. LEGACi. No, we do this all the time. What do they do here? I think at this point it's just, honestly, I feel like it's just play better. Just, you know, you just got to bring, you know.
Just
and I hate
better.
Just get good, kid. Because it's true, like, it's not like their draft was horrible. They had a good draft, and I think a lot of teams could have pulled off that draft. I think they just kind of, there's something lacking in terms of gameplay there.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the rotations and how they kind of answer it. And it's unfortunate. The draft, like we said, very positive for them, and something that we expected Riles to be able to shine with. And another thing I want to say too is kind of, it feels almost kind of like they're not as appreciative of like the counters that come out and being able to kind of protect. The biggest problem for me is being able to protect their jungle. This is almost shades of what we saw from BTK in the seasons before this, where Zane was just constantly getting dove on under his jungle. The retaliation from his team was a little bit late, not always on the same par with the enemies and the opponents here, and we're kind of seeing that here when it comes to LEGACi and trying to protect Riles and trying to make sure that he can kind of move his way through the map quickly.
Yeah, you got to come in with a certain mindset. There has to kind of be a plan. There has to be a knowing what you're like. Yes, you could have the great picks, or you could have something that works together. But if everyone isn't on the same mindset as, okay, this is what we have, this is how this is going to work, right? This person needs to be split pushing. Us three kind of need to huddle around more. We need to hit this lane at this time. You know, we need to, are we taking first turtle, or are we going to try to trade it for a tower and gold lane or something like that? You know, there has to be, I think there needs to be a bit more depth to the level of play than just jumping into the game, you know? So LEGACi will be on first pick here. Chip is on the ban board. So now Chip, Masha, both banned out from the side of LEGACi. What do they know that we don't, Private? What do they know that what is with this Masha? What's with the Masha ban?
I was just about to
ask
this, because both teams, Area 77 banned it out last time. This time LEGACi bans it out. Unless I'm missing something from her. When we saw her last week, what did Shark? He went like 0-6 in the first 10 minutes on the Masha.
Hey,
he eventually came out on top. But I mean, here we're gonna see Whoopi gonna go ahead and secure the R lot for LEGACi. And a very strong, it's very rare that we get to see an R lot here, as it's usually banned out by both teams.
Hey man, you gotta make space in that band board. You gotta make space for the Masha and the Chip, man. Arlot's second tier now, A tier. There goes the Roger pick again from the side of Area 77. I'm telling you, man, teams are prio in this. I'm excited to see if other teams are also going to kind of feel the same way. This time we are going to see the carry get picked up, and there's the joy from Ryle. So yeah, man, just get comfortable. And I think you said it perfectly.
Yeah, it's with the joy here, you're going to have a lot of the ability to kind of close in around some of the side lanes. You're going to use that electrifying beats. You're not going to be able to be CC'd during that. The only problem is you're going to need to have those squishier targets, and we're going to need to be able to get to those easily. If you can't get it from the side lanes by rotating onto them, you're going to need to be able to catch the mage rotating from Area 77. So, and that's going to be kind of a little bit of a task, because as you've seen from Area 77's rotations, Mage doesn't rotate alone. They're very precise. They like to team up to kind of get those 4-man ganks onto the side lanes. It's going to be very interesting to see how we deal with it with this joy as we move into the second banning phase.
So I know, they take. I was wondering. I was like, with the joy, you normally want the Angela. No way, Area 77 lets that through. Either they ban it. I didn't expect them to pick it, but now it's Angela, Roger, and whatever else they want to pick up in their jungle. So Area 77 looking pretty deadly right now. And like you said, without any small targets, I think the Roger is just an amazing. Like now, this is another possibility. Anytime there's an assassin, something like the Joy or something like the Nolan, Roger's just a great pick for it. He's a bulky MM who can also slip away, like you said. It's just a great answer to any kind of hyper aggressive jungler that the enemy wants to pick. They are going to ban out the Akai now. LEGACi need to bring in a ban as well.
Yeah, very interesting too. It's kind of shades of I want to say a couple years ago when the Angela and Roger was like a very prime pick when Roger used to run into that jungle position, because I mean you've already got a little bit of unkillability from him, invulnerability from him when he's moving forward with some of those with that wolf form and diving under towers, which we saw from the last game. He's not afraid to dive underneath the towers, get some of those kills, and then be able to kind of roll himself back out in the human form. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how quickly they can close the distance, or if LEGACi's gonna have something in mind to kind of get that front line that they were. I don't think they were lacking a front line, but now they're starting to get that banned out on the side of Area 77.
See, the more and more we talk about this Roger, the better he gets, man. He can tower dive. He's got tactical rolls. He's tanky. He's slippery. He's oiled up. All that good stuff. We are going to see JQT log in this show, though, and there is your front line right there. A solid Tigreal. So LEGACi, again, has a lot of the pieces they need, right? They have set potential. They have late game damage. They have a nice mid game spike from this Joy. They have all the pieces. Can they kind of make it work together, though?
Yeah, and that's the big question here. I think we're still waiting on that mid lane from LEGACi. Actually, a mid lane for both of these teams right now, unless we're going to be having an Angela in the mid lane as well. And I think we have seen that here in North America, where, especially because Angela can provide a lot of early game pressure, Vexana picked up here for LEGACi.
I was thinking maybe something like Faramis, but Vexana also good. Just more CC, more opportunity. And Area 77, they're going to go all out. They're going to pick up the Ling here. So we got the Angeling, we got the Angela Roger, hyper aggressive. Area 77, it's last day of season, baby.
Yeah, so we're gonna have the Cho on the roam position here, possibly gonna be able to use that Jeet Kune Do to upset the implosion from the Tigreal here. As we know, he can be kind of stunned out of it. It's gonna be very interesting here. I do not, it's gonna be very rough for Vexana here, as there's a lot of dive potential for to get to her.
Rough for Vexana, possibly rough for carry. And here's the thing, normally you have a bulky jungler who can bully a Ling, but they've already showed their hands. They've already showed they have this Joy, so Ling could be okay here. I think LEGACi's big win condition here is get aggressive early on. You have the Tigreal, you have the Vexana. You can definitely try to bully Ling if you think, if you feel like you can pull it off. Let's jump into game number 2. This is match point for Area 77. LEGACi looking to put a win on the board.
Well, and you brought it up, the bullying. They do have a composition that favors the early game bullying. So if you're going to go ahead and go for it, this is what I'd be going for in the first place.
I mean, just 5-man enemy purple buff, you know, to send everybody over there, jump on ISO, show them what you're here for, but instead Yureshi's going to be doing the bullying. And see, it's like, do we go for him? Or maybe should we have gone for Ling there and just been like, you bully, we bully. But no, let's get Yureshi out of the jungle. Riles does need to be able to free farm. This is LEGACi's last shot right here.
Well, and that's kind of the point when it comes to kind of bullying here. There's not much as we actually, let's go take a look at the emblems here. We do see a few lethal ignitions on the side of LEGACi, and then 2 brave smites on their side, and a very well mix on the side of Area 77. But as I was going to say, if you're going to bully a Ling, you kind of want to bully him away from his purple buff, as he is pretty mana hungry, and he does really favor that, almost like a Fanny as well. So that is kind of the point where you want to try to be able to take that away from him if you're going to hope to, I want to say, get an advantage over him.
He needs that Finch pose energy, you know? It's tiresome jumping on walls. It's tiresome being a parkour king. Down comes Tempest of Blades on the target we were talking about. PDR goes down. Vexana taken out. A nice first blood for the side of Area 77. Jules Cutie in a little bit of trouble. Electrifying Beats comes out, but Riles like, whoa, too much damage there. Let me just walk out of here real fast.
And this is the difference. And you can see right there, Area 77, they had it even with the Tempest of Blades there, but they still had 3 members dive under the tower. When LEGACi went up there, Riles dove in, Whoopi kind of stood back. He didn't go under the tower to try to get any of that tower aggro away from him.
And now Yureshi going to bully Riles here. You're actually just going to stay in their face. I think we're going to see this all game long. Whoopi going to try to collapse. Riles will be able to get this. Yureshi dashes through the minions. Going to kind of delay a little bit here. And now we're just kind of back to the mid. Area 77 holds about a 700 gold lead.
Yeah, and right now they're going to go ahead and start on this turtle. And actually not, actually I want to say pretty aggressive for LEGACi. They have the turtle down. They're going to be able to take that easily. But that's going to go ahead and cost them an orange buff.
I mean, and honestly, right now in the state of first turtle, Riles unable to get it. ISO does secure that. In the state of like current meta, I feel like first turtle is not as huge, but wait a second, nice knock up. Does land on ISO. ISO forces to use Tempest of Blades. Dashes around, doesn't get enough damage. Kind of in a bad spot. Maybe needs to back off. Jolie gonna lock on, get a couple shots off as well. Up in the top side, Jules Cutie also going toe-to-toe in the EXP lane as Tarzan keeps trying to chip away down here.
Yeah, and that pop-up knocked Riles right out of that electrifying beats. Oh, we might have another engagement.
Good kick. Lycan form is on the pounce. Pounces on to Kuya Ken. Jolie going to get a couple shots off on to Tarzan, and he finally does back off. Nothing too major. Let's take a look at these items, Private.
Yeah, and you can already see a 2K on to ISO right now. He's already got. He's actually going for going for a magic item as his first get there, but both sides from the magic and physical.
I like it. He's styling. Man's got the Starlium. He's got the Corrosion, Grim Reaper himself, ready to cause mayhem. You know, something I want to point out. Hold on, a little bit of damage on the mid side. Yureshi taking some damage. Trying to bounce back. ISO going to cause the engage. Does get the Heart Guard on top, so he's going to be able to play. Drops down the Tempest of Blades. Gets a couple shots onto Kuya Ken and backs off. Still no kills on the board.
Yeah, unfortunate for them right now. We'll be doing a decent... Oh, no.
Jolie. Tarzan, though, in a little bit of trouble. Riles electrifying beats, able to pick up a kill and respawn. Down on the boss side, Riles now going to be able to back off. ISO will not be able to chase.
Yeah, and right now, Area 77 doing a good job of kind of macroing around the map right now to try to get those kills, but LEGACi doing a decent job. I want to say a better job this game of being able to answer back. Still no towers just yet, and that's kind of what LEGACi is going to need to kind of focus on here is when you start getting some of these turtles, when you get these objectives, we're going to need to start turning those into towers if we want to keep pace with Area 77 as we move into the mid-game.
Most definitely, and I mean, so they gave up first turtle. Area 77 is, a little bit of damage. Tarzan under the tower, gets the Heart Guard, and that's where it's going to come in even more close. He was already a tower diver, and now he's going to be able to do it even more. Up in the top side, turtle. Yureshi looking for the kick onto Riles, able to get the way of the Dragon. ISO going to lock down as well. Tempest of Blades has not popped off just yet, but the final slash locks on, and Yureshi in a little bit of trouble, taking some damage. Riles able to take the turtle as Whoopi takes out Yureshi. Whoopi now locking on to Jules Cutie. Jules Cutie trying to get out of there. Forced to use a flicker in the tower, but Whoopi doesn't want to let it happen. Under the tower now has the Guardian. Should be able to get a shot in, but the Guardian finally goes down, and Whoopi forced to back off.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to see from Riles. A great play by him underneath the turtle there, able to kind of dash himself to safety, even though the entire team was around him, gets the retribution, and gets out of there.
Most definitely. So this time, I mean, it definitely doesn't feel as bad as last game. It's 3-3 right now. Area 77 only with a a slight gold lead. This is nothing game changing. LEGACi though needs to try. I think at this point, LEGACi needs to start focusing in onto some towers. They need to find some plays somewhere on the map. Jolie in a little bit of trouble here. Tarzan gonna go back to human form, get a couple more shots onto Jolie. Tempest of Blades comes down, and ISO picks up the kill.
Yeah, and now we're going to be answered by LEGACi, but Tarzan again able to use that wolf form, and is just ahead and a little bit of a reply to Kuya-ken there.
Yeah, the poke and the Roger kind of, even when he goes into human form, he has a pretty decent range on some of those skills. I mean, he's really able to kind of poke, he slows you down, so the chase is hard. It adds even more kind of escape capabilities here. Possible collapse onto Whoopi, though. Whoopi able to dash through a few times. The way the Dragon finally does connect. He's able to get the final slash, but he won't be able to take anyone down as Jake Cutie picks up the kill.
Yeah, and that's 4 men at top, and I'm looking for LEGACi to answer with something on to the bottom lane.
And they might finally be able to take a tower here. I mean, there's nothing really to stop them there. They are going to give up their purple buff for that, though. I mean, at this point, I think they just have to be kind of prepared for that. I don't think Riles is going to be able to get too many buffs right now. We're in a stage where I feel like Area 77's hitting a little bit of a spike.
Yeah, a little bit of a spike. They're in a good position around. They actually might be able to take down Yureshi, and he's going to go down right before this next... Oh, no! Able to get away.
How? How did he... Hold on a second. Big penalty zone in the backside, followed up by Tempest of Blades. Does land onto Jolie. Jolie taking a little bit of damage, but ISO wants to go in the chase, able to take out PDR. Back in the turtle pit, Jolie does fall to Tarzan Cutie. Kuya-ken and Whoopi now trying to get involved. No final slash just yet. Tries to pop it off, but it gets kicked too soon. Unable to get there. Tarzan under the tower as well. Picks up Kuya-ken. And it's Bloodfall on the side of LEGACi right now. Whoopi forced to dash away. Riles pops the electrifying beats. Doesn't want to engage. He doesn't have any backup. Nice final slash under the tower. Maybe going to be able to pick up ISO. Looking for it. Trying to find it. Dashes through, but finally goes down. ISO picks up the kill.
And just like that, 4 members of LEGACi go down, bringing this to a 9-3 domination right now by Area 77. And even Riles not able to get his wits about him or to get enough damage onto Jules Cutie right there. We take a look at some of the equipment right now. You can see a 1K gold lead by ISO right now as we go into the mid lane.
So much damage on the PDR there, Private. Just immediately taken out. Kuya-ken now. Going to try to push back ISO, but the Tempest of Blades does come down, followed up by the way of the Dragon. ISO able to get the unstoppable kill. Yureshi now dashing through 3 members, gets the final slash, but Whoopi still picks it up. Now Area 77 needs to maybe back off, but to keep up the aggression, it's 3 members down on the side of LEGACi. Riles just wants a purple buff.
He was actually able to get that from Tarzan. But, I mean, this is just kind of telling you the state of it right now, where Tarzan by himself is kind of able to hold off in this jungle against LEGACi.
But Area 77 is not letting up at this point. Jules Cutie might be in a little bit of trouble, able to use the penalty zone. Guardian does come down, but the Heart Guard comes in the nick of time. Jules Cutie will be able to get away safely.
Yeah, and with that, it's just showing the domination right now by Area 77, locking on to Kuya-ken.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Tarzan. Lycan form does come in. Jay Cutie does pick up the kill, though. ISO under the wall or behind the wall. Enemy territory. Finds another one. Whoopi now in trouble. ISO picks up the double. Tarzan under the tower looking for a target. Locks onto Jolie, but goes down. Jolie with a shutdown. Jay Cutie down a little bit of trouble. Riles with the electrifying beats, able to find one. Able to pick up another shutdown. It's going to give them a nice little chunk of gold, but not enough to get out of debt just yet.
We're only 10 minutes in, a 5K gold lead established by Area 77. And you could see here the damage right now, 42K on to Tarzan right now. ISO sitting at 31K as well. Just an immense amount of pressure being exerted here by Area 77.
Riles, man, he is just ducking and weaving through all that CC, and now the rest of the team's here to help out. Jules Cutie in a little bit of trouble. They find 2 members of Area 77. Yureshi and Jules are down.
Yeah, and I want to say a little bit faster recoup from LEGACi, whereas last game they were only able to find 1. Oh, we do have an implosion.
Kind of a missed implosion there. Don't know exactly if it fully connected. Tarzan does have the heart guard, though. Gonna maybe jump back into the fray, get a couple more pokes onto Whoopi. ISO there as well, but wait a second, a lot of damage to Jolie. The Speedy Light Wheel does come off. Area 77 still kind of dancing around the brink of death here. Looking for the re-engage. ISO brings down the Tempest of Blades onto 3 members and cleans up house, but goes down possibly 4. Able to dance back, and Tarzan comes in at the nick of time. They find Kuya, and they find PDR.
This is a switch on the roster or on the roles that I can get behind. ISO sitting at 8-0-6 right now, and really coming through as a jungler for Area 77.
Yeah, Whoopi's trying, man. He's landing decent final slashes, but it feels like when he's doing it, he's either alone, or Jolie shows up a little bit too late, or Riles just isn't exactly connected, and those are some of the problems. Those are some of the cracks we've been seeing with LEGACi so far.
Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier that when it's just not the entire team being on the same page. And unfortunately, it starts to matter less and less as we move into the late game when you start getting behind a 6K gold lead, a 7K gold lead. There's very little that you can do in defense here.
Oh my god, the damage from ISO. Immediately takes out PDR. That's 1 member down for the side of LEGACi. Tier 2 on the mid side. Lord still coming. Yureshi in the base right now. Cutting lanes, pulling minions away. Gonna give Area 77 a little bit of a push into this bot side. Able to make sure all those minions connect in. Yureshi now able to get the knock-up onto Whoopi there. Tower does finally drop. Tarzan now locking onto the mid as ISO Finch poses on the wall, looking for the next target. Heartguard does connect. Does he want to fully commit here? Waiting for the rest of his team. Yureshi does use the conceal. They're all going to reposition up to the top inhibitor. Able to get the knock-up. Followed up by the penalty zone onto multiple members. Tempest of Blades into the backside. Kuya goes down. PDR will fall next as ISO picks up the triple. They're going to try to lock onto the base now. ISO wants more. He wants blood. Whoopi next on the chopping block, but they're just going to lock onto the base as Area 77 sweeps LEGACi.
A 13-flat victory for Area 77. Just like last game, very dominating performance from them.
I mean, just monsters. Who would have known? ISO sitting in the jungle, 0 deaths. Clean game, followed up with a clean sweep.
The one question I do have too, especially, are we going to be bringing back maybe some of these more assassin-like games, or is that just kind of where we're at here at the end of the season, trying to experiment with something? Because ISO absolutely performed.
Experiment, fun, who knows? Will they use it against GG? Will they use it against BTK or DA? That's kind of up in the air. I think if the time fits, we see that they are capable, right? There's players on the team that can run it. So if the enemy maybe tries to go for a Joy, or maybe you try to bait them into picking a Nolan, yes, they could maybe respond with something like that.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part too, especially because they started out with the assassin pickups there. So a good counter there, a good, I want to say, flexibility from Area 77 and letting ISO take that jungle role, and Tarzan kind of sitting back in that marksman position. But I mean, I want to say it's not even really kind of sitting back in the marksman position. That's almost like not even the correct statement to put out there, because he was very aggressive on this Roger and very much helped with a lot of these engagements to get underneath tower with that Lycan form.
I mean, one of the interesting takes on this, right, is that Roger was a jungle hero for the longest time, so it kind of does open up the door possibly for a lot of teams to maybe swap things around a little. Like, maybe hey, why don't you play the Roger in the gold lane? I'll jump into, something a bit more simplistic on the jungle. Even if they can't play Ling or something, Fredrin isn't the hardest hero to use, right? There's a few junglers that just about most of these players can run. So definitely just kind of opens up this idea. Now that we're seeing Area 77 do this, does the door possibly open for other teams?
Yeah, that's a very interesting point there. As we take a look at the stats here, again, completely dominated by Area 77 as well. ISO, Tarzan Cutie, Jules Cutie, and Jay Cutie. But it does open up the door for having maybe your jungler play in that marksman position to be able to dominate, use that mechanical ability he has with a Roger to be able to kind of push there. And as you move into the team fights, the engagements are, I mean, there's just so many options with having a Roger on your team.
Maybe like Mobazane Roger could come back. You never know. Maybe we'll see something. Yeah. Who knows? But yeah, we are going to jump into it. I mean, Area 77 takes the game very cleanly. LEGACi, sadly, like you said, top 8 team, but Riles is back with the big dogs, and I think all the teams gave him a very warm welcome this season. Had a little bit of trouble getting it together, but we're going to see him in playoffs, so excited for that. Area 77 showing some of this flexibility. I think that's what the big takeaway of this series. Will we see something different from them when we jump into playoffs here?
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of excited to see. Honestly, I'm kind of eating my words when it comes, because I hate roster swaps. I hate role swaps. I think it really kind of ruins the synergy of teams, but I want to say Area 77 here kind of proving me wrong. This was a very smooth and fluid game from them, and very exciting to see some of the different picks.
I definitely agree. Very exciting, especially with ISO. I mean, I'm not surprised that Tarzan could put out that Roger, not just as a goal lane position, but also Roger itself has always been a hyper role that Tarzan can play. However, ISO's lane was super clean to perfection. I mean, they were on a gold lead, but even then, it was executed perfectly. So that is definitely a pleasant surprise. And then the Tarizla is just fun added. Sparkled some fun onto it. We know this is going to be crazy. Today is the last of the regular season, and they are faced up against LEGACi. So a lot of fun watching those series.
Yeah, definitely a blast seeing ISO on that. I mean, from the Hayabusa, the Ling, we took a little trip down memory lane. We get to see all these old heroes. It's definitely, and we came into this day thinking this is a possibility, right? It's last day. Most of their positions are secured. Area 77 with that win will end their standing at 12 points. LEGACi's sadly unable to put a point on the board.
As I know LEGACi knows, there is work to be done, especially before they have some time before the playoffs to kind of rethink their strategies, kind of get together as a team and iron out some of these deficiencies. Like we said, still a top 8 team here in North America. It's just that when you get up here, man, it's a whole different game here at the top 8 of North America. And the LEGACi have learned that lesson, I want to say, these last 4 weeks.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe Riles needs to post a little less of the gym content and a little bit more of the MLBB. Now, last match, the MVP will be announced by Trex. Let's see who the MVP is.
ISO, baby. Already knew it. The guy went almost completely deathless in 2 games straight. 12-0-6 was his last match. You can see some of his items. You can see the builds. And this is a guy we've been seeing on the gold lane for the past 2 seasons, but it just goes to show he's got some more tricks up his sleeve. I can hear the viewers. I can hear the NACT fans going, oh, ISO best jungler. ISO new best jungler. I can hear it now.
Well, they're certainly definitely wanting. I know there's some people in the viewers are wanting, oh, let's stay with this kind of roster or stay with these type of roles for both of them. But like we were talking about before, it only sometimes works when it's going against certain assassins. It's still a little bit in that experimenting phase, but definitely something exciting to see from Area 77.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming back during the playoffs, a lot could happen. A lot could happen with the rosters as well as the roles that the players play. And we know from experience that NA players are very versatile and they are often put in different roles just because of the nature of our region. So very, very fun indeed. And we're going to have an interview with Jules Cutie, the designated sub for Area 77. How are you doing today, Jules?
I'm doing good. You good?
I'm good. Definitely great to see you on camera as well as joining back in Area 77. How are you feeling? Because you get swapped up a lot. It's like you get a Call of Duty every morning telling you to jump right in. How are you feeling with that?
I'm feeling good about it. I accept the role of being a sub, so yeah.
Do you practice a lot with your team? I mean, does your team even practice? I asked this question in the previous streams, and teams are like, we don't even practice anymore. So what's going on with Area 77?
Yeah, actually, we don't really practice that much. I think they do, but I don't know. I haven't played for like a week, so.
But you're confident just walking back in with that Teresla.
Yeah, I'm confident with that.
I like it. I like the confidence. Now, you guys tried out some very interesting picks, and one of them is the new hero chip. How do you think of the new hero chip? Is it comparable to Luoyi? Because you're the mage role, right? Does it offer the same kind of tools and tricks that the Luoyi does?
Oh, well, for me, I think the chip ult is better than Luoyi ult. So yeah, because like I think it's faster with the teleportation and stuff.
And have you guys practiced a little bit with the chip in the roster? Like, do you have any tips on how to work that chip in the team?
I think they've been practicing chip a lot, but in order, if you guys want tips, you guys probably have to ask Chip for that.
Ask Chip for that. I like it. We're gonna send a message to Chip on how to play him better. Now, for your team going into playoffs, the playoff is gonna happen next week. Are we gonna still see this roster swap every now and then with playoffs coming in?
Well, might most likely be depending on Marquis' schedule. So yeah.
So what's going on with him again? Is he working during those days?
Yeah, he's working during those days.
And that's something that you can't really like work out, right? Because it's gonna continue happening going into playoffs. And as you guys know, playoffs is a little bit less forgiving if you do go down into a lower bracket because it's double elimination series. So are you guys trying to figure something out to be more prepared for that?
Yeah, we have something in plan, but like we're just keeping it to ourselves for now.
I like it. Keep it as a secret for now. And any hint though into the roster, any predictable roster changes coming up for Area 77, or is that a secret?
That's a secret.
I like it. We're not splitting any facts out here. So what is the placement for Area 77 that you guys want to achieve this season? Vegas?
Yeah, I want to go to Vegas. Trying to see my favorite host.
Oh, well, definitely trying to see my favorite Jules Cutie at Vegas. So continue working hard, and we'll see you back in the playoffs.
See ya.
Adorable. So adorable, guys.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It's gonna be hard to bring Liz down after a comment like that.
I still get thrown off seeing every time Liz comes on camera. I'm like, oh yeah, she's blonde again.
Yeah, it's Zeke with a new haircut, you know. Trex don't even know how to comment to that.
It looks like a different person. But I mean, great. And I'm actually happy because we did see some exciting things from them this game. And then him hinting that there might be some exciting things in the future in store for Area 77 that they're working on and trying to keep a little bit of a secret for the playoffs. And we already know that they do have the capability. We saw them take on and take down a BTK in a surprise upset. So anything can happen when they reach the playoffs.
Yeah, and as they mentioned, they don't even practice. So we don't know if that's true or not, but based on what they're trying to say is if they put in all the work, maybe they can just might make that happen. Maybe we'll just see Jules Cutie at Vegas.
I mean, if they can get they got a big upset day one, you know, it means there's possibilities. The fact that certain teams have lost this season You know, the fact that every team has taken at least one loss this season means that anything can really happen in playoffs, right? There's no real black and white here. It is very possible for upsets to happen when we jump into playoffs.
Yeah, and that's made it much more exciting. I didn't even think about that stat, that every single team has taken a loss here, which does, and that adds, we've been talking about how the predictions have been going, where it's so hard to predict things because these teams bring something new every single time. They step it up when that big monster starts stepping foot in front of them, especially when it's Gaimin Gladiators or BTK. A lot of these teams, they really bring out a lot of those hidden plans and those ideas for some of these drafts and some of these gameplay.
Shall we call it case unsolved? Anyways, going up next, we have GG versus Fiends. Actually, before that, we have a lovely giveaway for all our lovely fans, as always. The giveaway today will be redeem one of these permanent skins. The limited quantity is 31, so first come, first serve. Make sure you scan that code, that QR code, type that code in, and be one of the first 31 winners. Now, I sometimes read the chat, and everyone is always asking for, oh, where's the giveaway? Where's the giveaway? The giveaway is here now, so make sure you are that first 31 person to secure that giveaway.
I mean, giveaways are always a plus, and I think we never really run out of them. It's a win-win. I don't know.
We never run out of giveaways, but we do run out of those specific codes there. Like you said, only 31 people able to claim it, so be quick with your phone.
Yeah, petition to Moonchan for more diamonds coming in. But upcoming next after the break, we're going to have GG versus Fiends. We're going to have Zia take on Kohari the Brave. Nope.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so how are you guys looking at for that matchup? I mean, we heard Basic talk up some big words last week and also in the interview. So if you guys haven't seen that, check it out in the NA channel. So a lot of fire stirring up a little bit. We're not creating drama, it's just happening. So a lot of fire happening in the NA scene, especially in that marksman lane. How do you guys feel about current marksman standings?
I think there's some room for some players, but also we saw last week, like you said, you know, Basic showed up on Kohari, and there was some hype around Kohari. You know, maybe I played a small part in that. But we're also seeing the difference happen, right? Basic really kind of he bullied Kohari last week, and that is the reality of the situation. So I think Fiends is either going to come into this game, we got a lot to prove here, and they're going to play their hearts out, or we're going to see Zia do something similar to Kohari of what we saw Basic last week.
Well, when it comes to it too, it can't, especially taking on Gaimin Gladiators, it's not the Zia show. And it does seem like it's been like all about the Kohari. Everybody's leaning on Kohari to kind of make that play. When it comes to Gaimin Gladiators, it's not just on Zia. Zia plays a great role on the team, but man, there's just some powerhouses all around the roster that are able to back him up, able to let him be very smooth in that lane, be relaxed. So all he has to worry about is getting farmed up for that mid lane. And that's going to come into play too, especially when we've seen Kohari. He does great when he can get that momentum behind him. He's able to push that momentum forward and really spearhead into the enemy. But when you're behind and you need to be patient and you need to be relaxed and you need to wait for opportunities, is that something Kohari can do? And I think that's what we're going to find out if he has that patience here against a team like Gaimin Gladiators.
And we'll find out if Kohari has that patience and that momentum right after a short break.
Hey guys, this is Best Player 1 Jungler for Team Gaimin Gladiators. Welcome to another episode of One Trick Guide. Today I want to share with you my one-shot fanny guide. The secret is recalls. That's right. Well, what do you mean by recalls, Best Player? Let me explain. After each kill, instead of walking around and find a few more minions or jungle creeps to farm, it's very important that you just recall and get all your juice back before returning to the battlefield and fight again. This might sound troll or oversimplified in a way, but it's not. It's super valid. Return to base frequently as Fanny is probably the most important part of my efficient energy management. Yeah, that's about it. You can thank me for this amazing tip by coming to support GG and NACT. And I will see you on the next episode of One Trick Guide.
What is up, everyone? It's your host, Liz, back with the Week 3 NACT recap. With GG locking in that #1 seed, BTK crushing the dreams and goals of the most anticipated underdogs, DA and Fiends, Week 3 can be best described as a battle for the third best in NA. Allow me to introduce the love triangle among Fiends, Area 77, and the Night Horde. The story began when Night Horde first took a hard-fought victory against Fiends in Week 2. We're talking about back and forth full 3-game series. In the end, Night Horde was able to step it up in their team macro and secure the win. In Week 3, however, is where everything took a turn. While Night Horde saw a fat out, Fiends put up a brilliant performance and took down NA's powerhouse Area 77. Kohari the Brave once again brought his team from the brink of defeat to hope and triumph. Interestingly, in the post-game interview, the star Kohari will sow some seed that he later comes to regret. Name that like Trex first called you, but everybody else is calling you now Kohari the Great. Are you really? Do you feel like the Great?
I don't think so. There's still so many teams to beat, like BTK, GG, Basic. Like,
Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I think like this game ready up for BTK because I'm just gonna spill it. Like they have the same drop, Tarzan and Bombasate. Yeah. So it's gonna be easy.
So
I
you
think,
feel it?
tomorrow.
1 week later.
Oh, back in. Knock up. Taken out. Basic able to pick up the kill.
Kohari!
Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy Light Wheel. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Turo against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore. They find the 2-0 sweep.
BTK looking stronger than ever, shutting down Fiends, not creating the opportunity for the reverse sweep.
And this is what Basic gotta say after BTK's victory against the Brave.
How does it feel, man? Kohari, Kohari the Brave has been a topic of conversation for so many people. You got to face him today. Any thoughts on him?
I think I don't know, man. Like I think it's just a below average gold laner. Like I don't see anything special.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I don't know what's the all hype about him because I don't know. It was pretty easy going against him.
And this is why we love esports. Promise is made, promise is checked. In other news, GG demonstrated in their match against DA why they're still the most expected team to land in Riyadh. Not even top global Freya Mikasa can stop this Sparta's charge. Last but not least, big congratulations to both Roscoe and all the Bloodhound boys for breaking their losing streak and securing a dominating win versus LEGACi. Let's take a moment to hear what their handsome captain has to say.
But, I don't know that you guys are absolutely locked into this #7 spot. Do you guys have any hopes or goals as far as placement goes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're still hoping to get the dub next week. I think we're against Devious Axe. They're a very, very strong team, but we're going to give it our all, and we're going to keep prepping the way we have and try to keep this momentum up and, go on a 2-win streak. So good luck to them.
That's about to wrap it up for us this week. I hope you guys enjoyed the short recap as much as Shark enjoys lying down bedridden during NACT matches. I mean, what that teddy bear must have gone through. I'm your host, Liz. I'll see you on the next broadcast.
Just pretty much doing the damage itself in J here.
Oh, they tried for the Divine Judgment, but didn't get caught. Kohari finds the kill there. A blazing duet from ISO, not able to find too many marks there. You can see the vengeance from Uneven with those electrifying beats, able to put some damage on Kohari on the back line, trying to shred down. Yureshi might be the next one, and that is it. You can see Kohari. There are no more members for him to take down.
Ooh.
Divine Judgment comes out. Minoan Fury looking for it. Big damage coming on the Fiends as the rest of Area 77 is going to have to back off. Kohari doesn't care though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Judy. Able to shred him down. They thought it was over and they were safe under tower. Kohari wags his finger.
That's a 4-man set.
Yeah, that's a big set there. Blazing Duet into the back line. Is it going to be enough to put some damage onto them? Sayori might be in trouble, but oh my, Riles gets taken down. Oh my, foe putting on the damage there. PDR in trouble, trying to get back to the safety of his tower. Sleepy finds the kill onto him.
It just seems like Melon is having a great game right now.
Yeah, and right now Kush can be able to find himself the first Lord of the game. Electo Final Blow is out. Basic finds a kill onto Mielo Trade, so they do find the marksman. Mobazane gets taken down by Yato. Basic in trouble here, gets taken down by a fracture.
A little bit of damage on Akuya Nash. Whoopi able to zone in on Tempest. Tempest dashes through with the Vengeance. Rams is under tower with PDR. PDR taking way too many tower shots, but Tona's Welcome locks on. Akuya Nash can try to help out, bring down the bash. Riles hooked in under the tower, and it's a jungler for a jungler.
Yeah, definitely lethal. As you are going to see them invade into the jungle now. This is what happens when you take that turret.
It just keeps going. Ooga Booga, though. The winner, Trexion, denying them, buying any bit of time he can, but still goes down for Whoopi with the Black Dragon, able to zone away LEGACi. Nice Minoan's Fury, plus the knockup onto Oh My Foe there. Plus the Yin Yang. Ooh, a lot of damage. Trexion able to pick up the kill onto Oh My Foe, but now Roger, or J Cutie, goes down. You're actually looking for the shred. Tarzan as well. It's a 2-for-1. Yeah, and the big problem is Yato's supposed to kind of be the answer to that, right? You need some burst damage. Hold on. Nice damage on a Shark there. Shark trying to dash through, gets the final slash, almost gets the outplay. T may eventually go down for this one. Zia able to collect, able to get a double. Kush goes down, and now they're on the chase for Yato as well. Ooh, a lot of damage. Best player might just go for the dive.
Hello everyone, we are back with Agent Liz, Agent Private, and our favorite Trex. How are you guys doing? Are we excited for the next coming match?
I'm doing great. You know, every time I hear you tell me that I'm your favorite, it really just makes me excited for the next match.
You sound so excited.
Yeah, we're going to be moving into, I want to say, #1 in North America, Gaimin Gladiators taking on the Fiends. It's going to be a big highlight reel for the marksman lane. I want to say a lot of people trying to pay attention to that gold lane here in the next match.
Yeah, and I like what you said about how Kohari is carrying his team in a lot of matchups. He is leading the game, but for Zia, he has the opportunity and the privilege to actually just sit back and do his job in his lane. So that's very important to consider as well. Now, what I want to know is, are we going to see Chip back again for this next matchup?
Maybe we see it from GG. I don't know if Fiends will pull it out. I think one of the things that I always point out for Fiends is they really like the support combo. They like Magic and Kohari to be able to combo up either with the Angela, either with something like the Raph. We've seen them pull out the Estus. That's something they really favor into it. It lets them be that aggressive team that they want to be. The problem is when they don't get those picks, they still get just as aggressive. But yeah, I think those are some of the things we need to keep our eyes out. If Magic can maybe secure the Angela, we could definitely maybe see Kohari pop off. But the Chip, GG definitely likes to experiment. It could be something we see from them.
Yeah, I'm definitely favoring the Roger on the Fiend side. It just melds well for Kahari if he can get into a commanding, not even a commanding, if he can even edge his team ahead, the Roger's going to play very well into his style of being very aggressive, diving under towers, and being able to get those kills while still creating an escape for himself as well.
Yeah, if only he can actually get that Roger. We know a lot of players have been practicing that Roger, and Zia was one of them on his stream. So let's take a look at first roster change for Fiends. Trex, take it away.
All right, I was worried we were going to see Kohari getting swapped out, but it's okay. The man, the myth, the legends, we've heard a lot about this guy. Avery is going to be swapping in for Churobami. Excited to see how he's able to play and if this is going to make a huge difference. Kohari will be in the gold lane, Magic in the roaming position, Avery, Pro Destroy, and Uneven jumping in as well. Now, I'm pretty sure Avery will be subbing in as the mid laner?
Whatever it is,
we'll find out. we'll find out which roles, because that's something and especially something we saw from Area 77 with their kind of swap in. They did switch up roles as well to kind of possibly compensate for that. So we'll see if that kind of continues on.
And now GG's roster private.
Yeah, I think we are going to start off, though we don't even have any swaps for Gaimin Gladiators. We're going to stick with these 5 memorable faces. Zia in the gold lane, Shark bringing up the roam, Hoon in the mid, Best Player bringing up the jungle, and Flied Chicken, who's made a name for himself these last few weeks, in the XP lane.
This should be a very entertaining game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fried Chicken, the man... he brought up the best entertainment for NA. I mean, we are literally at the center of the show right now, and I personally think the best form of entertainment is drama itself. So I'm proudly saying that NA is a very entertaining region indeed.
I mean, we dress up in outfits, we talk smack to each other. It's a wonderful place to be right now. The NACT soap opera is lit.
Yeah, and right now, Gaimin Gladiators, a team that has been on top of NA, have gone through their struggles this season. I don't want to say it's their struggles. They have continued to improve, continued to get better. It's just the teams around here right now in North America, namely BTK, have come back with a vengeance, got a win off of them, and I'm wondering what kind of differences we're going to see from Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, they have to realize it's not going to be an easy walk like it has been the last season for them. So they're gonna have to bring out something special. Maybe not today, but definitely for the playoffs.
For sure, and it is a good thing though, because we need the competition to be fierce in North America in order to prepare our teams for the competitive stage in the international scene. And I think it's very good because teams like Gaimin Gladiators, they are improving, yes, but their teammates, their competitors in our region are also competing, and that's what we want to see. So I'm very excited for the playoffs and for these teams coming in stronger than ever in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think any team taking a loss is definitely healthy. I think it definitely kind of sets their mind right, lets them know, okay, there's still room to improve. Okay, this isn't just going to be an easy run. And I think for the first time, there's no team, we said it earlier, every team's taken at least one loss. There's no team that's like, this is just going to be easy. So I think all the big dogs right now on the seedings are practicing every day. They're getting ready. They know what's ahead of them. Last season, we saw BTK lose to Avalon and only take 3rd place. Several teams know what's at stake here, and they know at any point there's a lot more big fish in the sea right now.
Yeah, and I think that's the real.
Go on, Private.
I was about to say, I think that's a very important point. The important point here is that every team here knows that it can be snatched away at a moment's notice.
Yeah, let's see what our casters feel about this snatch. Who is it going to? I'm already feeling that Yue is the odd one out. He does have that special place in his heart for Fiends, even though this whole season he has been very serious in the predictions game. He's always trying his best to win, but for Fiends, he has that little faith for Fiends, and everyone else did vote for GG. So yeah, what do you guys think?
I want to point out the UA vote real quick, just because that was, if we go all the way back to like a round table before the season started, I remember him hyping up Fiends, and none of us really had any clue about them. And I just want to say his hype came through, man. So if I wasn't being so competitive about my votes this season, then yeah, I might have voted for Fiends as well.
Well, they have come a long way from that mystery team that first knocked out Team Gosu in the qualifiers to right now. They've just had a very strong performance. I want to say one of the stronger performances that we've had from a brand new team here in North America. Usually it's kind of the same names, the same teams that are kind of holding up that top spot in North America, but Fiends have come on like a firestorm.
Yeah, and they might just continue improving and improving, as they're all very, very young players. And let's get into draft. Actually, draft is ready, so take it away, boys.
All right, into the second series of the night, jumping into the draft. GG up against Fiends. GG will be on the blue side. Now, we saw two teams experiment a little bit earlier today, and we think it could be possible again. I think Fiends, though, are going to come in just swinging, and there goes that Angela ban from GG off rip. Like I said, this is something that I think, whether you think you're a better team than them or not, Fiends have definitely showed that these are the compositions that they are very strong with.
Yeah, and I'm actually, and the Masha ban, I'm actually flabbergasted, because I feel like there's some note, something I missed about Masha being very strong right now. All teams have found a place for her on their bans. I'm wondering though, are we gonna see, we saw a little bit from the last series, are we gonna see maybe best player flex out a little bit on some of the assassins that he kind of made a name for himself with? He has kind of stayed himself very calm with a lot of those tankier picks when it's been these very serious matches, but they've got a very, I want to say, a secure lead in first place right now. We might see best player kind of flex out a bit, get himself on that Ling, get himself on that Fanny that we know he can do.
Definitely a possibility. I don't think GG will get too crazy. I think Fiends is a team they know that will compete against them, will catch them slipping if they try to get too out of mind. And there is that bonus you get from winning, right? So it kind of keeps teams at being a little more competitive, wanting to at least try to secure a little more money in the pot for themselves. All right, so I heard something. Some intel has come in. I saw a clip, and I've been reminded now. I saw a clip. Supposedly Masha has some build right now that just does like an insane amount of damage, like you're one-tapping other players or something. And I don't know if it's something that recently was discovered or something that just came in. I still haven't seen it in any overseas competitiveness, but maybe it's just something that some of these players amongst each other have been seeing in rank. Some of these players have been worried about other teams picking up, but there's a little word that maybe there's something going on with Masha right now, some sort of insane burst damage.
Well, relative to the Masha, I mean, pretty standard bans all out from GG and Fiends right now. Matilda being taken off the board by Fiends and Minotaur. A lot of that CC and I want to say the regen ability that you get from the Matilda. Oh, and Valentina being taken off. We might be looking at a possible Faramis pickup from Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah. Fermi's definitely a possibility here. And I think it's even though it's not as like proud, I think first pick, it is something that's still pretty viable, and I think it throws a lot of teams off. And with the Valentina gone, you immediately lose that answer. I will say this though, Fiends, Kohari likes to pick up the Claude, which is a great answer to the Fermis. So GG needs to be prepared that Fiends will counter them if that's what they want to lean into up front. Fiends though, I mean, maybe they call it. It's like, oh, we'll ban out the Fermis then, but we have the Nolan still open, Arlot's open for fried chicken if he wants it. Still a lot of things on the field. Vex, there goes the chip ban though, so no chip, game one.
Yeah, possibility of still seeing that Roger. We saw it prioed in the last series, and we're gonna see what we get here from these guys. I mean, typically you're kind of looking at the XP lane. Yeah, and there goes the Arlet pickup for Gaimin Gladiators, which probably leads into a Vexana pickup for Fiends along with XP lane for them.
Yeah, definitely possibly an EXP lane. They do like to put Kohari up front, so maybe they pick up the Roger. or put Kohari on something comfortable that we've seen him with, something like the carry, something like the Claude. Make sure they're set up. They get the Barats in. Ruby could also be a possible pick here. Plenty of options to go. I mean, plenty of things are open right now. I think seen Chicken with the R-Lot, though, or we've seen Shark on the R-Lot as well, so a lot of flexibility from GG here. Just a really solid upfront pick.
Yeah, they're definitely very flexible from them. Still waiting to see what we're going to pick up from Fiends. 5 seconds left. They already have that Barats, already have that very tanky front line. And there it is. There's the Roger. And this is something I'm actually kind of excited to see because I feel like it does match Kohari's play style. But then again, we also need to see how well they can deal with the aggression that's going to come from Gaimin Gladiators as well.
And now GG needs to respond. Do they lock in a gold lane of their own here? Possibly Harith. We saw the Harith do pretty decent against the Roger before. It does seem to be one of the answers, and I think if they don't pick it up soon, they lose some possibilities. Because honestly, the carry, unless Zia just feels confident, unless Zia just feels like good, like I can play whatever against him, he definitely needs something that has some range, because you need to be able to deal with the poke from the Roger. You need to be able to get your minions, and if you get too close to Roger, he's going to close the distance, he's going to pounce, he's going to get slowdown, and it does become a problem. But Hoon's going to lock in the Lu Yi, and we said no, Zia's going to be okay. We're bringing in that X-Borg.
Honestly, I'm a fan. I think a lot of people already know I'm a fan of Lu Yi and what she brings to the battlefield. It's a shame we don't see her too often. She is starting to come back into the meta. Yeah. We saw last week Hoon with the diversion is very surgical with it. He's able to almost use it on cooldown, whether it's getting his allies to their lane faster, setting up for ganks, or setting up for objective finds as well. So a great pickup by Gaimin Gladiators, and I definitely want to see how this pick will play out.
Let's see the Novaria maybe from the side of Fiends here. They go for the Vex instead. I think it fits their play style a bit more. Yeah, the Lu Yi has just been like, it's rocketed. I mean, you get a surprising amount of early game damage. You get a bunch of utility, and I think once the enemy picks a jungle, once you know they're going to have something a bit more slow pace, and your mid lane might not get as punished as maybe like a Nolan would or something like that, you kind of know you're pretty safe to pick the Lu Yi, because one thing she does lack is the, just kind of mobility, no dash, things like that. But as long as Hoon's able to stay safe, there's definitely going to become a problem with this. Guinevere will get banned from the side of Fiends. We saw best player pick it up in the jungle last week, I think. So yeah, I think overall Fiends covering a few bases. I think they do need to look at this gold lane, though, and think about what could give Kohari some problems.
Yeah, just on paper right now, I want to say this draft, Fiends, if they're able to close the distance, you were talking about that, if they're able to kind of close the distance on a Lu Yi, who does not really have a lot of escapability, and that's kind of what you have with Kohari on this Roger. He's going to be able to kind of dive through a lot of that CC to kind of get back there and possibly close the distance with that Lycan pounce. We're going to see if that's going to kind of come into play. We're already kind of, I want to say, countering out the Barats with the X-Borg. You got a lot of that true damage once X-Borg gets all of his stacks on. Then you've got the CC coming from this, coming from the R-Lot here as well. So I think the only thing that we're kind of missing just yet is I want to say that early game from Gaimin Gladiators that X-Borg kind of fills out, but I want to say Gaimin Gladiators usually kind of come out with a little bit more to kind of hold them through that early.
Okay, so there's two things about this Fanny ban. Either best player was like, I want to play Fanny, and the rest of the team is like, no. Or they're really just covering their bases. We were just talking about how the Lu Yi has a little bit of trouble against kind of hyper-aggressive junglers, and I think it's like it's not unheard of to see a Barats get flexed over, so we really need to cover our bases. Just take that out of the way. Fiends, I was thinking maybe they would pick up the Estes. I think the Rafaela works a little bit better, especially since the Lu Yi's on the field, since the last Insanity's on the field. You're not as honed in to grouping up with the Raph. You can kind of be a bit more split up if you want to, but there goes the Nolan pick for best player, and Zia will pick up the Harith.
Yeah, Harith, you were talking about it. It wasn't exactly shining in the last series, but that's because LEGACi was having a lot of trouble in their lane. But on this side, where you're going to have Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to be able to support that lane. They're going to be able to kind of mismatch against Gohari. We're going to see how well he can do into this, especially with the aggression we're definitely going to see from the Nolan with best player. As I want to say, he's going to be one of the targets. I don't know if you're going to be really focusing on Roger as a target just because of his ability to kind of move in and out of the battlefield with a lot of those damage negating abilities, but definitely Vexana is going to have a world of trouble.
Vexana, I mean, the whole mid lane is gonna have could have some trouble here. Fiends, though, there it is. There's the, and I was wondering, I'm like, are we gonna see them go for the swap and kind of try to match the pace? So Baratzi XP. It's going to have some trouble against that X-Borg, especially in laning phase and moving on. Like, you're literally, it's like, this is the counter to your pick, and we're going to stick it in your lane now. So that could be an issue. Looking at the XP lane, Fiends with this Joy, how is it going to match up against this Nolan and just mid overall? I like GG. They have the R-Lot, which that's going to be a game changer, I feel like, against Avery and Magic here.
I almost feel like Joy could actually work in the EXP lane and would do a decent job against X-Borg, because you're going to be able to get behind a lot of his abilities and negate a lot of that damage. So that actually, if that's their plan, that actually might work into this composition very well.
And we don't see the swap. Uneven did stayed on it, so I think you're complete. It's been so long since I've seen an EXP lane Joy. I think it was like M4 when that was really popular. But we will be jumping into match number 1. Fiends going up against Gaimin Gladiators in a best of 3 in the last day of the season.
Have to say, I'm actually a very big fan of Fiend's draft right now. They don't have the R-Lot, or they don't have the Nolan in the that's going to have a lot of that early game pressure, and they're going to have to be able to find a way to stop best player in the early game. But I do like this draft from Fiends.
Yeah, we'll see if I think at this point they need to kind of take a slow pace. Gaimin Gladiators will most likely try to hit the gas on them, as they always do with teams that they perceive a little bit weaker than them. And Fiends need to just kind of be able to withstand that. They do have the ability, I think once they hit level 4 or so, once Magic hits level 4, once Avery hits level 4, I think Fiends could honestly hit the gas a little bit. Maybe try to bully in on a best player, maybe try to steal a purple buff. They have the heal, they have the bulky jungler.
Yeah, a lot of impure rages out there for the side of Fiends. Definitely not looking to rotate back for a lack of mana on their side. They want to stay in the lane as long as possible to kind of keep up this pressure, or at least be able to withstand the pressure that Gaimin Gladiators is sure to put on.
With the poke to Gohari, as he is able to kind of go toe-to-toe with Zia. Zia's going to freeze the lane, though. Let the minions come to his side of the map. ProDestroy already getting aggressive, pushing in, taking camps. On the boss side, though, best player maybe looks for a play onto that Joy, but unable to find it. Turtle up in 15 seconds.
I like this from Fiends already. They're trying to match the pace from Gaimin Gladiators, taking the enemy jungle, making sure that they're a force in there. And Shark really, I mean, being patient, but I mean, there's not much that he's able to do to kind of withstand it as we're moving into this first objective fight for these teams.
Yeah, best player uses the fracture there onto Avery, unable to get the kill, and with that ult gone, he loses a little bit of utility coming up onto this turtle. Fiends gotta know, they have the advantage, I think, in this team fight, and I think they need to try to push this. Uneven also gonna get involved here. Fly Chicken zoning out the front side. ProDestroy able to steal the first turtle. Tona's welcome. Gonna gobble up down on the boss side, get the slam of Shark, and get the first blood. Fiends take the lead.
A very good opening for Fiends there, especially for ProDestroy being able to swoop in there beside best player to get that retribution off of them, and then they find a kill as well.
Moon comes up to the top side to try to help out Zia here, let him maybe go back to base and also escape from the engage. And I think at this point, Fiends should know, okay, we can actually win some fights here. We can duel, we can catch them off guard, and they need to try to take advantage of that. They have a gold lead, and I think when you have a bulky jungler going up against an assassin jungler, that's when you try to make your play happen.
Yeah, and I want to say right now, lanes are definitely going into the favor of Fiends right now, especially uneven. He is kind of being pushed back into his tower, but he's still doing a good job, and it's going to be very hard for them to be able to find that gank onto him. On the other side, though, I want to say Pro Destroy is doing an excellent job of keeping up this pressure, making sure that you're not going to get left behind when best player starts kind of getting those kills, sweeping through the jungle, as he does clear very quickly, but Pro Destroy in a little bit of a gold lead above best player right now in the 3-minute mark. So, I mean, just a phenomenal start for Fiends right now.
Ooh, look for the play onto Zia here. They're trying to get him to come over. He's not biting the bait, though. He's going to stay under the tower. He's going to play it out safe. And both teams have kind of been like huddling up to the gold lane here and there, looking for one of them to make a mistake. But Kohari and Zia have both been on their best behavior, playing very cleanly. Magic here to help out Kohari as Shark joins as well. Avery might... Ooh, nice dodge on the final slash. Kohari able to dance through it. Zia gonna dash in, take a little bit of damage, drop some Mon's Force. Gonna have to back away because Avery now here, but look at Hoon with the diversion. Able to get the duality, procced onto Kohari there, but Kohari able to dash away.
A very safe and I want to say a mechanical game played by both. Zia not taking the bait, staying back. Both teams, I want to say, using the least amount of spells to kind of get out of harm's way. I mean, I almost want to say they're kind of evenly matched here at the 4-minute mark, as we're going to go ahead and start for this second turtle.
Best player does get the fracture, but going to get jumped up. A lot of damage on a best player. He's going to have to back off here. Fiends will have... Oh, Kohari taking a little bit of damage, though. Does go down to Shark. Best player might look for the re-engage. Fly Chicken with the last Insanity, but not enough damage. Zia falls to Pro Destroy. And now it's a 1-for-1. Fiends take control of the pit once again.
Yeah, and like I said, another great handle there by Fiends here, pushing out Gaimin Gladiators for this next objective. Unfortunately, now the turtle getting reset, and I mean, you're not going to get very many opportunities like that against a team like Gaimin Gladiators. We're going to see if they pay for it.
Final slash lands on a Pro Destroy. Last Insanity comes in. This should be it. Fly Chicken able to get the kill, and best player gets away with a sliver of health. They're not going to fully commit, though, onto this turtle just yet. We're still sitting at a stalemate.
Yeah, uneven, unfortunately not able to find best player. He was looking for it, and Kohari taking a heap of damage here, well into enemy territory. I have to wonder what he was thinking there.
Yeah, I think Harith is the answer. I think a lot of teams have been struggling, trying to figure it out, and I think we found it. Harith has definitely gotten the better of the Roger from what we've seen.
Yeah, but I mean, charging forward so far. I mean, honestly, it's Kohari. That's something that we expect. But this is kind of what we were talking about. Is that maybe he has to learn to be patient, because there's the good, and he's not always going to have a fight in his favor, especially against a team like Gaimin Gladiators.
And now this turtle will most likely fall down to GG. Luckily, GG not ahead, which normally at a point like this is where they start to kind of hit their spike. We're about 7 minutes in. People are going to start getting those second items locked in here soon. Helmet just got locked in for Pro Destroy. Luckily, he's sitting pretty comfy. It's 9 to 10 in terms of levels between the junglers.
Ooh, Kohari might be in a little bit of a bad way there. 3 members, but here comes the diversion.
And a little bit of damage. Pro Destroy missed the Daytona's welcome, but he's still able to absorb some of this damage. The rest of the team is here to help out. Nice final slash does land down onto Kohari. Hoon finally going to drop Pro Destroy, picking up the kill. And now GG is forced to run away. Fiends able to capitalize.
Yeah, but while all this is going on at the mid lane, you can see best player already pressing. This is like what we saw from the side of Area 77. Even though they lose some pressure down at the bottom, they're still able to make things happen on the other side of the map.
And they want to try to make up for it by pushing in the bot lane, but they're just not able to break through. So in the end, GG comes out on top in that trade.
Yeah, and this is where they start sliding along toward the mid game, is where they start hitting their power spikes. This is where they're going to start enforcing their will throughout a lot of these rotations, and Fiends need to find an answer for this. Ooh, Kohari getting very dangerously close in some of these fights.
I mean, Here's the thing, Fiends like to group up. They like to, you know, have 4, sometimes even 5 members together, especially around this stage of the phase, and GG's is just taking full advantage of that. They have the diversion to be able to meet up when these ganks happen. They have best player and a quick-moving jungler to try to get the split pushes. Fiends need to find an answer for that. I think the answer is uneven, but his time is completely taken with Fried Chicken right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of where you're at. He's kind of at a standstill here with Chicken. Oh, actually, we're going to be a gank time for Uneven.
Even's a fast boy, should be able to back off, but now he's lost a tower, getting chased down by the last Insanity, forced to use the electrifying beats just to get away. Bit of a gank down on the bot side, though. Going to be able to possibly take down Shark here. Shark able to dash through, gets a flicker, but Avery still finds a kill. And now Kohari looking for the 1v1, but still able to just get away. They find the double kill and the tower along with it. Best play. Oh, Magic! I thought he stole it for a second, but no. He just gets the kill. Right when the Lord was going down, that pop-up happened. So it's 2 kills for the side of Fiends, but they lose a Lord. Who does the trade go to?
I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure best player, especially getting that momentum now, able to put a kill onto Uneven. But it was the tower that Magic got. It did flew through me too. I thought he got the Lord. I'm like, wait, he's on the other side of the map.
It popped up like right when the Lord went down. I'm like, how did he do it? He's halfway across the map. Ooh, look at best player though. Maybe in a bad spot. Should be able to get away though.
Yeah, and right now, this is just typical of what we see from Gaimin Gladiators. They get the advantage. They start pressing, especially through that middle lane. They've opened up the jungle, and now Fiends are going to have to find a way to defend their jungle from, you can see already, rotating through is Gaimin Gladiators, and Uneven in a tough position.
Here's the thing, you know, a little bit of damage on Uneven. Should be able to get away. They're going to try to push in onto this tower, though. Zaman's force is down. GG backs off. I want to bring up Kohari on the Roger because you mentioned it would be a great hero for him, but I feel like the Roger declares patience. You have to be able to let your team engage first, and then you come in and reap the benefits. You come in and clean up. So Kohari really needs to kind of practice that. Oh, now he's in a bad spot. Speaking of him, taken out. He needs to be able to wait, and he definitely can't be doing split pushes like that on the map when you have a diversion available to GG.
Yeah, and I want to say that that's kind of the usefulness that now that we have with the diversion. Very much able to counter a lot of those split pushes, so it's going to be very hard for Fiends to even be able to find any positioning around the map.
And that's been like the big weakness of Kohari that we've seen for the past several weeks is he goes for these split pushes and gets cut off, but now Uneven looking for a kill on Fried Chicken, able to find it. It's going to be an important one for the side of Fiends. Everything matters right now.
Yeah, and just like that, when they get the kill, best player still putting some damage onto that mid lane, and Gaimin Gladiators is still doing a great job of pushing through. Fiends have a little bit of an advantage, and they're not trying to let it go. Only a 1,300 gold lead at the 10-minute mark.
A little bit of damage on a Pro Destroy. Zaman's force does drop, and look at Kohari once again in that bottom lane. I'm just waiting for the diversion to come out from Hoon. It's like, all right, let's go get this fool.
Yeah, and right now, and like this is what we were talking about, or at least that you mentioned, that Kohari needs to be patient. He's not able to jump in there to get those little hits there, but we do have a final slash.
That does. Followed up, though, by the last Guardian. Avery is able to get away and get topped off with the health from Magic there. Fiends not in a horrible position, only down about 1,000 gold. If Gaimin Gladiators make some mistakes on any of these fights, they could capitalize on it. Diversion does come to the backside. Hoon and Zia reposition. A lot of damage on a Fried Chicken. Kohari able to get a kill there. Well, this is all this is happening. Best player still split pushing on the top side, and look at Hoon and Zia right now. Ooh, they knew it. They sensed it. They felt it. Somebody peeked a little too early. Shark gonna engage. Gonna get knocked up, though. A lot of damage onto Shark. Shark able to dash through. The final hit does not connect, and he's able to get away safely, but best player coming to the backside, gets a fracture off onto Magic, but unable to get the kill. The tone is welcome. Does not connect. Now Uneven back into the fray of things. Lord down to about 20%, maybe make it 30. Zia takes a little bit of poke damage as well. Kohari and Uneven looking for the backside. Best player going to take a lot of damage. Best player able to dash through. Best player able to take out Magic, but Pro Destroy takes the Lord and takes down best player. Fiends able to even the deficit. Kohari, though, also in a little bit of trouble. Last Insanity does come out. Fried Chicken not going to fully commit.
What an excellent play and a defense there at the Lord Pit by Fiends. I mean, they were getting, the entirety of Gaimin Gladiators was there, and they were actually very low. Half the team was down to about half health and still able to force the push and force back Gaimin Gladiators in an effort to get that Lord.
Well, now Fiends are starting to hit a stride. We were talking about power spikes earlier and how GG had one, but now it feels like Fiends, Kohari finally starting to do some damage. Pro Destroy getting harder and harder to kill. And last but not least, Uneven is also becoming a problem.
Yeah, and right now we can start taking a look at this damage. You can see just narrowly in favor of the Fiends. 36,000 there for Kohari. And then you can see that Pro Destroy sitting there at 30k himself as we start the push with this Lord.
Uneven in the backside, forces out the Zamon's Force, makes sure as they secure the tower. Kohari gets a little bit of damage on a Fried Chicken, but they got what they came for. If they can get it, topside should fall as well to minions. Look at Best Player. Is he going to be able to take this here? Pro Destroy does not have his stacks up. He knows it's a fight that is dangerous, and he's unable to stop him. Best Player has been saving the day for GG.
Yeah, and this is just showing you the map presence that comes from Gaimin Gladiators there as well. Best Player's going to go into this bush. We do have a diversion.
Ooh, Uneven, the burst damage. Hoon finds the kill. Able to back off now. They find one. They find a tower. Even when Fiends feel like they're winning, GG is constantly tipping the scale.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, is Fiends is winning these team fights. They're having such a great game against the #1 in North America right now, but just these different moves from Gaimin Gladiators where you have the rotations from Best Player. Even though they lose the fight, Best Player able to get the purple buff, then round himself to the mid to take down a high ground tower from Fiends, and they are not able to find an answer.
Yeah, but only a 500 gold difference. Fiends, if they get a big team fight, I feel like this game could definitely come down to just a 3-4 man wipeout and shove it down mid from either side right here. GG definitely taking a slightly different approach. They know that Kohari taking a lot of damage, able to just dash away. Terrify does lock onto Shark there. GG unable to force it. Fiends will get top back off. One of the things they have going for them as well is magic on this Rafaela.
Yeah, and the other problem here right now, Kohari, Uneven actually in a little bit of problems.
Ups electrifying beats, may be able to get away, but look at the damage. Hoon picks up another kill. Now GG knows they have a little bit of an advantage here, may try to force this Lord.
Kohari gonna get picked off by Best Player, and that's gonna start rounding things in the onto the side of Gaimin Gladiators. We do have another diversion out.
They came in anyways. They knew they were there. He goes down. Hoon able to pick up the kills. Zia's taken out. Pro Destroy able to pick one up for himself. It's a 1 for 4 overall in the past 30 seconds. Fiends still on the decline. GG gonna start working on this Lord.
Yeah, and they're about half health. This is going to be very clean Lord for Gaimin Gladiators.
Holy Baptism does drop down, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't stop them. GG gonna take that Lord.
Yeah, and man, it's kind of crazy right now because I feel like Fiends are playing a great game. The only thing is just some of the little nuances of the fights. Like we said, they win some of the fights. They're getting out rotated on the backside by Best Player, and this is just kind of the value you get from some of these players right now. And I feel like Kohari not as effective on this. Oh, as I say that, he gets a kill onto Best Player.
I like it. The 1v1 you got me earlier. I'm going to take one from you. Kohari will go down, though. But that buys time for Fiends to take out this Lord. Very clean.
Yeah. Yeah, very clean there. But that is 1-1 apiece right now. Just right now, they're definitely able to hold Kohari down at a point to just about 1 kill. He's not able to get into those magical spots right now. Actually, Fly Chicken in a little bit of trouble here, but enforcing his will at this empty mid lane of Fiends.
Listen, he's still got a frag armor. He's got an immortality. This man's got like 4 lives right now. He can just hang out. And I mean, Fried Chicken's kind of been able to just go unsung here. Now we're creeping to the late game, and Xborg just becomes more and more of a problem. Avery, they're going to have to be able to burst down that frag armor in like one swift blow to keep him at bay, and right now it doesn't feel like they're able to.
Yeah, and especially because as I was talking about it, Kohari just on this Roger, while he can have that outplay potential, he doesn't have that burst potential that we're used to seeing with him with some of his picks.
Even gets a little bit of damage on Azia, but not able to get the finish. Hoon with another kill. Hoon is also starting to stack up. Kohari takes the last insanity to the face. GG zoning them away. Diversion play. Where are they going? Over to the mid here. I mean, Hoon is just always on the prowl with that.
Yeah, and always trying to find a great position behind Fiends, who are right now having issues. The damage, though, from Hoons right now, when he connects with those yin-yang passives of Lu Yi is just, it's insurmountable right now. And Fiends are getting surprised. It's basically becoming a one-hit onto Fiends.
That's definitely disgusting, but GG still not forcing it. I mean, are we going to get another 1v1 here? Meet me in the mid lane! Meet me in the mid lane! Kohari on the chase right now! Accidentally locks onto the minion there. Best player able to get away, but now GG want to collapse. Conceal play does come out. White Chicken going for the cutoff. Can Kohari make the great escape here? Gets caught up in the last insanity. Kohari trying to transfer out. Jumps back onto White Chicken. Able to proc the immortality. Kohari goes down, though, but it takes 4 members.
But in the unfortunate thing there, yeah, it takes 4 members of Gaimin Gladiators to chase and gun him down. And the only thing for me is if, let's say this was done during a team fight, that would be just amazing to do this in a position where Fiends, the rest of your team can help you, instead of being so far forward that only Gaimin Gladiators are able to close the distance on you.
Kohari don't care. He just wants to 1v1 best player. He just wants the 1v1, man. Catch me in the mid lane. Catch me in the river. Diversion play possibly coming. They decide not to fully commit to it. Fiends know they can't contest the Lord and give it over to GG. So at this point, we know there's some possibilities from Fiends. It's a 4,000 deficit. I don't think we can count them out just yet. We could see this go to another Lord, honestly.
Yeah, as we see, we're almost at about a full build there for Kohari. On the other side, I mean, 11 and 12K for the prospective gold laners right now, but 15K for best player. He's already maxed out and just looking for opportunities to be able to kind of lay down. But he is kind of getting thwarted out there by Kohari. But I mean, when it comes to some of these team fights right now, he's just in such a commanding lead for Gaimin Gladiators.
Kohari keeping best player at bay once again. White Chicken holding the front side, just chipping away, getting those stacks up onto Pro Destroy. Best player able to take out Kohari off cam. But a nice pull-in, nice final slash, and now best player's broken through. Lord is going to go down here. White Chicken brought low, uneven, able to pick up the kill. Fiends putting on the defense. Zia's going to come in with his Lon's Force and clean up house. They're going to try to lock onto the base here. Fiends still trying to defend. Minions still there to help out. Terrified does lock onto Zia. Zia takes the shot, but takes down the base, and GG take game number 1.
Yeah, and a commanding game there for Gaimin Gladiators. A big fight for Fiends. They put up a fight, but unfortunately, the rotations from best player and the ability for Gaimin Gladiators to collapse around Kohari were really, I want to say, the points for this game.
I feel like Kohari, once the game starts, he puts some AirPods in, plays his workout playlist, and just goes. Like, he's just on his own mission nonstop. And I think Fiends, a lot of them have the mechanics, right? I think they have some of the mechanics. I think they are decent players, but they're missing some of that critical synergy, right? They're missing maybe some of that critical shot calling. They're missing the ability to kind of, cover the map and do things as a team. And that doesn't always mean 5-manning together, but do things as a team across the map,
Yeah, and that was the point I was going to bring up there, is that they were really able to take advantage of, I want to say, Kohari's aggressiveness. Yeah, it's great to get those 1v1 kills against best player, but not when you're basically losing a very... it's basically, you still leave yourself at a stalemate because you've killed one player and now you've basically just sacrificed yourself because of the rotations from Gaimin Gladiators. And then when we were seeing Fiends, even when they had the advantage, a good team fight, fight for them. You saw Gaimin Gladiators able to have that one person out there still making a difference, getting the purple buff, best player, and then getting the mid-high ground tower early after Fiends able to get an objective and a kill onto Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, best player definitely carried them through the hard times of that match when they were behind and things of that nature. Was able to really kind of keep them going, keep them chugging along. Looking at the head-to-head, though, Kohari does outscale in damage, typical, but Zia knows his job, farm gold, and that's what we're seeing. A nice gold per minute above Kohari there. Also, plenty of tower damage. Zia's always just feels like the steady trooper on the team. Maybe not the flashiest player all the time, doesn't always have the game-changing moments, but is definitely extremely important to the team himself.
Also in this game too, kind of like an unsung hero because we were all really focused on Kohari. Hoon, I mean, mid-game, Hoon was hitting like a truck. There were so many engagements that came out and Hoon just absolutely dusted some of the members of Fiends to really kind of push a lot of those engagements in their favor.
Started one-shotting. Once we got to about like 10 minutes there, he was just one-shotting. You got hit by that passive and it was boom, you were done. We saw an Even get one-shotted. We saw Avery get one-shotted. And it got to the point where they were able to use those diversions so aggressively. I think towards the end, they knew they were in that bush and they still diversioned into the bush, took a holy baptism to the face and still kept on fighting. So, we talk about all the time, they know their power spikes. They know the moments when they can force a fight. And I think that's kind of the difference between them and some others. And that's something we need to see Fiends work on if they're going to try to stretch this to a game 3.
Yeah, and we've been kind of beating the same point to death. We just need, as great as this aggressiveness is from Kohari, we need to see it kind of resulting in something or happening because of something that's happening with the team. They need to be able to close the distance to kind of help out Kohari, or maybe a little bit more of an aggressive composition where they're able to kind of run with Kohari to kind of stay up front with him. I mean, we saw how fast Gaimin Gladiators were able to just close in on him, and Kohari, it still took like 4 members of them to be able to take him down. That's more than enough time, I want to say, for a team with synergy to be able to back up your marksman in that lane too, and that's might be something that Fiends need to work on.
I mean, and to keep with current popular topics, you know, Kohari, yes, it's fun to watch. It's entertaining, but does it win games, right? Like, does it pull it off? Yes, when he catches that 1v1, I'm losing my mind for a second, but it's not going to win them the game, and that's what they got to see. So let's jump in to the second draft. Fiends this time on the blue side, and immediately the Nolan is back on the chopping block. This was a hero that we saw some days not get banned and not get picked at all, and now Fiends have to respect it.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me because when I see it not get banned or not picked at all, maybe it kind of tells me like might be a problem in the team where we've talked about before. Assassins need I want to say a good synergy with their team to be able to kind of back them up, to get them out of harm's way, to close in on a target when they lock in on an assassin there, and that's kind of why I think maybe sometimes that might be lacking for some teams, and so they just rather ban it out or they don't even pick it up. On here, I mean, the standard bans, we do have Chip getting taken out there with the Nolan here and the Chip out there. I'm wondering, I mean, possibly, I would love to see this Masha on the board because I want to see what it's capable of, because it's been banned the last 2 series.
Got to see what all the hype's about, right? What all these bans are about. Maybe they're just trolling us. Who knows? Yeah, I'm definitely, because it's not something we're seeing banned anywhere but here right now, and this is literally our out of nowhere. We haven't been seeing it get banned at all season, and now out of nowhere it's on the block. So Lu Yi will get banned out. Fiends just straight up targeting right now. Let's try to have a real open draft here. GG now in a position is, do they ban out that Angela or do they ban out the Masha? Right? Or
yeah, I mean, the Angela, we know why an Angela would get banned out there. The Masha still, how powerful is this Masha that we've been seeing? Is it powerful enough to take priority over an Angela who has had a pretty significant role in the past few compositions to be able to kind of keep, even whether you're picking a tankier composition where they're going to be able to make them even tankier with all that shield on the Heart Guard, or if you're going to give that assassin just a little bit more survivability and deadliness.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. GG definitely taking their time debating, do we go for trades here? They ban out the Ruby, so let's trade up. Fiends, I mean, yes, the Masha's open, but do they stick to their guns and pick up the Angela so you can have the Magic Kohari combo, right? I think that's been one of the things that has led them to victory over a lot of teams. And though the Masha has been getting banned, I think in a moment like this, you stick to what's comfortable with you, you pick up the Angela.
Yeah,
but now we get to see Fly Chicken Masha?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering what we're going to be picking up here. The interesting thing is the last game, it wasn't so much. I mean, I want to say Fiends had a very great opening against Gaimin Gladiators. It's just that Gaimin Gladiators reacted so fast to it. Once they saw that they were starting to lose fights and they weren't going to be able to win these days, that's when they started sending best player around on the Nolan to start getting a lot of these side lanes or the mid lane or getting those purple buffs during the fights. So, I mean, I want to say the reaction time from them, great on Gaimin Gladiators, but we have the pickup of the Masha, and we've seen this before on Shark. Possibly, I mean, we've seen it before on Shark. In fact, last week, that's I want to say he had a great game, but the opening, I want to say, was super rough for him.
I like the so I think this was also why we banned the Ruby out. Because we're going to pick up the Joy here, which Ruby, yes, there's some anti-CC, but it's not as good as it used to be on Joy. So Ruby definitely someone that can kind of lock them down. They also prevent the Joy Angela combo here. So Fiends now, they got to respond. I think definitely lock in Kohari here. Either pick up the Roger again or go for something like the Claude that pairs well with it. I think those are two great options here. I kind of like the Claude over the carry here just because you still get to Purify, but you also have great escapability. And with seeing best player on Joy, I think it's something you definitely want.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to start. Oh, we do have the Valentina coming out as well. You're gonna have the IMU. I mean, you have the electrifying beats that you can take. So I mean, you're gonna be able to do the same type of damage. I don't know if Valentina gets the same type of movement speed to kind of zoom in and out of the enemy's back line. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what kind of ultimates that Gaimin Gladiators are gonna go ahead and offer up for this.
Yeah, I think the Valentina is definitely a little premature, right? There's also options open. I think the Valentina kind of does okay against the Joy in a sense, and maybe against an aggressive Masha just because of the Terrified. Whereas if you picked up something like the Novaria, you're kind of just like prime target, right? If you pick up something a little too crazy, you're just a prime target. Hoon gonna pick up the Lilia, a good answer to the Barats, something that can kind of slow down, lay down those glooms. I mean, I think overall, we haven't been seeing the Lilia as much, but in a position like this where you need something to deal that, and also she's not going to be a target for a crazy roam because Magic's on this Angela, I think it's a good answer overall.
Yeah, we're in the second round of the banning phase here. I'm assuming we're going to be focusing down on the marksman lane for Gaimin Gladiators. Yeah, you see the Claude being taken off the board there. A focus down onto Kohari.
And does Fiends want to go for like the counter? I guess no matter what, they can hold Zia till the end. So I was wondering, do we maybe want to go for a counter pick marksman instead of showing our cards first? Because what happened last time was they picked the Roger and then Harith kind of gives some trouble there. Fiends, though, GG knows we don't want to give him the Claude. We respect the Claude, and I think Fiends missed out on that. There goes the carry ban, though, so two major ones are out. All that's left, do we see the Roger ban here, maybe? And then Fiends takes out the Harith, something like that. There's the Roger ban. Does Fiends now go for the Harith ban and just really drop down the pool here?
Yeah, and then after you take out the Harith, we taken out Bruno. So Harith is available, but I almost feel like Harith is great when it comes to like countering certain members, like the carry or the Roger. So it might might not be the most optimal pick. It's. I mean, you have the carry left. I mean, you have Ixia is still out there. Yeah. Although without a Matilda, I feel like Ixia can kind of be like a little bit of a sitting duck when she ults with that full barrage. Who else? Do we still have the Brody is still out there as well.
I feel like the Harith works a little better with the Angela than the Brody, maybe. I think Fiends end up picking up first marksman here. No, GG's gonna pick up the Brody. I think Fiends, I mean, you gotta go for the, wait, what?
No
Hold
marksman?
on. Jungle Yin? No, Gold gold lane, X-Borg. If Kohari stays on this, it's gold lane, X-Borg, EXP Yin. Where's their oh, I don't know about this, man. I guess it's going to be super damage on the Yin. Unless they end up going for jungle Yin. You break it down. Your analysis today, Private. Tell me about it, bro.
Everything you know about compositions out the window. We're gonna see. I mean, if any time to pull out something risky, something experimental, the last day of the season is the time to do it. Is it the place to do it against a team like Gaimin Gladiators? I mean, we'll see here. It might be something of a surprise for them.
I mean, if you're gonna test it, do it against the best, right? do it against some of the best in the league. That's the only way you're gonna know if it's really foolproof. Here's the thing: I feel like the only damage they really had, like the mage damage, there would have to be Yin. But the only way Yin's really gonna be able to capitalize being a damage though is if he jungles. So there's kind of my problem here, which means I need to see Pro Destroy move over to that Yin. But it doesn't look like it's happening right now. We got a second left on the clock. Nope. It looks like Uneason is going to stay in the EXP lane on that Yin. Game point for GG. Fiends putting everything on the line at the end of season. Yes, they still go to playoffs either way. But can they pull this off? If they pull this off, it makes this last day worth it.
I mean, it's interesting. It's unique. The only problem with Yin, like you said, he needs to kind of shine. He needs to get a lot of that damage, and that he only really shines in that jungle position. In the XP lane, you're going to be held back. So, I mean, we're going to see how well this forms up in the next match.
You take us in, Private. Take us in on this one.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2 and some unique ways between Fiends trying to take this to a game 3 against Gaimin Gladiators.
Against the odds, we pick up the Yin. Against the odds, we throw someone else in the EXP lane. So wait, it's gold lane, X-Borg, EXP lane Yin, jungle Barats. The whole deal's here. Let's take a look at these audience predictions. 80% over to the side of GG, and I think it is very well deserved. We got a treat right here, Private. We got Masha in the Roam. It's the whole shebang right here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of wondering, especially you're going to have the Yin into the Masha. I actually wonder how that kind of works when Yin ultimates, he gets Masha into his own dimension, but I almost feel like Masha, especially when it gets to late game, is going to be able to take him down, and then we have a surprise kill at mid already. Fiends finding themselves up 1.
Okay, don't let them catch you slipping, GG, because Fiends, we've already seen it. They're not the, a lot of teams get kind of passive against GG, and GG has to be ready because Fiends isn't scared to like take the 50-50 fight at any point in time. They will always jump in the paint with you. So GG maybe needs to slow it down, wait for their power spike to hit.
Yeah, especially want to get that level 4 on Yin. I'm so excited. I want to see what happens here once he gets that level 4, because I've always thought on paper it could be a pretty big game changer.
Speaking of level 4s, best player able to get the electrifying beats onto Avery. That makes it a 1-for-1 now. Fiends actually pick up a kill up in the top side. Zia goes down. Kohari able to find one.
Well, you saw it here, folks. The counter to the Brody is the X-Borg in the gold lane. I mean, the double fighter lane is not completely unheard of. It's just it hasn't been mainstayed in this current meta.
Pro Destroy also picks up the turtle. Well, we do have to give credit to Magic because Magic was hanging up in the gold lane during that time. So I'm guessing maybe there was some stun combo there, maybe some heart guard combo. Zia in trouble once again. Magic getting the kill this time. Fiends now with 1,000 gold lead, and Zia having a very rough start.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where to put this right now. Kohari doing a great job. Zia maybe getting a little bit overly aggressive. I mean, I want to say it's almost...
Hold on.
Fly Chicken actually able to make it out, and this was my worry about Yin. Like we said, because he needs a lot of those damage items to really and be ahead. That's the most important thing, is he needs to be ahead to really be able to kind of ult the enemy players, get them into his dimension, and then really take it to them.
Best player though always shows up in the nick of time. When GG's slipping, best player shows up. We saw it in game 1, and we're seeing it now in game 2.
Yeah, I just call him the Sandman. He finds them when they're sleeping and puts them to rest. The best player doing a great job of getting around the map and finding these low health Fiend players.
Look at him cut. Look at Fiends though, cutting off the tower. Shark gonna try to engage, keep Kohari at bay. He decides to use the Heart Guard and Pro Destroy instead. They're gonna back off though, but still Fiends holding a small lead here. I think this is the time, right? You have the Angela. It's time to bully. Get up in the jungle. Give best player a hard time.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we could take a look at some of the equipment in a game. 1,000 right now. Kohari over Zia right now, doing a great job in his lane. But are they going to be able to translate that as Fly Chicken goes in?
Oh, Fried Chicken gonna get the better. Nope, not today, sir. Not today, Attack Titan. Zia, though, might go down himself. Magic able to get the final shot onto him, but they're gonna collapse onto several members. Shark with the damage, a double kill. Down goes Avery, down goes Magic, but Pro Destroy shows up in the nick of time to help clean up himself. Kohari still there as well. Best player looking for the target, able to lock on. Just dodges. Pro Destroy unable to find it. Pro Destroy just needs one hit, but best player escapes. Hoon gonna be the next target though. Pro Destroy going under the tower. He doesn't need a Heart Guard. He doesn't need a friend. He's looking for Hoon, but unable to get him.
I think he might have preferred that Heart Guard.
Probably.
Spend some time underneath that tower and get the kill. Unfortunately, now you're starting to see best player doing best player things like we saw from last game. Now starting to move around the map, starting to steal buffs, starting to get into enemy territory.
Definitely. I mean, he's 2-0-3. He's feeling himself right now. He's feeling good about everything. Turtle up, though, and I will say Fiends might have the advantage over it with Zia not packing the punch he needs to. Fly Chicken going to maybe have to step up here. But Kohari, being in the place he's in, we saw how much X-Borg was a problem last time. Could become a problem again.
Ooh, Uneven gonna get found out here by Shark, and you see best player already on the orange buff of Fiends. Is he gonna be able to get away?
Best player wants nothing to do with any of these team fights. I'm gonna take buffs, I'm gonna push towers, and I'm gonna show up maybe for a kill here and there. And that's exactly what he did last game, and it worked so well. Fiends, again, their playstyle is group up. Use our support roam to make these team fights able to just steamroll over, and best player just takes advantage of it every time.
And it's almost like a utility jungle of a different style. He's instead of just being that tanky, CC heavy jungler, he's going to be this like split pushing, stealing enemy buffs jungler that yeah, just a machine out there for the Gaimin Gladiators.
He's a buff stealing, tower taking monster, but Kohari in a little bit of trouble here. Fly Chicken trying to get the kill. Immortality does proc. Now Fly Chicken in a little bit of trouble. Will get terrified. Comes through the wall, trying to escape. One more shot, and he goes down. Pro Destroy gets the kill. They're going to move on to the tower, but GG! They find that mid lane tower game after game.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's almost crazy because when you get these, actually Magic in trouble gets a surprise in this form of a Shark.
And that thunderclap hurts, but now Hoon in trouble as well. It's blow for blow, hit for hit. Can he connect though onto Hoon? Hoon finally goes down. Avery's want to find a kill, but Uneven falls the best player. It's Bloodbath 7 minutes in. We're clocking in at about 2 kills per mile right now.
Uneven, just not able to find his footing here with this Yin. He's able to kind of, get them, isolate some of these players, but he's not able to get the kills, and that's kind of the problem when you're not using Yin in a jungle position.
And it looks like they are going to swap over. Kohari's going to start dealing with Fly Chicken instead. And yeah, Uneven, like you said, doesn't have his footing. Maybe feeling a little uneven. Shark, with the damage on a Magic there. We're starting to see that thunderclap come in clutch. Damage is definitely coming up. Zia. Oh, Shark going to get pulled away. Uneven 1v1. Pro Destroy. Able to lock on, do a lot of damage on a Hoon. Uneven also able to finally put a kill on the map. Zia gets the torn apart memories and takes out Pro Destroy right before the turtle. Kohari and Fly Chicken also dancing down in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I want to say they're juggling back and forth with who has the gold lead. It's been staying relatively even, 8-10 right now. Fiends keeping up with Gaimin Gladiators, but that's going to start changing here as we start hitting more and late. We're already starting to see Shark starting to one-hit some of the players here. Magic, one of the last recipients.
Oh my god, what are they? They just ignore their tower. The wave comes right past them. We're going to chase. We don't get anything for it, and this is where Fiends make their mistakes. Maybe if they put as much pressure that they put into the kills, into mid lane tower, into bottom tier 3, they'd be able to keep up. GG knows it. Kohari now in trouble. Pops the last Insanity, just trying to get away, but best player is going to be able to keep up and get the kill.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's frustration or maybe a lackadaisical kind of approach at the top there where they just kind of charge into that tower. You can see here, Masha only has one item right now, really, and is still basically one-hitting a lot of the members on Fiends. So maybe this is something that we've kind of overlooked about Masha.
And no one is. We have one defensive item between all 5 members of GG right now, and that is on Fried Chicken. Just to make things clear for everybody. Uneven going to go down. Shark able to get the 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap, and down he goes. Now they're going to move on to Avery. Bravest Fighter comes in, but the stun does not connect. Kohari here to help out. Zia is going to chip away at the top tier 2. They're trying to defend it, but the minion's still locked on. One more hit, and that tower's going down. But look at the damage on a best player. A nice pick off from Kohari with the last Insanity Flicker, but now Pro Destroy's in a bad spot as well. Stunned up, taken out. Zia picks up the kill, and GG take out 2 for the price of best player.
And that's the difference you're getting between Fiends and the Gaimin Gladiators. Fiends actually get a kill, but not really aware or that synergy to be able to collapse around and be able to help out Pro Destroy, who quickly gets surrounded by Gaimin Gladiators. And that was in the Fiends jungle, so they would have been able to. It just kind of comes down to who can react quicker.
And now Lord is up, so someone oh, look at the damage on a Hoon, though. Avery packing a punch. Hoon pops the black shoes. It's 1 utility down before this Lord. And per usual, Fiends are going to try to get the head start here, but GG are watching.
Yeah, I mean, and they have a good position. They're not really trying to... I think they have confidence in their ability to take it. And here comes Shark onto the side lane. Uneven is out of there.
Yeah, Uneven. He was trying to get a nice position, unable to connect it. Shark going to keep Uneven away. They know that's the saving grace. Last Insanity does pop on to Zia. Kohari trying to do some damage. Able to take out Zia. Well played. Now Lord down to about 10%. Best player still trying to play the angle. Heartguard is on Pro Destroy. Pro Destroy takes the first Lord of the game as Shark falls to Uneven. Kohari able to just get away. Gaimin Gladiators able to find 1 at least. Make it 2. Best player popping off, doing best player things once again. He's going to hit the 1v2 up against Magic and Pro Destroy. Looking for his next target. Does get the Daytona's welcome. Going to get bashed against the wall. Can they get the kill here? The stun. Able to make it, but Magic goes down. Best player making the play right before Pro Destroy takes him out.
Yeah, and you know that has to hurt Magic right now. Actually, Avery in a bad way. Black shoes have been activated, trying to find an escape.
Ooh, Avery, though, able to dash through. Can he get the kill here? Both players forced to back off, and Pro Destroy here to help out. GG got to run away this time, but watch for Shark in the bush. We know the damage is there. He can definitely one-tap Avery here.
Yeah, and he just picked up a BOD, so he's going to be doing even more amounts of damage. Kohari's going to go ahead and check this bush. He finds himself a Shark, but Shark doesn't really want much of this. He's looking for the squishier members of Fiends.
And again, Fiends, they make some good plays. They get the Lord, but still unable to capitalize and take towers, still unable to claim material with their wins.
Yeah, and you see already a BOD and a Blade of Hephaestus there for Shark, and he's already doing so much damage to the point that he's able to zone out several members of Fiends during these objective fights. So, and it's becoming a reason right now why Gaimin Gladiators are being so dominant during these Lord engagements.
Yeah, it is just pure attack on GG. I think that could be one of the reasons also why Fiends is able to kind of keep up, because they are all squishy. If Uneven gets to a point where he can really pop off, we could see some crazy scaling coming from that side, but Shark is becoming a problem. Kohari with the 1v1. Able to get the Heart Guard just in time. Uneven shows up as well. Able to take someone off the map. Couldn't quite tell who it was. Tona's welcome. Locks on to Fried Chicken. Fried Chicken taking a lot of damage. Looking for the counterplay, though. Bravest Fighter does come out. Best player able to pick up a kill onto Uneven, though. Fried Chicken goes down. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Pro Destroy trying to get out of town, but Shark able to find him. Zia locks on to Kohari. Looking for the final hit, the final shot, and takes him out. Fiends are falling. GG are rising. Avery, though, able to get best player just in the nick of time, make it a double kill, make it a 3-for-4.
Yeah, and what an unfortunate turn of events for Fiends, especially Pro Destroy, able to scoop up Fried Chicken, but he doesn't stun him against the wall. He shoots it into his teammates, and that gives Fried Chicken enough time to get his ult off and get himself away, or at least be able to tank more damage when, if he'd been stunned against a wall, they would have been able to clean that up and then move on to other members of Gaimin Gladiators.
Most definitely. I mean, this is the kill pressure from Shark right now. It's like, even though he's not an actual, a traditional roam right now, the pressure is still there. Avery's been playing such a great game with Fiends right now, 4-2-7, and even though Avery's not always getting the kills, still also a kill pressure of himself right now. Look at the damage on the Fried Chicken there, onto Hoon. Fiends taking control of the pit. Look at Shark! What is he doing? Magic goes down. Someone's got to get back to base. He's going to be able to work onto this tower. Fiends now being disrupted. Everyone split up. A lot of damage on a Pro Destroy. Pro Destroy unable to do anything. Taken out. Shark 1v2ing right now. The damage from even though able to get the kill. But Gaimin Gladiators get the position over the Lord Pit.
Yeah, and I mean, nowhere is safe right now from Shark, who dove into enemy territory to get that kill onto Magic.
Oh, Fiends, they didn't have to fully commit like that. Kohari able to flicker through. Best player looking for the chase. Kohari will not be able to get away, and now it's just Avery on the field.
Yeah, and as confident as Avery might be, he's not going to be messing with Gaimin Gladiators for this push. Now at a 3K gold lead at the 15-minute mark.
Nothing to 3K though. It's not 4K, almost 5K. Let's actually make it. It's not completely losable. Fiends could definitely stretch us out to at least one more Lord. I think there are some ways they can win this. At this point, you're at the base. I think you can stick together. You don't have to worry too much about split pushing anymore. We're at a point in the game where capitalize on the composition you came in with and try to make it work.
Yeah, and right now locking on to Avery, but now you're going to have an engagement at the bottom.
Ooh, Uneven does take best player to the Nether Realm. Avery gets taken out from Hoon. Pro Destroy able to get the gobble up. Best player goes down as well. Uneven going to capitalize on a Hoon. Zia, though, trying to unload. Looking for Uneven and finds him. The kill goes down, but the Lord is on the base. Fried Chicken able to solo it with the Lord. GG. Take the sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, what a great game there. But as we started moving toward that 15-minute mark, Gaimin Gladiators hit their stride and ahead by a mile for the side of before the side, and able to get a victory.
I mean, Fiends definitely bring the chaos to GG. They force them to really just go for it nonstop. But GG show why they've been here for a while. They show who they are. They're veterans in NACT. And they can, if you don't want to do the slow pace thing, they can definitely keep up with the fast pace.
Yeah, and I almost kind of wonder about the Yin pick. I almost feel like they might have done a little better with almost any other. Like, I don't actually mind Kohari on the export right now. He didn't really have a great game, but he wasn't as susceptible to getting picked off like Uneven was on the Yin. And I'm wondering, like, if weren't there better XP laners to kind of go up, or if that was primarily just to try to take Shark off the board.
I mean, 90% of the time, Uneven was taking them away with his ult just to get diffed there. So, I mean, yeah, there was, I think literally, like you said, any other EXP laner probably could have been a little better. I think the idea was right. It's a way to catch best player, right? It's a way to maybe catch some people off to secure yourself some Lords, but it definitely wasn't able to be executed correctly.
Yeah, and
Bloodhound Avery, baby.
Yeah, Avery with the damage out there, and Pro Destroy with the damage taken. But man, a great game, and especially when it comes to like the rotations, getting out rotated, and just the adaptability of Gaimin Gladiators when it came to this series.
Most definitely, well played. Kohari head to head up against Zia once again. You know, Kohari definitely has some things to work on, just like most of Fiends, but there's definitely like there's some prospect there. I'm excited to see Fiends in playoffs. I'm excited to see them, you know, in possibly future seasons. They remind me of like early NA, right? When a lot of us were just kind of, it was team fights. It was, we're just going to beat you with micro skills. But I think some of the top teams have evolved past that. Teams like GG, but they still have it in them from what we saw in the last fight. And we also, we finally got to see the Masha, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at some of these stats, especially the damage done, it was 60k and 88k for Fiends there. So I mean, they had the damage, they had partial game plan there. It just comes down to the execution, which we've seen can be almost unmatched by the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, for sure. And you can tell that the micro skills for Kohari and his teammates are there, definitely. They're winning team fights, they're winning one-on-one fights, especially with second game Hoon getting taken out of the map within 1 minute, basically. There's a lot of micro skills that they have, and then every time they do execute it, but the macro awareness as well as decision making is definitely, you can see there's improvement to be made compared to a top team like Gaimin Gladiators. But it's definitely fun, especially I really enjoyed watching Yin just trapping you in there with nowhere to go and having to face that showdown against Yin. That's something very fun for me to watch.
Definitely entertaining. Definitely fun to watch. And it's not like we don't get to see it we don't get to see the Yin very often, and I always wonder, that's got to be the hardest thing for the cameramen behind. So big shouts to the cameramen at NACT. It's like, do we choose the Yin ult or do we stay in the Land of Dawn? What do we do here? But yeah, always fun to watch.
Yeah, very exciting. Unfortunate for the Yin pick there. It's just those glaring and obvious issues when it comes to kind of the slow pace that XP lane can be and how slow the farm can kind of be there. Really doesn't mesh well with a character like Yin, who I feel like needs to be ahead to really shine.
Yeah, but for Masha though, is that build that Shark went on Masha something that we're seeing in other regions as well?
I mean, it wasn't in MPLPH last night, unless it was in the last game, but I don't think it was. It's not something we're seeing all the time. This is definitely kind of new, unless it happened in Malaysia or something, which crazy stuff happens over there, man.
I mean,
that would be where a Masha damage build would happen.
Because he did go on private.
I say the Philippines have picked up Masha once, so I mean it's not a huge thing. So I mean definitely here, especially since Shark has been using this for about 2 weeks now.
Oh my god, doing the research, checking accounts and
He's
stuff, looking at
meta.
history. He's got Mobile Legends open on Shark's profile right now. Like, let's see, how long's he been playing this?
I mean, they're definitely doing their research, and I think Masha is definitely making a presence. Because the early game, Gaimin Gladiators was actually losing a little bit with back and forth. Zia getting 2 deaths and 0 kills in the beginning, but Shark was able to get his double kill and also make a lot of plays just on his own in Masha as a roamer. But building damage on Masha, that's something I wonder if we're going to see that going into playoffs and when they're facing more competitive teams. But I don't think that's even fair to talk about, because Fiends, by points base, they are one of the top teams right now.
Yeah, I think Fiends have taken the NACT by storm. Do I predict them as like a top 2 finish? No, but I do think that Fiends, like hot take, I think they could take down a big team in playoffs. I think like they might be a team that maybe takes someone home with them, and bottom bracket happen to get a win over a team that's I think something like that could happen from them. They're definitely, we got to keep our eyes on them.
Yeah, and especially here where almost anything can happen. And I want to say, it wasn't the squash match that a lot of people predicted against a team like Gaimin Gladiators. I want to say a lot of back and forth between them. First game, I want to say a little bit stronger for Gaimin Gladiators. This one, almost because Gaimin Gladiators decided to kind of get down in the trenches with Fiends to kind of duke it out there. It was a little bit more back and forth and a little bit more of an even game up until those last few minutes.
Yeah, for sure. First game, the gold lead was actually very even all the way until middle to late game of the match. So definitely shows Fiends is putting their A game against the GG. Now Trex, let's announce the MVP for Gaming Gladiators. Who will it be?
Best player, baby. I mean, definitely from game one, during those hard times, whenever it felt like Fiends had the advantage, he's the one who was the lifeline for them. And then even in game two, same thing, was essentially the lifeline through them during that early game, during that mid phase, able to get them to where they were spiking.
Yeah, and best player, last week's MVP of the night as well. I mean, doing a great job here. We saw him able to kind of close the distance, and especially not just getting the kills, but also becoming a nuisance for the enemy team, that when they were able to win those engagements, he was all over the map, stealing buffs, taking towers, pushing lanes, and this was very quickly too, very quick for him to be able to respond to the enemy compositions.
Yeah, and it's like what you said in game. It was very good way to sum it all up. Best player does not want anything to do with all these losing team fights. He does not want to be there. He does not need to be there. He knows where he's supposed to be, and he makes it happen. He turns the game around. So definitely amazing performance from GG once again. And we have an interview with Shark. Shark and his teddy bear. Where's the teddy bear, Shark? I've been seeing it a lot this season.
Right here.
You want to introduce us to
My
him?
lucky one.
Your lucky one?
Yeah, that's why I winning right now. The teddy.
Ah, the teddy bear is your secret weapon. What is it called? What's the name for your teddy bear?
Oh, I haven't named yet. Oh, maybe I call him the teddy. Teddy.
The teddy? Okay. Teddy is making it happen. We're in the winning streak. How are you feeling? I saw your Masha. You're making a lot of presence in the second game, especially when your team was losing, like Zia losing his lane, Hoon getting first death in the entire game, but your Masha made a presence. How meta is Masha right now?
I mean, it really doesn't matter right now, because when I watching MBL, it's always like first with Masa, and when we have Masa, we can like one shot the bot line, and your team can like focus on the front. So it's really good right now, and yeah.
Yeah, and what is your build on Masha?
I mean, you have to build like full damage, like all BOD, yeah. So you can one shot the golden. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely made that happen. Now, when you guys pick Masha, then do you need some specific adjustments in your other teammates? Like we saw Chicken tanking a lot of damage with that Lapu. So does that have to happen in order for you to play Masha?
I mean, we gotta like miss the trap. Like when we have Masha, we need a tongue, but we forgot we have Choi already. So I mean, we have to try it to see how is it. But after this, we need a tongue jungle when we have Masha.
Makes sense. And we saw Matilda banned out a lot. Are you guys gonna continue banning out that Matilda in the roam position?
I mean, I call the team to ban Matilda because it's pretty boring to play Matilda because we keep winning. So we try to make the game more harder.
Oh, true. I mean, it's pretty boring for you to play, and also it's annoying when enemy play it. So it makes a lot of sense that you guys are banning it. Now, on to the playoffs. Playoff is happening next week. Now, there are some words on the street that there might be a roster change for GG in the playoffs. Is that gonna happen? Because you guys didn't change roster at all this whole regular season. Anything that you can share with us?
I mean, who knows? Maybe I don't know. You have to see the future. It's gonna be the surprise, but no comment at all.
Okay, true. We're gonna see it right around the corner next week. Playoff is happening. Now, a lot of spicy things happening with fried chicken. So how do you feel about chicken adding on to the GG roster this season?
I mean, he good, but his gameplay sometimes is boring for us because he keep farming and don't fight a lot. So it's pretty important to watch him to play.
It seems like for you, it's very important for the gameplay to be fun. Not only do you guys have to be winning, it also has to be fun for you.
I mean, I don't think so. Everyone in the team is like good, not only me. So yeah, I need my team, not they need me.
True, and you're making a lot of the plays happen as well. Now, last spicy question is how do you feel about the Chitin drama right now? I mean, he is the center of discussion of the entire MLBB community in a sense. What do you feel about the PH drama?
I don't know much about the drama. I just heard like nowadays, but it's kind of fun to watch them. But yeah, I just stay behind and watch them fighting. Yeah.
I agree.
So it's
I
not
agree.
boring anymore. Yeah.
It's not boring anymore. What about NACT? Do you think? How do you feel about NACT production?
Oh, I mean,
boring.
I mean it's kind of alright, but I think MBL Philippines little bit better than us. Not boring at all. Little bit.
Okay.
Just little bit, yeah.
No hurt feelings. No hurt feelings. Shark said we are just all right, and all right will we be. Thank you, Shark, for joining us. We're looking forward to see your Masha upcoming in the playoffs. So thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. See ya.
You're doing great, Liz.
I'm about to sob in tears. We're just all right, guys.
You went from one interview of being the favorite host to the all right NACT Liz.
What's a roller coaster of emotions tonight? It's a roller coaster, Liz.
I know.
You're just guiding us along.
This is a case unsolved. It's definitely a very roller coaster of emotions this night, and very interesting matches. I mean, a lot of interesting heroes that are coming out, and very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, and if anyone gets mad at you for anything, you just have to remember this isn't actually Liz. This is our new blonde host, Beth's. So just remember that, guys. When you at anybody, you have to at Beth's, not Liz.
Yes, Asian Beth on duty today. Who is Liz? Yeah. All right, guys. Private. Asian private.
I just wanted to add a little bit of tidbit because I was able to look at it during the interview that in the last week, Philippines have banned Masha 8 times. I have it as 8 right now. So definitely up there in the meta. So it's something that for everybody to kind of keep their eyes on.
Yeah, for sure. Chart did his research, and I think Masha, we're seeing it in ranked a lot more as well. So definitely a lot more Masha bans coming up. Now, upcoming in the second half, we're gonna have LEGACi versus Horde, and LEGACi versus BTK, and DA versus LEGACi. Sorry.
You got this.
Oh, what is going
on?
One
more time.
I just got hurt by Shark so much. BloodHounds versus DA, and then BTK versus Horde, guys. So coming up, we have BloodHounds versus DA. Very exciting matchup. We'll see if BloodHounds can continue their victory from last week.
He is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP? That's my Chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlup's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow!
Uh-oh! Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a Pixie seat. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
Santos Galas can you do it?
Agent Beth back on duty with Trex and Private Dancer. How are you guys feeling about BloodHounds versus DA?
Private, you said it earlier. BloodHounds on a roll right now. Got their first win last week. You know, we had that interview with Boca Roscoe, and he was talking about how, you know, he likes it. He knows that they're still from behind, but I think it's definitely a morale boost. So if there's a time for them to get a win against a upper tier team, today's the day.
Yeah, I want to say a lot of humility in the interview from Boca Roscoe. He understands where they are right now on the rankings in the top 8 of North America. They understand there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and maybe they might have been making some of those leaps and bounds here. Especially if you want to get a victory, it's not too shabby if you can get one over DA here. But on the other side of that, I mean, Devious Activity have just been on a roll.
They have been on a roll, but today we're looking at a roster change. So Trex, let's look at the roster for DA.
Drum roll, please. We got Melon coming in. Now, this is a roster change we've been seeing, and it's not super huge. Melon coming in. We've seen him play now for like 2 weeks in a row. So it almost feels like he is no longer swapped in. He is just part of the roster. Wondering if this could be something that carries on more even into the playoffs. So we will have Melon in the gold lane, T as the roamer, Yato in the mid, Kush as the jungler, and Mikasa in that EXP lane.
Yeah, I think the team has talked a little bit about that little swap out there. That's mostly due to the fact to dinner time. I mean, a lot of these players have families, schoolwork, things that needs to be done on the side here, and gotta pay respect for it. So in comes Melon, and he hasn't done a bad job here with Devious Activity on the plus side. So I mean, not really hurting Devious Activity at all.
Yeah, Melon has been doing actually pretty well in the previous matches we've seen in the previous weeks. And today we also have a roster change coming in for BloodHounds Private.
Yeah, today we are going to see Ramses swapped out for Temptless, who's going to be picking up the slack there. And BloodHounds for their full roster going to be coming to us with Sleeps, Ooga Booga, who's going to be the roam for them, Boca Roscoe picking up the mid, Easy Peasy in the jungle, and Temptless in the XP lane. Like we said before, BloodHounds looking to continue that momentum that they gained the last week with their first victory, and hopefully be able to bring us something fresh, something shiny here against Devious Activity.
And what will our predictions be coming from the caster's desk? Let's see how we feel about this matchup. So it looks like everybody is voting for Devious Activity over BloodHounds, even though we talked about momentum, but history has proven that Devious Activity has been on a roll this season. So, you know, they might have a little edge on here. But we talked about this before the match today, that with Chip added onto the pool to pick from, if there's a team that's going to pull out Chip besides LEGACi, it's going to be BloodHounds.
I mean, at this point, it feels like every team's banning it, and everyone's like, you know, seem to be prioritizing it. So BloodHounds definitely have that type of mentality where they're willing to try something, even maybe if it doesn't benefit them. So I think BloodHounds is definitely up in the possibilities for this. I do want to say that if there was a big upset tonight, though DA has had a good season, they have taken 2 losses the past week. Last week they lost to GG and they lost to BTK, to whereas BloodHounds is hitting some momentum. If there was going to be any match tonight that I was like, this team would normally not win, but they could win tonight, I think BloodHounds maybe has the opportunity.
It's so unfortunate to have your last 2 games be against Gaimin Gladiators and BTK, some of the very top of the mountain in North America. I mean, if any team can kind of brush that stuff off their shoulders, get back on track, it's going to be Devious Activity. We're going to see how well they can perform with that. And we were talking about Chip possibly being picked up here. We've seen that, I mean, it not just from the BloodHounds, where they have these kind of not so meta pickups, but I think we even saw last week where Devious Activity not really sticking with the meta. They had a Hanabi pickup with an Angela that melded so well to the point that BTK was having trouble trying to bring her down. So if we're talking about off the meta, it could be just as likely for Devious Activity to pick up a Chip as well.
Yeah, and they might be creating their new meta here. So, boys, draft is ready. Let's get started.
Mission started. All right, DA up against BloodHounds. We are 2 bans in. Wondering if DA, did they miss? Last week we saw a miss ban as well from, I forget what team it was. DA did not ban this just in from our mission supplier. DA decided not to. Either it was a mess up, they decided not to. Who knows? The world will never know. Maybe we can figure it out on the interview. DA does not ban, though, that first pick.
That's just a show of confidence from Devious Activity when they decide they don't even need a ban here. But as we're seeing from the side of BloodHounds, the mobility taken off. They know Kush is a very mechanically gifted jungler. He's going to be able to kind of, he specializes in those assassin type figurines there. But I mean, if you're going to start banning out those types of junglers, Kush, there's a pretty deep hero pool that Kush can actually choose from.
Can we just face the fact that everyone has been banning this Hylos against BloodHounds? It makes me wonder, it's like, is that the hero that gets them the win? Like, if BloodHounds just got that Hylos, man, they'd be sweeping through right now, because literally GG, BT, everyone bans the Hylos against BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, and then also they've been banning out that Valir, so maybe if now that Valir is open, BloodThirstyKings finally going to be able to unleash on these poor unsuspecting top rankers here in North America. But that's already wrapping up our first banning phase. We're going to see where this first pick goes for Devious Activity. I think we've been seeing a focus onto the marksman lane as of late, where it comes into the Roger or the XP lane. We're going to see where Devious Activity land.
I mean, Arlot's open, definitely plenty of Arlot's open, Roger's open. They go for the Ruby, which we haven't been seeing get proud as much recently in the past week or two. But still something solid, something open, something you can flex around, not showing too many cards at all, still keeping yourself open for counterplay.
Yeah, very interesting too. Ruby kind of fell off the pick ban rate with her last nerf, which kind of cut her regen in half. And not just that, her CC was really shredded as well, her CC time there. So it hasn't been prioed as much. But in answer to that, we're going to pick up Arlot and Xborg for the side of BloodHounds.
Yeah, so quickly showing, I mean, they do pick up some powerful picks. Downfall, they do immediately show their hand. There's no flexibility with the Arlot at this point. But still, I mean, you pick up the Xborg in anticipation to any kind of bulky jungle that maybe DA wants to bring. You get the Arlot, which is just essentially a powerhouse right now, no matter where you put him. There go. Oh, that's what they didn't ban. That was the first ban, you know? It was all. That was Matilda, Ruby, Matilda, Ruby, Roger, which just those 3 heroes right there sound vicious together. You already have a hard to catch Roger. You add a Matilda up on top of that, it's even more. Plus, you have a roamer that lacks a little bit of mobility, has great CC, but kind of lacks mobility, and now you have Matilda to help pair up with that, or an EXP laner at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that are answered here on the side of Devious Activity, especially with the Roger pick with a Matilda, which means you're going to have the aggressiveness, the tower diving ability, and all Matilda needs to do is use that guiding winds beforehand. Roger dives in. He's going to have a quick escape to get pulled back out of it, with a lot of shielding to add, especially once you get that flask of the Oasis. In answer to that, BloodHound's going to go ahead, pick up the Lilia for BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, I mean, the Lilia's solid, but I don't know, man. At this point, the Matilda's scary. I think Matilda's sitting at 100% right now. Has anyone lost with it just yet? It's probably been the most pick-banned hero in NACT. It's been the hero that has never slipped through the cracks, I feel like. I want to say it's sitting at 100%, at least in season, not counting qualifiers or anything. I know Private's looking that up for me real quick. Now we're into bans. Harith going to get banned out from DA. Valentina going to get banned out from BloodHounds. I bought you as much time as I could.
Yeah, it's only about 55% right now, but it has the most bans in NACT right now, the Matilda. So, I mean, it just depends on how it's used here. But I don't see Devious Activity thwarting with the use of a Matilda here, especially with the comp that consists of a Ruby, of a Roger there. And we have another focus there on the mechanical heavy mobile junglers of Kush there being taken off, with the Fanny being taken off there right now, and the Harith banned for the side of Devious activity. So we're looking for a jungler and a mid for Devious activity, and it looks like we're looking for a roam and marksman for the side of Bloodhounds.
Most definitely. And I think marksman for Bloodhounds, we've seen, I mean, the Harith is banned. DA already calls it. It's like, yeah, you're not going to get to use that. I think the Brody has done well, has the range at least to poke along, and has the early game damage, right? Because one of the problems that a lot of people are having issues with against the Roger is he can kind of close the gap quickly and unleash. Brody has a second skill to answer to the closing of the gap, also has some poke range to be able to clear waves with him. So I think it could be a good answer for Bloodhounds here.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing. We've already seen how well Harith does into it. It's kind of risky to see how well some of these other marksmen can play into a Roger, which is, I imagine, why Roger has kind of moved into the meta in the marksman lane, is there's not a lot of people that can close the distance that he can. Not just close the distance, but negate the damage as he closes the distance with that Lycan pounce, and then be able to get himself out of harm's way. Not even with the Matilda, but with Matilda, you're going to have just as much trouble. But they're just going to go ahead and just raw it out there with a Bruno, with that high amount of crit damage that he brings.
A lot of crit damage. Bloodhound's still kind of lacking. I mean, still need a jungler. Still need a way to try to handle this Matilda here. And with the lack of CC, only having this R-Lot, it is looking a little bit scary. DA now, I feel like DA can pretty much... They're feeling comfortable. They have their core. They have a lot of what they need at this point. Pick up just about any mid laner, pick up just about any jungler, any utility jungler, and you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this, I want to say pretty standard draft right now, coming from both teams. Nothing too exciting yet. I mean, unless Ooga Booga just goes right outside the wire right now. We do have a Dairoth coming up from Kush.
All right, we're testing. We're testing. We're downloading. We're seeing what works. And I mean, I think it's solid, especially in the answers if BH wants to go for something like the Barats here, if BH wants to go for something bulky, you have some of that armor shred. But DA just really investing full into we're going to be aggressive here.
Yeah, I especially with what he brings to the early game. Not just that, but even when he starts falling off, he's going to have a great backup there in the name of the Roger. The Matilda is going to start coming online. I want to say all aspects of this game, the timeline, they have a character there that's going to shine on there. And Ooga Booga, I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on.
I have been waiting for him to just kind of hunker down, get into the meta, get to a setting potential there.
Jungle Xborg?
Yeah, I would assume so. Jungle Xborg, R-Lot in the XP lane.
All right. Just wanted to clarify. That's what Bloodhounds was doing here. I thought I was missing a hero for a second. I was like, wait a second, what are we looking for? Yeah, so Jungle Xborg against Jungle Dairoth. I feel like the Dairoth closes distance, and I think Dairoth wins out on that, honestly.
Yeah, he's going to have that Abyssal Strike. He's already lowers down a lot of the armor percentages from the opponents. He's going to drop that down, and he's going to be able to come in with an Abyssal Strike. Not just that, but the Abyssal Strike is going to be able to help with the taking of the Lord.
Well, let's jump into it and see if Bloodhounds can put another win under their belt, or will DA end the losing spree? This is game number 1 in a best of 3 of Bloodhounds up against Devious Activities.
I'm actually kind of excited about this because I want to see Bloodhounds, especially with their execution. This is really going to come down to a lot of those objective fights and really be on Ooga Booga to get those sets when the Retri comes up for these objectives. He's going to really need to hone down onto Kush at that precise moment to give an opportunity for Easy Peasy to pick up these objectives.
And I think in laning phase, Melon should get the better of Sleeps here on this Roger. Again, Sleeps doesn't really have a way to deal with the dive. Roger also has a great poke when in human form, so I think Sleeps could have a little bit of trouble. Ooga Booga, though, going to get the knock up onto T early on and make sure Easy Peasy secures the litho.
Yeah, and we can see here from a lot of the emblems here. I mean, typical stances for most of them right now, especially when it comes to some of the roams. Oh, actually launching in there.
Gonna get knocked up though. Kush goes down. Easy peasy, able to get the outplay there along with Ooga Booga. I thought it was a for sure kill. He hit the level 4, but gets knocked up right before he's able to really unleash and get the final hit in.
Yeah, and that's going to be one for BloodHounds if they can kind of keep up this momentum. But unfortunately, you can see Sleeps is getting zoned out from his, and that's kind of the value you're getting from a Roger. And a Brody's just not going to be able to compete with that in the lane, so there's going to need to be some presence from the rest of BloodHounds, probably in the name of Ooga Booga, to come down there and support him.
Yeah, I think after taking that loss from DA, losing your jungler, they know, all right, maybe we have to slow pace, which isn't exactly what you want to do when you have a Dairoth in the jungle, especially paired up with the Matilda. So I'm wondering, does this slow them down? Do they keep on trying to play the aggressive route? Where do they go from here?
Yeah, and right now, Sleeps has a good positioning because Melon doesn't know if Kufra's still in that bush. Once Kufra shows himself, he's going to become that same aggressive Roger at the bottom lane.
Ooh, able to bring down the Frogga armor. The Abyssal Strike comes out. Easy peasy, still able to get away there. Kush now going to have priority over this turtle as BloodHounds back off.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for the BloodHounds. They take a lot of damage and then get zoned out from this first turtle. And that means that Ooga Booga was not going to be able to get in there. He came in already with the Tyrant's Rage, or Tyrant's Revenge, so he wasn't going to have that ready for the turtle fight.
With the Circling Eagle. Has to be careful for that bouncing ball from the Kufra. We just saw him walk into it one time. Could become a problem. Also, with the Roger, another issue to kind of have to dance around that. Dairoth also doesn't exactly have a dash, but does have like a chase dash. So, I mean, Ooga Booga could be a possible answer here to a few things. He's going to get the knockup, though, onto Melon. Melon going to take a lot of damage. Sleeps, dashes in, and able to get the final hit. Melon goes down.
Ooh, and this is what we've been missing from other BloodHounds games, especially from Ooga Booga, is that setting potential. As we can see here now, starting to take a little bit of a lead, 2,100 in the pocket of Sleeps right now, over the side of Melon right now.
And I mean, if he can keep doing that and getting the advantage early on, especially on a Bruno, is huge. Once you get some of that crit damage in, get your Berserker's Fury in, start working on the rest, we know how much of a menace Bruno can be. I think what's going to be huge for DA is once Mikasa can start moving around the map a bit more, and they start actually getting some utility out of this Ruby.
Was Easy Peasy, did he just steal that? That's almost petty from the side of BloodHounds to steal that jungle minion from Kush as he was trying to get it. Just a little bit more in the pocket of BloodHounds to try to keep this advantage that they have. Only 500 gold lead, but still 2 kills in their favor.
Hey man, every piece of gold counts in the land of Dawn. It's a game of pennies. It's a game of seconds. I mean, I think things like that, like you said, if you can just slow him down a little bit more, maybe make it so where you have the level advantage on the next turtle, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Easy peasy at 7. Kush actually has 7 still, but still, everything matters in the end.
Yeah, and we just used the Tyrant's Rage there for Ooga Booga, so they're still going to have a few seconds before he's going to have it available for this turtle. And I was talking about it. It's going to be all down to Ooga Booga to get these setting.
Not able to get it. Kush able to secure it. T doing a good job at zoning them away along with Yato. BloodHounds not escaping with the lead too much because of that.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem right now is BloodHounds having a little bit of an issue when it comes to their timing for some of these objectives. Not able to get in a good position, and unfortunately, Devious Activity has the first, I want to say, 2 turtles free of charge.
And now DA has pretty much brought it down to a stalemate. Ooga Booga able to get the knock up onto Melon. Sleeps, able to dodge the Eternal Guardian there. Well played from him. DA looked for the gank, but unable to secure a kill. Easy peasy also here to help out in the tri-bush. Sleep just trying to clear waves, not let him connect onto the tower. BloodHounds playing a good game right now. Even up on the top side, Templars is cutting lane. BloodHounds not trying to force fights. I think they know where their spike is. It's a bit later in the game, but also not letting DA bully them around.
Oh.
Right as I say it.
Yeah, right as you say that, Easy Peasy gets taken down. What I do like about Devious Activity is they got caught once, and they were ready the second time BloodHounds tried it. But on the side of BloodHounds, like you said, they were able to see it coming. They backed off. They didn't force the fight. Oh, as I say that.
Oh, Melon in trouble. Tyrant's Rage connects in the bouncing ball. There's no escape. Melon going to go down, and that's 2 kills now in the pocket of Sleep. Sleeps, though, takes a little bit of damage to the face. Circling Eagle, able to get the knock up. her Eternal Guardian, and T gets the kill. Now Bocarasco, though, here to help out, looking for Yato. Yato in a little bit of trouble. Bocarasco gets a couple glooms off, but not enough damage to secure another kill for BloodHounds.
Yeah, a little deep for BloodHounds there, and Sleeps pays the ultimate price for it. Bocarasco, though, very quick, able to close the distance to help out his teammate for an escape for what could have been a double kill for them. So right now, just narrowly hanging in the lead for kills, but the gold slowly starting to dip into Devious activity.
Somehow Melon is still up in EXP right now. He denied Sleeps of a lot of minions in the laning phase, and that is paying off right now. Tempest, though, taking a little bit of damage. Watch for Ooga Booga. Waiting for the knockup. Able to connect onto one. Get the Tyrant's Revenge. Kush taking a lot of damage, and easy peasy finds the kill. Now T just trying to get away. Eternal Guardian comes down onto Ooga Booga. Gets a knockup. BloodHounds got what they came for. They take out Kush again.
Yeah, and right now I want to say things getting a little bit more even for Sleeps down here in this lane, even though the level advantage actually going to Melon. So, I mean, right now, 2-4, BloodHounds, the lead is slowly slipping in their hands now. So it's been back and forth for this. When it comes to the gold lead, we're going to start seeing as we start pushing onto these objectives, that's where the real push and the real power in these compositions is going to start shining, is when we start downing some of these towers.
We could definitely be going the long haul, the pace of this game right now. Still not a single tower taken. We're 7 minutes in. Lord's going to be up in 73, and both teams just kind of taking their time. But I feel like as the game creeps on, it really kind of favors BloodHounds more than it does DA.
Yeah, especially because you're going to have the setting potential from Ooga Booga to be able to kind of start things off here. But as we've been seeing, it almost feels like BloodHounds are just always a few seconds behind some of these objectives.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think the Kufra pick is really, like you said, Ooga Booga could be the key to this win here. Even in deal, I think it was just kind of a clutch pick. They saw, because it even helps dealing with the Matilda, all the dashes. It just, there's the damage from Melon, though. Bocarasco, no time for Black Shoes, immediately taken out. Easy peasy in the mid side as well. The Abyssal Strike locks on, Fraga Armor goes off, but Easy Peasy will go down. Templess might just be next. Kush pops the Retribution just to slow him down. Looking for another hit. Gonna move on to the tower down to the last side. Yato falls, sleeps, might be next. Melon able to get the final shot and take him out. Ooga Booga now also taking a lot of damage. Melon up against Booga will find the double kill.
Oh, man, and just like that, the tides have turned in favor of Devious activity. Can we talk about the reaction time of Devious activity blindly throwing an ability into that bush down at the bottom? They find Bocarasco, and then the entire team quickly pours on the damage before he can get the Black Shoes off.
Very well played, and now they get the Lord. And I think once DA, we've seen it, once they get that moment, it's like, all right, now we hit the gas. Now we found a stride here. They're going to, I feel like at least 2, maybe 3 towers crumble here. Maybe more if they really play it off well, if BH makes any huge mistakes. Templess able to get the final slash off. Will get caught up here. Ruby able to delay him from escape, but Templess still able to find, but no, pulled back in and taken out. Ooga Booga does get a beautiful Tyrant's Revenge, but nobody is there to help him out.
Yeah, and I want to say that's just a second behind. He probably could have saved his teammate and actually turned the tide of that battle. And that's just talking about the pacing of this game and how quick you kind of have to be able to react to a lot of these ganks. Mikasa, 2v1 here against BloodHounds.
Sleeps also in a bad spot down. Bot was able to find a tower, but will pay the price for it. Lord now creeping down the line. BloodHounds is trying to defend.
Yeah, and unfortunately right now, you can see right now the gold has swung in favor of Devious activity, about a 4K gold lead for them as we continue on the action in the bottom lane.
And Melon takes another tower. Melon now moving on to the next target. Under the tower, does a lot of damage on a Template there, but finally backs off, and Lord still coming, has not been touched yet. Yato there does not have the Eternal Guardian, so can't try to force an engage here. We're going to move on to the next 2 tier 2s in the mid and the top. Ooga Booga looking for the setup, unable to connect onto Yato. Now he's in Hell's territory, though. A little bit of damage from Yato there. Easy peasy here to help out. Sleeps also holding down the backside, gets a couple free shots. Watch out for Mikasa, though, coming down from the backside. Able to hit a nice I'm offended onto Templess and get the kill. Melon now smells blood. They're going to take another tower. Easy peasy, awfully low. Needs to be careful here. Another wave coming down the top side as well. DA looking for one more strike, one more inhibitor. Watch for Ooga Booga. Cocked, loaded, ready to go, but decides not to pull the trigger.
Yeah, the amount of patience coming out from Devious activity to wait for that 8-minute mark, and now the game, the last 3 minutes have been nothing but Devious activity pushing through all of the lanes here. You can see on their side a 2K gold lead for Melon against Bruno right now. He's almost at full build and ready to start dishing out damage.
Yeah, he's going to start taking buffs now. He's essentially a jungler at this point. They just feed all the buffs to him. Kush helps kind of carry through the early game. And he's just able to continue to farm. And this is when DA will really hit that spike.
Yeah, it's almost right now. I mean, Melon has an angering amount of like damage negating ability. He's able to dive into the back of the towers, get the kill, then bounce right back out without anybody being able to touch him while he juggles between human and lichen form to kind of close the distance on BloodHounds members.
Ooh, nice. Tyrant's Revenge on a Kush there, followed up by the last Insanity. A lot of damage, able to get the kill. Melon, though, getting some free shots on Ooga Booga. Tempest trying to zone it away. Goes into wolf form. Does not pop off and Lycan Pounce just yet. Still playing the distance. Going to clear up the mid wave. Yato working the side. Big Terrify on Ooga Booga. Tempest tries to lock onto Yato. Yato uses the flicker just to get away, but now Melon getting a couple more free shots. Goes into wolf form. Looking for the Lycan Pounce. Looking for the final shot. Able to pick it up. T gets the kill. Now Tempest in between three members. Taking a lot of damage. Easy peasy pops the last of Sandy, but it's not enough to save Tempest. Now Easy peasy on the back foot trying to back off. 4 members still up for DA. 2 down for the side of BloodHounds. Now take a look at the Lord. 70% getting chunked up. No retribution. Kush finally back on the map. BloodHounds forced to back off as Mikasa continues to chip away at the Lord.
Yeah, and right now this is going to be enough to push away BloodHounds, secure this Lord. But Melon, man, in the fray, in the middle of that fray, they just are not able to take him down. Sitting right now at 4-2-4. He's just having a heck of a game right now, and the value that we're seeing out of these Roger picks in the gold lane.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, and he went for the most of the time we've been seeing the Roger pick up the flicker. He goes for the Purify this time. So even if Ooga Booga catches him, he can slip out of the cracks. You pair that up with the Matilda as well. That is one slippery Roger as we get farther and farther into the game. And I'm trying to think of like what's the win con for BloodHounds here. Like step 1, buy more time. Step 2, Ooga Booga has to land a set. But who does he even set? How does he turn this around for his team?
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem here. And it kind of comes down. It's going to come down to the positioning for the for these objective fights. But what we've been seeing right now is BloodHounds can't even get into a position. They're being zoned out. Now they're on the defensive, and now they're going to have to defend the bottom.
I'm so confused. Did I see 2 big swords on Ooga Booga right there? Ooga Booga going to get shredded down. Melon able to pick up the kill. Lord still crashing through the bot side. Now they're going to move over to the mid. Another wave coming. Going to maybe try to force this one. If they can crack 2 inhibitors here, it's huge for the side of DA. Mikasa jumps in the backside, gets the Offended on to sleeps. Now in bad territory, able to use the Matilda to guide on out of there. Still keeping up the pressure, but no more waves of minions coming. DA going to be forced to back off.
Yeah, and I hope this isn't what we've been seeing before, which is Ooga Booga likes to build that BOD onto Kufa for some reason there. Oh, Yato finds a kill onto Sleeps.
That's a big one. T with the circling eagle. Oh, wait a second. Everyone dives on. Easy peasy taking a bit of damage. Ooga Booga able to get 3-man knock him. Throws him against the wrong wall. Melon gonna be able to take the tower. Tempest trying to do everything he can, but he still falls. Boca Roscoe next on the chopping block, taking out its 3-man wipe. Can they make it 4? Ooga Booga gonna get knocked up. Mikasa now trying to close the distance. Easy peasy comes out with the last Insanity, but the winner Truncheon saves the day for Yato. Easy peasy looking for something to grasp, but just can't hang on. BloodHounds with 1 man left will go down as DA take game number 1.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. It's just those little plays that matter, especially when it comes to knocking the enemy against the wrong tower. It turns an opportunity into a problem for your team, and Devious activity capitalize off that.
Ah, man, I don't know. Finger slip, pressure, who knows? But if he would have hit him against the top wall, it could have been the turnaround. They would have been under tower. Oh man, that hurts to see. And like Melon did have the purify, so he was okay. But still, it was that hurts to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see here, especially, I mean, around the 8-minute mark, it was kind of even, but Devious Activity took that advantage and really pushed through, especially being led there by Melon. Kush, I want to say they had the answer for him, especially kind of in the early game to be able to kind of shut him down, except for when it came to a lot of these objectives. After that, through the mid to the late, Melon, just, I want to say a monster here, 6, 2, and 7. Great game for him.
Definitely, Melon does go for more of the damage build here. Ooga Booga did pick up a BOD there at the end, you know, just for that extra damage on the Tyrant's Rage. Melon gonna be the carry. I mean, and Melon, I'm becoming Team Melon slowly. I'm wondering, like, do we want Melon on the roster for playoffs here? He's been on the past three games or so. Maybe more. We've seen him a few times, and he normally always performs. Even when DA loses, he normally performs.
Yeah, and he's been doing such a great job, and it's almost crazy to talk about because one of the players has to sit out, so Melon takes over. But Melon, I mean, he absolutely shines when he is on the roster. And we can take a look here at the damage. A combined 140,000 damage for Melon and Yato.
Tons of damage. BH just unable to really keep up there. Ooga Booga does have 100% team fight participation, so he was the one kind of sparking those 6 kills, always heavily involved. But BloodHounds overall just not able to keep up. I'm honestly, though, with the Matilda going over to the side of DA and how dominant it has been when we see it in the right hands, BloodHounds did a okay job. I thought that might end a lot quicker. They were able to get through the laning phase, and I felt like if they could have just kind of handled the mid, not made a couple mistakes, the game really could have gone into their hands there.
Well, and that's the difference between those super top tier, top 4 teams in North America is the opportunity of them making those mistakes is smaller and smaller, and they're able to take advantage of when other teams do. And that's kind of the difference between the top 4 and I want to say the bottom 4 here in North America is the bottom 4 are still kind of making some of those mistakes, those missed opportunities with the Tyrant's Rage, hitting them against the wrong wall. I have to ask, was it a difference maker to be able to make that BOD on the Kufra? Or, I mean,
there was a lot of difference makers. that was the Ooga Booga Wasians build right there. That was the old school build right there. I don't know, man. Only time will tell. I know it felt like a difference maker. Towards the end, he was getting shredded down. And BOD's such an expensive item too. Yeah, like it is like you get like a tank item and a half for the price of that BOD right there, man. Like you could get a Blade of Hepatis or whatever instead of the BOD and probably still get the same, you know, get exactly what you need. Like it's yeah, I don't know, man. And this has been kind of the issue this season with BloodHounds, you know, kind of going for the unconventional things, and it's not working. I'm just surprised because it felt like last season BloodHounds were kind of getting out of that cycle. We're kind of just like getting to the basics, and then we come into this season with really high hopes for them, and then we have the things we've been seeing.
Yeah, and that was my point exactly, is there's Blade of BOD, that's an expensive item, and there's other things you could have gotten. I don't want to lay it completely. That's not the only downside that happens.
It's only because of that.
It's just one. It's one of a number of mistakes that add up, especially when you're talking about a team like Devious Activity. And all of those little mistakes they're going to be able to take advantage of one by one, and they keep creeping forward until, like you see, at the 8-minute mark, they're ready to charge forward, and you're having issues as you're on your back foot. Pretty standard bans here we see as still with the Hylos, a ban on the side of Devious Activity. BloodHound's going to go ahead, start things off with an Arlot pickup.
And I feel like if Ooga Booga wants to be an aggressive roamer, then, you know, hold on to something like the Arlot, something that you can, you know, output that damage, you know, be something like that, where I think something like that could fit in Ooga Booga's hands, because he wants to be able to, you know, do some things. He wants to be able to maybe cause some mayhem, cause some damage. That's okay if that's the type of roamer you want to be, but it needs to be on the right heroes. On the side of DA, they're still prioing that Ruby. And honestly, Mikasa makes it work well. We've seen T do well on it. Matilda no longer on the field, so there is a chance we could see this Ruby swap over to the mid, because honestly, I'm sure last game, they planned on BloodHounds taking the Matilda. Like, they first picked Ruby probably with that in mind.
And then the priority continues with this Roger pickup. I mean, we still do have Harith out on there right now, so they can pick it up to potentially be able to counter it. But I do want to say, like, as we saw from the first series, if you're going to pick up that Harith, you need to be able to defend him. The Harith needs to be very careful. Just because you're able to dominate in lane and get the upper advantage, you still need to be able to watch out for some of those ganks. And Devious Activity has been very good about pushing those side lanes.
Most definitely, and they're going to pick up the X-Borg once again, same as last time. This time lock into Harith, which has seemed to be possibly one of the answers to the Roger. Let's see if Sleeps did actually play a decent game last game. I do want to give it up to him. Even in the laning phase, he's able to kind of sidestep a bit here. He did have a little bit of issues. He got starved of some minions, and that kind of cost him a lot when it came into mid-game and everything. But I think with the Harith, he'll be able to poke those minions. He'll be able to sidestep and kind of play around this Roger.
And that's another good point there, is that the adaptability of Devious Activity. They were having, BloodHounds were having a great game, especially with Ooga Booga and Sleeps together. Kufra was catching those great sets. However, Devious Activity responded very quickly. The next time that happened, the entire team from Devious Activity was ready. They were able to kind of push them back, and that's kind of the difference. Another one of those kind of mistakes that you need to always kind of be adjusting. You can't dip too much into that same well, and we're gonna see that Kush picks up this Fanny.
And I mean, it's a perfect, exactly where you want to slot it a lot of time. If you're not going to slot it last, you slot it in the, you know, last of the first phase, so you can ban out the things like the Franco. Maybe now it's either do they ban Kaja or do they ban Kufra here. I think either of those are very possible for the side of DA. Bloodhound's going to ban out the Vexana, try to limit down on the Yato.
I've always been of the mind in North America, because a lot of people want to wait for that Fanny. They want it to be the last pick, to be that surprise, so you can take out all the counters. I've always been of the mind, if you can't pick Fanny first, then you aren't good enough to be playing. if you don't care about any of those counters. But Kush, we already know. We've seen Kush on the Fanny. He is amazing, and you're definitely going to need an answer for it. I think you talked a little bit about it. We see the Franco taken off of there. Kai would probably be next on the list to be picked up, but I'm not even sure. I mean, yeah, I could go into the roaming position here. I'm actually not sure if Ooga Booga plays a Kai.
Yeah, I mean, they need something here. They definitely need something. Here's the problem with the Arlot. I think that's another reason why DA picks up this this Fanny, because it's like, all right, they already showed X-Borg, they already showed Arlot. Yes, you could put X-Borg into the jungle. That's definitely a possibility, right? It's definitely something we could see. We've seen it tonight already, but yeah, they're running out of answers. I think DA might just pick up the Kaja for themselves here, even maybe, just to kind of deny it. At this point, they feel pretty good, and I think it's, I mean, I don't think they have to be too picky, right?
Yeah, the only thing about the Kaja is we need some type of burst damage from the Bloodhounds to accompany that Kaja. What we have from them is stuff that needs some stacks. X-Borg needs some stacks to actually really be doing a lot of damage. Arlot, he could use that final slash. Once Kaja gets the Divine Judgment, Arlot can use that final slash, push them even further back in. But you're still going to need that burst damage to really kind of surprise them. And speaking of burst damage, De Paquito now on the side for Devious Activity.
And that confirms the Roam Ruby for T. So, which I'm a big fan of the Roam Ruby, especially if the Arlot ends up being a Roam Arlot. He can Ruby kind of slows down the Arlot. Whenever Arlot tries to dash in and do a bunch, Ruby can kind of answer to that and maybe put Ooga Booga into a bad position. You pair that up with this Fanny and the movement from this Paquito. I mean, it's just DA's looking aggressive right now. They're looking like a mean level 4. They're looking like a mean, 5-6 minutes.
Ooh, so this is going to be a tank Arlot, I believe, and the XP lane Xborg. So just as you were talking about Ooga Booga on an Arlot, something that can have a lot of effect in there, and the Eudora from Bokarosco. Man. It's going to be a hard-fought game for Bokarosco here. I mean, not to doubt his ability. He's great. He's going to have to play the game of his life here because you're basically saving your stun just for Kush to come, for Kush. And once you've blown your load as a Eudora, you're basically a sitting duck and you have no other purpose out there. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can kind of juggle this around.
And the problem is there's so many more threats than just Kush on the field, right? Like, okay, yeah, you kill, like you said, you're just a sitting duck, and you kill Kush, but then you got a knockout strike coming at you. You have a Roger, who is also one of those that used to be one of the junglers that you would have to fear for the same reasons you would fear a Fanny, It is tough. Also, I mean, Bokarosco's gotta go flicker here, because if any point you get caught up by this Ruby, you're dead. If any point Bokarosco gets caught up by anybody, you are dead. I feel like BloodHounds has to play this game a certain way. Bokarosco needs to be in bushes at like all times. He needs to play like an assassin, essentially. So let's jump in. The game number 2 match point for Devious Activities. BloodHounds looking to take us to game 3.
Yeah, looking to take us to game 3, but a lot of things that are going to need to go right for them as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Bokarosco, we'll see. The thing is you can catch Devious Activity rotating back and forth from these lanes. It just depends on how well Ooga Booga and Bokarosco can meld together through some of these rotations.
Taking a look at the audience predictions, it's 68 to 32%. Which honestly is not bad. There's definitely some BloodHound fans out there, some Ooga Booga fans, some Bokarosco fans. A little bit of damage onto Ooga Booga as we speak about him. But yeah, don't get me wrong. BloodHounds have a few answers to what Devious Activity brought, but they are definitely high-risk answers.
Yeah, oh man, I'm not even sure. Was he able to? He was?
Yeah.
Did he miss it?
No, Kush got that one. Kush just walked up and Grand Theft purpled him. No problem. Ooga Booga goes down, takes one with him. We just stole your ride and took out your friend.
Yeah, not a good start for BloodHounds already. And that's kind of the problem here is you have to expect that type of thing from a Fanny, from a Kush's Fanny at that. And your team needs to kind of be in there with your jungle to kind of help you out with that. Mikasa taking a heap of jungle, or a heap of damage from Templars, though.
Yeah, that's a huge start. You're supposed to take Fanny's buff, not her take yours. Still level 3. It's going to be a very slow start for BloodHounds. They're already kind of in a composition that wants to lean in towards the late game a bit. When you have something like a Eudora, when you have something like an Xborg, you have this Harith. Yes, they have this Martis, which is supposed to do very well in the early game, but slowing him down like that just completely puts a halt on BloodHounds here.
Yeah, luckily he does have his 4, but we're going to see how this first turtle goes. Because, Fanny really not a turtle holding type of character. They're actually going to swoop in at the end.
Yeah, but look, there's prime real estate for Mikasa and Kush. Nice knockout punch does land onto 3 members. Last insanity combo up. Mikasa goes down. Bokarosco able to get the kill. But here comes Kush looking for Boka. Boka falls, drops, taken off the map. Easy peasy. Might just be next. He does miss the I'm offended there. And now Turtle maybe prioed over the side of DA.
And this is exactly what we were talking about before. Bokarosco uses his abilities to be able to take down Mikasa, and then Kush swoops in once he knows those abilities are down and able to put the kill onto Bokarosco.
Something I missed, though, Yato did fall as well in this past team fight, so not super bad for BloodHounds, but losing the Turtle, losing a couple buffs here will start to stack up if BloodHounds let it keep up. And here comes Kush, hits the cutthroat, takes out Sleep. T does go down up in the bot side, though, so BloodHounds find at least something. They're trading. They are at least trading here.
Yeah, it's actually it's kind of crazy how quickly BloodHounds they get just a little bit of damage onto them, takes them down to about half health. Kush is so quick to be able to swoop in under tower, find the kill, and then find himself an escape here. And actually, Bocarasco keeping a little bit of a lead here on the enemy mage.
Which is going to be important, but Ooga Booga will go down. Melon able to pick up the kill, and now Sleeps is on his lonesome. You mentioned Kush. The man is at 3-0 at 4 minutes in. Was at 3-0, I think, at 3 minutes in. So we're averaging a kill per minute, and that is dangerous for a Fanny right now. Easy peasy has to start to be the answer, and I don't know whether BloodHounds need to group up, split up, what the choice is here, but Sleeps in trouble. Kush going to walk in, but Melon going to end up getting the kill.
Yeah, and yeah, you're talking about it. Kush was looking for another kill a minute there. And unfortunate for Ooga Booga, even on this R-Lot, I feel like he's kind of limit testing right now. There's a few points where there's like he doesn't have his team with him, but he's still engaging devious activity, which, I mean, you're not going to be able to kind of one-off onto the entire team. You need to have the rest of BloodHounds there to be able to help you.
No, Sleep's not like this. Kush picks up the kill.
Yeah, Kush 4-0-1 right now, and this is just the map presence that Devious Activity have right now. They don't even need towers down right now to have a command and control over the map.
Listen, they need to work. They need to run something we call the buddy system. You know, I don't know if any of you guys have ever been out with your family at theme parks or whatever. It's buddy system right now, because if anyone is alone, they are a target for Devious Activity. Speaking of, Tempest goes down. Another one.
Alone. Yeah, another one. Unfortunate. Ooga Booga swoops in, looking for some help.
Ooh, Bocarasco able to pick up a kill there. Doing okay on the Adora. Surprisingly, the hero we were worried about actually has one of the best KDAs right now.
Which is amazing right now. Oh, Sleeps in a little bit of trouble there. Does get taken down by Melon, but now we're at a turtle fight.
Now Yato able to make sure they secure that. Ooga Booga goes down. Kush able to pick up the kill. T falls to Easy Peasy, though. Easy Peasy gets a decimation. He wants to look for another one. Can he pop it off? Yes! Woo! He does! And he gets away. A nice shutdown and a triple kill. Definitely worth it, in my opinion. You get some gold. You're able to kind of get back into the game a bit.
Yeah, I mean, amazing play there, but overstayed his welcome a bit. You said it yourself. I mean, worth it. But now standing at about 7-11, we're about a 24K goal, or 2,400 gold lead by Devious Activity. Not K yet,
but not yet. I like the word "yet" there. That's you. Take a look at some of the items though, private.
Yeah, you can see how they're already picking up the belt and the endless battle there for Melon. So he's already got the defense there, but we're engaging at mid.
Bocarasco goes down. Ooga Booga might just be next. Kush swinging around. Ooga Booga dashes in, dashes out, but Devious Activity got what they came for.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part of having this Eudora is once you kind of expend some of those abilities, you are a sitting duck. Not just a sitting duck, but you're not really of value to your team anymore. Once you've blown that full Eudora load at the enemy, maybe you gotten a kill.
Ooh, Kush walks into that one. Definitely going to have to start being a bit more careful. Now that Easy Peasy's kind of tipped the scale back in his favor, he's back to level 10 versus 10 up against Kush. Ooga Booga going to go down here. 1 in 5. Not where you want to see an R-Lot, but still, they got to be careful about what bushes they walk into with Easy Peasy running around.
Yeah, I want to say it's almost a clash of play style right now for the side of Ooga Booga. He's really having trouble kind of like capitalizing on this for the R-Line. And here is that replay for that turtle fight.
Yeah, Easy Peasy able to pop off and just really risking it here. Able to go toe-to-toe with Kush. Kush didn't have the cables to really pop off there. End up going down. If he didn't go for that purple, it was a good trade, but it could have been better.
Could have been better. And unfortunately, another turtle fight coming. Can BloodHounds capitalize?
Kush is going to kind of play the distance here. Ooga Booga goes to the flicker. Final slash and whiffs it. Ooga Booga now in trouble. Going to go down for that one. Melon able to pick up another kill. Kush falls to Bocarasco, so they find something in the midst of this chaos. Easy Peasy able to find the turtle. Able to get a nice hit onto Melon there, but here comes Paquito. Mikasa with a knockout strike onto Bocarasco. A double kill for Yato. That's 2 down for the side of BloodHounds, all for the price of Kush.
Is that a final slash warning shot from Ooga Booga out there? Just unfortunate, is not able to catch the team. And while they are able to get that turtle, the entire team suffers for it as Devious activity able to kind of force and push through that. I mean, we're not so bad on towers. We are just getting the top one now for Devious activity. BloodHounds really need to be able to round this out. We see damage kind of coming through for the side of Devious activity as we look at the stats.
Sleeps, able to drop to Zamon's force, but in comes Kush. Ooga Booga does come help out. Mikasa goes down. Kush as well. BloodHounds able to get a double kill into the hands of Ooga Booga. We're starting to see the Paquito and the Fanny kind of scale down just a little bit, but as that's happening, look at who's 5-0-4 right now. Melon on this Roger. They're going to try to collapse onto Tempest here, trying to put another kill on the checkbook, and Melon engages like and pounce and finds the kill. Down to the top side, though, easy peasy finds a double. Yato and T go down. It's kills all over the board. Melon in a bad position, looking to try to find something. Oh! The outplay on the Bocarasco, but still falls. A nice shutdown for Ooga Booga. He's going to need the kill. He's going to need that gold after the 6 deaths previously.
As soon as I saw him heading up, like, don't let it be Bocarasco to check this bush, because he's going to be able to like and pounce on him, even with that stun out from Bocarasco. He finds the kill onto him, but then meets his end by 2 members of the BloodHounds.
Melon's like, let me just make sure. Oh, Kush runs into him again. Ooga Booga able to put another kill on the map. Mikasa unloading, though. Yato and T here to help out. We're starting to have some back and forth. The scales are tipping into the hands of BloodHounds. Even though it's small, the gold has finally started to favor them.
Yeah, it went from a 4K gold deficit to now they're up by about 300, and Ooga Booga finally starting to come online.
I'm wondering what his build is. I'm wondering if maybe the reasons he died so much early on, did he go damage? Is he going full damage Arlot Rome right now? I wouldn't put it past him, and it would make sense for the... Let's take a look real quick. No, he's going semi-defensive, picked up the mallet for a little bit of penetration.
Yeah, I mean, it is a typical Arlot build. He's just a little bit more aggressive in the early game than you would like most tanky Arlots there.
Oh, Melon finds Bocarasco there, and that's what we were worried about. Even if he can escape Kush, can he escape Melon? Eat 1 in 4 on this Roger.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I want to say, like, especially when you have all the members up of BloodHounds, Ooga Booga was doing a great job trying to get those sets. So we're not going to talk about that last turtle set that he tried with the final slash there, but he just needs to be a little bit more careful so that he can be a deciding factor in some of these fights and not get picked off before these objectives happen.
We're definitely testing right now. Ooga Booga does get the final slash, but not able to. What happened there? No purifies on the side.
I believe it got canceled.
It got canceled. He still has it. I was like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah, so, I mean, and this is what we were talking about. He goes on the tee, but this is, I mean, you waste. I feel like you kind of waste that final slash, but Bocarasco there on the side to bring it up.
Ooh, Kush, though, on to sleep. Sleeps in a bad spot. Yato able to find the kills. Mon's Force does drop. Ooga Booga trying to play the distance here. Tempest with the last insanity. Able to collect onto Mikasa. Melon on the run now. Here comes Yato looking for the Terrify. Able to get the final slash himself with the IMU. Decimation not able to get the kill, so he will not be able to continue. Kush getting caught off. Ooga Booga flickers through looking for the kill. But he goes down. Melon now going to capitalize. Tempest in a bad spot. Melon now on the run. Easy peasy on the chase. The back and forth right now of these two teams.
Yeah, actually doing a great job. I want to say this is the signs of life from BloodHounds that we were seeing, or that a lot of people have been wanting to see, back and forth, and still able to kind of hold their own, especially when I want to say Ooga Booga is on the money. Unfortunately, there kind of got baited into a dash under the tower, not able to make his way out of there.
Oh, that damage. Bocarasco's just a glass cannon right now. If he gets even touched, if they blow too close to him, that man's going down.
If there's a harsh word that is said around Bocarasco, he might crumble down.
All right, Lord now up. DA back up to about 700 gold lead. Nothing too major. Definitely still fightable for the side of BloodHounds here. Look at Kush, though. Now that he knows he's not as valuable in these team fights, he takes to the off lanes.
Yeah, and we're definitely waiting. I want to see Ooga Booga kind of get the set. I mean, right now I want to say T, they were able to get the set onto T, but there was a lot of abilities used in that process. A lot of ultimates, which they didn't have for the rest of the fight, which kind of made the fight turn a little bit more on the side of Devious activity and a little bit more back and forth. We just need to see Ooga Booga get that set, find one of the squishier members, find maybe even more than one member of Devious activity so that the team can get the set and find an advantage.
Tempest should be okay here. Has the immortality still. They're going to start rushing this Lord, though. Kush has to go back to base. But they're not going to let him. He's getting held up by Tempest. And now no retribution for the side of DA. This should be a Lord for the side of BloodHounds. Easy peasy able to get it. Ooga Booga just has to get away. It is a clean take, but Melon not going to let it happen. It's one for a Lord. I think it's a fair trade for BH.
Yeah, definitely not even just a fair trade, but I want to say still puts BloodHounds ahead a bit because they get a little bit of breathing room. They're going to have the Lord coming out. They're going to have super minions coming out for their side. So a little bit of an advantage there for BloodHounds to see if they can capitalize here from a Devious activity. I want a great play there from BloodHounds and great synergy from the team to be able to stop Kush from being able to go back.
I think... You know, DA knew, I was thinking they need to try to get that mid tower. DA knows that they don't want to let that break just yet. They make sure they clear the wave. They expend most of their forces there. And while this is happening, Melon in the boss side, able to take out Lord. Kush now going to come in, get stunned up. Bocarasco finds the target, locks on, but unable to get the kill. Has Kush maybe... I wonder if Kush has got an Athena shield in the clutch right now, because that's going to give Bocarasco a hard time. It starts to make him a little less valuable on the map. Kush going to come in, dance back and forth. Tower does finally fall. BloodHounds have broken through.
Yeah, I want to say the Athena shield doesn't really matter too much here. He does have the Athena shield. It's the stun that's going to be the real problem for Kush because you're going to have the rest of the team to kind of deal with there. And I want to say Bocarasco knows his one and only job is to wait for Fanny and get the stun.
Up, and there it is. Speaking of it, Kush goes down. Kush is going to have to just start playing the offlane. Last insanity on to Melon there along with his Wands Force. Melon, no escape. Sleeps, gets the shutdown. Ooga Booga now dances through three members, able to get the vengeance. Back and forth as Easy Peasy and Tempest follow up. Mikasa able to just slip away with his life. Minions are now crashing on the bot and top. BloodHounds going to reverse gears, move on to the mid side, and try to take another tower.
Oh man, there's nothing I like more than a little bit of a tower dance between members of your team to be able to kind of juggle that aggro, make sure that you can try to get some damage on without anybody taking too much and everybody escaping all at once. And great job there by the BloodHounds, who are starting to show some great signs of life.
All right. BloodHounds looking to try to capitalize more. Take a purple buff here. T does come through, gets pushed back. Some Force drops, and T goes down. DA starting to lose out in these team fights, and now it's a 1,600 gold lead for the side of BloodHounds. I talked about late game possibilities for them. The Harith, the X-Borg. These are two heroes that are going to definitely scale more and more as this goes on and become a lot more of a nuisance, whereas Paquito and Kush on this Fanny are going to become a little less useful as this goes forward.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to two factors here. I want to say Ooga Booga being able to get the sets that he wants on the people he wants, and also Bocarasco not being seen. Bocarasco cannot be aggressive here. He needs to kind of wait for the Fanny to come, for Kush to come to him, get that stun out, and then as soon as you take Kush off the map, you've seen that this entire fight start to change in the BloodHounds' favor.
I mean, DA, an answer here. I think they need to find a way to pick someone off. Let's take a look at the items, though, real fast.
Yeah, you can see already have that golden staff picked up there for Melon. He's in a great position right now for the damage he wants to unload and the tankiness, but now we're starting up on the Lord.
That Kush going to try to find an angle in. Ooga Booga does distract them. Might go down for it. Last Sandy does connect. Yato able to get the kill. Kush dancing around the side, and Kush takes the Lord. And now it's Chaos brought on to BloodHounds. Kush finds Boca, looking for the next target. Easy peasy, trying to keep him at bay, but Tempest has now joined the fray. Able to get a little bit of chip damage on a T there. DA have dispersed. Backing off. Yato caught in the midst of it. Taking some damage, no last insanity, able to connect, no kill, able to fall except for Melon. BloodHound's still in the game.
I want to say there was a space and an opportunity of at least like 3 seconds where the Lord was so close. Everybody had the ability to retry. It seems like Easy Peasy got caught into some CC. Kush able to swoop in, get the retry there, and then follow the advantage. And that's how some of these games kind of play out. Is once you get an advantage from that Lord, your team's able to kind of push out there as Easy Peasy gets found out in the bush.
They shouldn't lose too much on this. They should be able to clear this wave. DA not going to be able to get too much of a gain from this. Towers are now even, except BloodHounds still has a tier 2 in the bot side. But still, we're back to a standstill. It's a 200 gold lead. It is nothing. Anyone could take this.
Yeah, and this is another game where it's really kind of even. 21 to 26 isn't a huge advantage for Devious activity. I do want to say though, as we're starting to push on, as BloodHounds are on the defensive, it's going to be harder and harder to get a lot of those pickoffs, unless it's actually on Ooga Booga to get some of those sets, especially from that final slash.
I mean, the same could be said for T here, right? He's got to be able to make something happen. I think if BloodHounds play it tight, they can have the advantage here. As long as they can hold the front side, make sure Bocarasco and Sleeps are okay. Melon can never really jump in. And T going to go down. Immortality does proc. Shouldn't be able to escape from this one. Zwan's force drops as well. And Kush forced to run away. And look at Templus up on the top side, ready to hit the split push, ready to try to move on to this inhibitor. But Melon and Yato are going to go back to base.
It was something that's funny to me is that as BloodHounds was engaging that, you saw Bocarasco so far away from his team. He was backing up because he knew that Kush was looking for him. So he was well behind, waiting for an opportunity for the Devious activity to get low before he kind of claimed that distance. And I mean, playing it as good as he can it's a Eudora pick. You don't expect too much out of it, but I want to say Bocarasco doing well for a hero that can get picked off like that.
And take a look at the damage dealt. Everyone has played their part on the side of BloodHounds. Ooga Booga actually the most damage dealt on his team, surprisingly. That is one mean roam. We know how Ooga Booga likes to get. Now Kush in the boss side, gonna get stunned here, taking a lot of damage, able to just get away. DA looking for a moment to strike.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Bocarasco. You're at a point right now, especially with Athena's shield on Kush, you're not going to be able to surprise or burst him down just by yourself. You need to have the team helping you. So it's going to be like in a team fighting scenario where the rest of BloodHounds are going to be able to lay down on Kush as he gets stunned. And that's something that Bocarasco needs to realize when he's letting out some of these stuns.
I think it might be at a point where it's like, do you switch up the combo and go for the first skill first, the lightning, so you can maybe get a multi-man stun instead of just trying to focus on Kush? And there's kind of risk in that, right? Because it takes a little more time. You have to kind of be a bit closer to a big team fight. But a lot of damage on Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga taken off the map. Kush takes a big shot to his face, but still able to withstand it.
Yeah, and you saw Bocarasco just waiting in that L bush in the mid zone. He found Kush, was able to get the stun, but by the time the stun connected with Kush, he was already far enough away that the rest of BloodHounds could seal play here, though.
T keeps walking right into it, though. Bocarasco does go down. T able to get the kill. It's a good trade for DA. Melon versus Sleeps now, but Easy Peasy here to help out. Yato dashes in and finds a kill. Take down Easy Peasy as well. Melon going to be able to get the last hit, the shutdown, and Templus with the last Insanity on to 3 members. The last man standing for BloodHounds still has the Immortality. Yato going to use the IMU for the last Insanity himself, but Templus still survives.
Yeah, right now a 30 to 23 Devious activity starting to push their way through mid, deciding now if they're going to go ahead push through mid or go for this lower. Looks like they're going to go do a little bit of a combination of both.
I mean, it's just Templus. 30-second death counters on the board for BloodHounds. They decide to play it safe, keep it cool, keep it calm and collective.
Now, right now, Melon sitting at 12, 3, and 7, having a phenomenal game right now, especially because Kush, I want to say Kush not having one of those regular Fanny games where you're able to kind of enforce your way around throughout the entire map, but Melon doing a great job of kind of being that backup and still the stellar player to help out through these pushes.
Most definitely now. I'm so happy that Roger's back. back in the meta right now. He's because he's not like your typical marksman. There's a little bit of excitement there. It's kind of got like assassin vibes to it. It's just a nice switch up, and I feel like we've had so many crazy switch ups to the meta recently. Over the past few months since M5, things have definitely kind of taken a different direction. But Ooga Booga in a bad direction. Forced to use the flicker just to get away there. DA trying to close the jaws. They're going to move down onto this tier 2 as Lord encroaches in the mid lane.
Oh, conceal play comes out, and they're still pushing onto this bottom lane.
Oh, Kush looks for the target, maybe overextends. Mikasa goes down, Kush under the tower as well. When a Truncheon does come out from Mikasa, easy peasy, unable to connect. Tempest into the backside with the last Insanity, finds one more, goes down for it. T though, able to do a little bit of damage. Slow down sleeps. Mon's Force becomes useless there. More waves are crashing. DA doesn't want to let go of the gas just yet. Cushion to the backside. Looking for Bocarasco. Unable to get the kill though. Ooga Booga backs off Melon. Now on the hunt. Lycan Pounce. Looking for the final shot. One more onto Ooga Booga, but he gets stunned and does not connect.
Oh, man, a great push for Devious activity. No more high grounds for BloodHounds. And I want to say, like, it's now you're at a point where it's do or die, because you're not going to be able to, you can't let them get the next Lord, because you're not going to be able to withstand another push. And it's basically down to BloodHounds. What do you do here?
Kush is doing the old, I thought he was just going to wait for someone to come and try to take the purple. It's like, I'm just going to sit right here until one of you fools comes for this purple buff. Does play it safe, though. Going to go back to base. Easy peasy. Comes home to an empty house.
Aw, sadness. I would have said he probably would have sat in that bush if not for the fact that he had just lost his purple buff. So he didn't have the blue buff. He wasn't going to be able to kind of spam those cables to actually be able to get the kill.
Now with minions like crashing in towards BloodHounds, Devious activity have broken through the inhibitors, this game becomes a lot tougher for BloodHounds because the minions are on the side of DA. DA doesn't even really have to push them. They will constantly win the lanes for them. But you add Kush on top of that, you add the layer of split push that DA can have if they want, and it's just a constant looming threat over BloodHounds.
Yeah, and it just means that the BloodHounds are going to have to be quick and decisive about what they want to do. There's not going to be any, you're not going to be able to spend a lot of time just hiding or waiting or dancing around the Lord. You're going to need to be able to make something happen and make it come quick, or these minions are going to be starting to force their way into your core.
And at this point, everyone is maxed itemed at least, so it's not like they're behind. Essentially, they're only behind in terms of macro and map. I think we're at a point where BloodHounds could maybe just, like, if it gets too bad, you might just have to try to force the fight, right? You might just have to force the Lord to happen a little bit faster, because as you said, they can't dance around. They can't take their time with this. So at some point, it's like, do we just go for the all or nothing here?
Yeah, I want to say you saw 3 immortalities there for BloodHounds, 2 for Devious activity, but Devious activity also have the Winter Truncheon on their side too. So I mean, they're kind of even when it comes to a lot of the staying power. And now trying to bait out this Lord, they definitely want to fight, but they're not. I want to say BloodHounds not in a great position to actually start something here.
He gets the I'm offended onto Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga gets a stun. Zamon's Force does come down. BloodHounds willing to bring the gamble, willing to put it down. The sleep's going to get caught off. Bocarasco able to take out Melon. That is huge for the side of BloodHounds. Taking out the damage dealer on DA. BloodHounds now need to maybe back off. Yato back to base. Ooga Booga. Winter Truncheon does come out onto Yato. Immortality does pop. Able to do a little bit of item juggling, but easy peasy pops the decimation. Ooga Booga caught up by Kush. Kush trying to save the day, but T goes down. Easy peasy with a double kill. And that's a 70-second death counter onto T. BloodHounds might just try to run this down the middle. There's minions coming down the bot side, though, and time is on the line. Kush going to come back in. Going to get stunned up. Bocarasco able to take out the towers. Zamon's Force does drop, but they still only have a handful of minions to try to push their advantage. They opted not to go for the Lord. Can they finish this here? 27 seconds till Melon's back up. They decide to back off.
Oh man, right now BloodHounds in a capitalizing position right now to be able to take advantage of this. Kush having some problems even being able to get in there. They're going to go for it right now.
Sleeps, pops Zamon's Force. Kush takes about a half health of damage. Tries to dance around, just trying to clear the minions. They pull it over to the side tower. Well played by DA.
Yeah, and that's just the value you get from a team like this right now. Pulling the minions to the side tower to get that aggro so that they're not able to push on the core, not able to get that damage there, and now possibly at an even stance, or actually to allow Kush to be able to get close to this Lord.
Yeah, it's not even a clean Lord anymore. Kush gonna try to swing from the chandelier here. Pull something off. The knockup does come in. Melon also playing the distance. Lord getting low. Kush dashes in but sleeps, able to pick it up. Yato also playing around. Look at Mikasa into the backside. Able to lock onto Easy Peasy. Last Insanity does connect onto several members. Yato's got one of his own up his sleeve. Takes out Sleeps. Template's now in trouble. Untargetable, gets stunned up, but goes down. Mikasa able to find the kill. It's 2 members down with 70-second death counters for the BloodHounds. DA now on the advantage. Lord should be coming out soon, but they're running out of time. DA looking for the finish. Wait, Lord finally out. It's going up the top side, though, and DA's coming down the mid. Ooga Booga going to get locked up from Kush. Kush caught under the tower. The Decimation does lock on, but the Immortality props. Immortality's procking all over. Add in a Winter Truncheon just to make things spicy. And Mikasa goes down. Bokarasco finds a kill. Yato as well. They're trading. They're going, and Melon's on the run. Lord still coming.
Yeah, they forgot about that 6th player in the Lord here, trying to handle out these minions. And Devious Activity now going to have to run for the hills, down 2 players with 50-second death timers, while BloodHounds, I mean, it's a 3v3 right now, but you have the advantage of the Lord on your side for BloodHounds.
3v3, 3v3. We're coming up on 30 minutes on this game right now, and honestly, it feels like DA might be able to buy the time. 30 seconds, Lord marching down the mid. Can they defend this one more time? I got a feeling they're going to try to aggro it over. Another wave of minions comes just in the nick of time. Kush gets stunned up. Nice final slash onto Melon, onto T. Kush in the backside looking for Boka. Taking a little bit too much damage. Ooga Booga able to force him away. T also taking a lot. Easy peasy. Finds the Decimation. Immortality down, T down, but the Lord has fallen as well. They want to lock onto the base. Can they finish this? Ooga Booga does it. BloodHounds bring us to a game number 3.
Who would have thought it? BloodHounds taking that momentum from last week, finding them a victory, a 1 game over Devious Activity, who have been at the top of North American, I want to say, ranks here. What a game by BloodHounds.
Woo-wee. We got us a game 3. We got us a game 3. First one of the night. BloodHounds go the distance. 30 minutes on that one. 60-something kills over on the map. I'm out of breath, Private.
I apologize to my Eudora lovers out there. I mean, it played. He was able to kind of push through, but I want to talk. Ooga Booga did a great job of trying to get us some of these sets. A little bit of a shaky early game from him, but able to get those sets that allowed Easy Peasy to swoop in, scoop up a lot of those decimations to really turn the tides here.
I mean, overall, I think everyone on BloodHounds ended up getting it together, ended up pulling through there. Templates did a great job at holding off the off lanes, you know, kind of keeping the macro in play, making sure Devious Activity weren't going to get any split pushes. Ooga Booga had a rough early start, but eventually got his bearings on the R-Lot and finally started connecting on those final slashes. And not only that, but they capitalized for once when DA made the mistakes. You know, BloodHounds took advantage of it.
Yeah, I almost want to joke that all it takes is 30 minutes for BloodHounds to really get their momentum going. But man, are they able to hold it in for the first half of this game to kind of keep it a competitive edge? You can see here, look at the damage dealt there. Not even close, all in favor of Devious Activity, but able to kind of hold the line until you got to that late game and really start turning out a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I think, again, DA lost their time, right? They were on a strict schedule there. You're on a strict schedule when you got a Fanny and a Paquito on your team. Melon as well. I mean, Roger's good, but eventually there comes a time when it's just not as effective. And the clock was ticking, and BloodHounds were able to make it there. 30 minutes in. And even before that, they started coming out on top of fights. You know, around the 20-minute mark, around the 22-minute mark, they started coming out on top in fights. And we just slowly started to shift towards BloodHounds. They made a few more mistakes towards the end there, but were able to hold it together and get the win. Take us to a game 3, baby.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of amazed here because I almost feel like there's better picks that could have gone in to try to counter the Fanny, and they were still able to kind of be successful with what almost I consider like a handicap almost there. So, and this is what a lot of people wished to see from BloodHounds from that mid game on. That is the BloodHounds I want to see from the first minutes going on there, and that's sans a few of the mistakes that we saw in the early game. Ooga Booga had to get his footing on that R-Lot play, and then to allow Easy Peasy a lot of those the offense that he was able to get there, and then the pushing power from them. A great job by the BloodHounds in showing why they've been here in the top 8 for 2 seasons in a row now.
Now we're going to take a quick look at some of these replays, which I'm sure there's a lot of them. Don't know if we're going to see them all. We're coming in more towards the end of the game, towards the turnaround, and this was just the back and forth, man. It felt like maybe DA was about to end this. Nothing but templates on the field here. And I'm wondering at this point, should they just, I think there was a few times both teams, it's like, do we just run it down mid or do we play it safe? And that's the call. And this is one of the final defenses.
Yeah, and that's kind of the amazing thing about this is, like, I don't feel like Devious Activity played it wrong. There was a lot of points where they could have pushed in the base. They just decided to go for Lord. It was the safe option, but still couldn't clean it up. They couldn't get that last push onto the core and be successful about it.
I mean, them getting this Lord, though, this Lord fighting for them was so crucial. Like, he was going top. I thought he was just going to leave the base. And I think if he left the base and didn't come back involved into it, it could have possibly been GG's for the side of BloodHounds. But the Lord helps out, turns the tides of battle there, then ends up taking the route down mid. I mean, just very well played overall by BloodHounds, able to pull it through.
Yeah, and I want to say a very safe game. We were talking about Easy Peasy, getting those opportunities from Ooga Booga. He did a great job finding those decimations. And I want to say a well-played game by Boca Roscoe. I can't stress enough just how much I don't favor Eudora's, but he didn't become like this huge, I want to say, feeding potential on his team. He was able to keep that spacing, knowing that the Fanny was going to be coming in, looking for him, and still getting some of those stuns. Even when Fanny got the Athena shield to the point that Boca Roscoe will find the kill, still finding the stuns, which allowed Devious Activity to kind of be able to capitalize, to just jump and maul onto Kush very quickly. And we're gonna see if we change up the plan here. I mean, man, I was really excited with that game, and I'm very happy to see BloodHounds be able to take one off of Devious Activity and make this a very competitive series.
I mean, if they win this here, it is kind of huge because it holds DA in a number 6 position pretty much. It holds, I mean, it puts DA in a pretty low spot on the roster. They jump up to 9. They like tie with Area 77. No, they sit in pretty much a number 6 position. Which again, I think DA, we expected a lot more from them, and BH right now, they got some momentum, and we saw already last week they won a game. They're bringing that into now, and now, is this going to be the turnaround for them? You know, they just went 30 minutes. After a 30-minute win, you're up, man. You're feeling good. After a 30-minute loss, you're hurting, man. You are hurting.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of that we were talking about before. Last week, Devious Activity took 2 L's, given those losses were to Gaimin Gladiators and BTK, but maybe a little of that momentum, the lack of momentum kind of being a thwarting point that BH's BloodHounds are able to kind of capitalize on here. We do see we're adjusting the draft just a little bit now. We're taking out Hylos as usual, but Xborg being taken off by Devious Activity.
Which I think a smooth template was a problem on the Xborg, and the Xborg just can be an issue, especially when you know a team like BloodHounds wants to kind of play you in the late game. I think that's most of the time that's where BloodHounds really tries to take games. You never see them with like a hyper aggressive early game. So DA kind of covering those bases here, making sure that whatever they do decide to bring, it's nothing that's going to completely crack them open at 20 plus minutes.
at 20 plus minutes.
Hey, man.
It's kind of fun. What do we want that can help us at the 30-minute mark? It's amazing to have a point where we're looking at games like that right now. But I mean, a long game, and BloodHounds kind of withstood the test of time there, especially when it came to a lot of those team fights. Just an amazing game by them. We're gonna see if this kind of adjusts or translates into some type of a different draft here, though. I expect not to see a Eudora. We did leave open some of those same assassin picks though for Kush.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm wondering if he's gonna risk it this time. I think it's game 3. I think at this point, I mean, yeah, you got playoffs coming. Maybe you don't really care that much either way you're going, but still, like I said, there's that $100 bonus for your win. There's also, you know, pride on the line. Does DA want to be the team that lost to BloodHounds in Discord chats tonight? I don't know.
Just take some pride in that. Yeah, that's an interesting point. BloodHounds fighting for that $100 right now, very deeply, and they're going to go ahead and take off Roger. I think we didn't see Sleeps play it at all this series yet, so it's going to definitely something to take off the board from Devious Activities, because it has been a monster for Devious Activity.
And if Melon, I think big chance we see the Harris come from DA here. If they don't, I think BloodHounds definitely bans it out. And Melon has normally kind of been in the driving seat in laning phase. I think if BloodHounds could give Sleeps a clean game for once, one where he can really like maybe get the advantage early on and not be fighting from behind throughout the whole game, I think it could be huge for BloodHounds.
And I want to say that clean game, not to be taken the wrong way, that clean game depends on Ooga Booga and his early game. He needs to kind of find his footing and find it quickly, because you're not going to be able to do that while taking a decent amount of deaths or getting caught in bushes and not knowing just how tanky your character is until the mid game. You want to give Sleeps as much of an opportunity as possible to be able to come online and become a menace to Devious Activity.
Bearmy's here for BloodHounds. Could be nice. They need a mid. I'm almost thinking like supporty, right? I'm almost thinking supporty something for them. They have the Roger, they have the Barats. I think BloodHounds have picked something like that before.
Angela's still open right now, so I mean you can go with that.
Angela is still open, could pair well. They go for the Navaria instead, so kind of more front to back lineup on the side of BloodHounds so far.
Yeah, and you're going to have, I want to say, it does come online a little bit later for a mage, but once the Navaria comes online, you've got that poking power, you've got that slow, you've got an immense amount of vision that you're able to take advantage of. But we're going to be moving into the second banning phase. Both teams looking for, well, actually, I want to say Devious Activity, looking for a marksman, looking for a jungle, while the BloodHounds are seemingly looking for a roam and an XP lane.
Definitely so. Fanny banned out. I love that. I love the respect, right? Because I mean, that was almost the game change right there. Fanny Kush was what, like 5-0, 4-0 at 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. DA need to ban though. Take out Roam here. Kind of maybe just hammer heavy into Ooga Booga here.
Yeah, I mean,
either way,
I was going to say Arlot is still open, but I mean, it's a very tanky composition that Arlot's going to need to get like a huge lead in the early game, so I'm not sure if Kush is going to be going that way. You may be looking for something maybe with some magic damage, possibly the Gwen. Something that can burst down the Barats. I'm not sure here. Possibly I want to say Joy, but I want to say she's more of a nuisance for some of those squishier backline heroes than she is for some of those tankier front lines.
Yeah. Ruby ban on the side of DA. BH, I think, yeah, or Nolan. Nolan, Joy are super clean for DA, really. If they want to go for it. We've seen them both tonight. We've seen how they can work. They ban out the Ling instead of either of those two. I I get it because there's a feeling of like DA's already thinking like kind of weird. Like they picked up the Fanny last game, which yes, Fanny's good, but it's not something you see too much in current meta still. Does DA just go all in here?
I was going to recommend the Joy too, but the only problem is I want to say she's more of a nuisance in the early game for Barats because Barats doesn't have.
We're wrong. Joy's banned.
Oh yeah, so it's not the Joy at all. That's definitely definitely wrong. Tigreal going to be taken off the board there. I want to say actually, well, something that we haven't seen in a while is Diggy to possibly help, but we need some type of counter for the Kaja. I like that we took the Tigreal off there. The only other answer I have right now is possibly the Minotaur. So Kaja goes in, a Minotaur activates the Minoan Fury, so that you're going to have a heck of a time trying to get yourself back out of harm's way.
Diggy would actually be game changing here for BloodHounds. I don't know if they'll pick it because I don't know if it's really in their repertoire like that, but it would Eternal Guardian, Kaja, Final Slash, and then if Kush wants to pick something aggressive, it helps with that. I think it could definitely be a game changer here. They go for the Fredrin EXP.
I'm pretty sure. That could be a Fredrin jungle. We've seen the EXP Barats before. It's not great. It is, if you can withstand the laning phase on Barats, I mean, he comes in handy during the team fights. It's just his laning phase is a problem that I'm not sure a team like BloodHounds is going to be able to really shine through. We see on the side of DA, they're going to go ahead and pick up carry.
All right, now give us our last pick, Diggy from BloodHounds. I think Kush can just about pick anything in jungle right now. If he wants to go aggressive and go the assassin route, like with the Nolan, it's totally possible. Or he could pick up something like Dabasha here, Guinevere. So Guinevere is kind of high. I mean, it's a risky pick though nowadays as well. But tons of even more CC. Like if there was ever a time to be like, just pick Diggy. Now is the time. Like if there was ever a time where it's like just shouting at you. Right here. That's the game-changing pick for BloodHounds. But they're not going to pick
the only problem for me with Diggy is Ooga Booga he's going to need to be patient. I'm going to need to see a completely different Ooga Booga out there for
That's why I don't think they're going to pick it. It's like, it's not going to take
it. We're going to see here as we're waiting on that last roam pick here from BloodHounds. Minotaur is still an option as well. You want that big setting potential that will withstand the Divine Judgment from the Kaja coming in. Oh,
similar. You get some anti-skill, I guess, but what do you even call that from his ultimate? Anti-skill usage?
It's anti-dash. So, I mean, it affects Mikasa. It affects Kush. Melon is the big problem. It doesn't do anything for Yato. But, I mean, if Yato gets pulled in, I mean, that's going to be a lot of damage put on him. I don't know. I don't know. It depends on how Ooga Booga's going to be able to land.
So
it's not a Eudora, so I'll give them props for that.
All right, Private, you take us into this one. Last game of the series.
Well, I mean, so we're gonna have. We're gonna have the spear coming from them. But ladies and gentlemen, we are at game 3 here. BloodHounds holding the line against Devious Activity, looking to get their second series win of the season, while Devious Activity looking to cement themselves as a top 4 competitor here in North America.
Let's see if they can do it. Can BloodHounds defy the odds right here? They do end up putting Fredrin into the jungle, so it's going to be an EXP Barats for Templis. Taking a look at the mid lane, there's a nice wave clear from Boca, but I do feel like Yato will be up and up on these rotations, able to move a little bit faster, and T's going to just be an easy peasy's face here.
Yeah, and I want to say we just saw Templis up there on the Barats, was trying to head him off. Oh, nice little poke there from Boca Roscoe.
All right, Ooga Booga also there to help out. T, I mean, at this point, DA feeling him out. Again, it's not your you're not going up against your typical roam. You're going up against Ooga Booga on the Minstatar. So you got to kind of, is this going to be something we can deal with? And T obviously feeling comfortable against it.
really interesting, especially from those emblems. It kind of looks like Ooga Booga's looking for like a damage kind of build here. Not a lot of sustain or tankiness, especially not a tanky emblem there. He went with the marksman emblem to try to get off that passive he does where he stuns them after 3 hits. Or wait, I think it's after like 4 hits, he's able to stun them. So definitely wants to try to get a lot of hits off in concession.
Carrasco already going back to base for a little bit of mana. This could be a nice time for DA to maybe make a move. 18 seconds till the turtle's up. I mean, I think DA, after a 30-minute game, it's like, all right, we're going to take this game a bit slower. They definitely picked a slightly more mid to late game comp here. They have a carry this time. They don't have to, you know, heavily invest into the early game. I do think they want to try to play for turtles, maybe try to get a snowball here, but they have late game options as well.
Yeah, right now, Kush actually in a good position here.
Oh, big knock-up on 2 members. Templess going to go down. Boca Roscoe going to go down, but no, Templess just gets away because of a flicker, but still, they find Boca.
Yeah, and they are able to kind of burst Templess down to the point that he's not going to be able to join in for this fight, and this is probably a free turtle for Devious activity.
They get the knock-up on Ooga Booga. Eternal Guardian slams down onto Easy Peasy. Kush should be able to take this. Easy Peasy still playing the distance, though. Mikasa going to dash him away, and they miss the retry. No turtle for Easy Peasy there. Devious activity going to be able to take that one along with a kill.
Yeah, and right now 3-0, a very different start for Devious activity here in the 3rd game. Not trying to make the same mistakes they'd made in the 2nd.
Melon also getting the advantage on this gold lane, and now T here to help out. Does not use the Divine Judgment, but just takes a couple tower shots, and Melon will be able to come out on top of that one. T goes down for it, though.
What's a couple tower shots between friends there? Melon absolutely ate those just to get the kill onto Sleeps. And unfortunate for Sleeps, going to take the loss there. And a great rotating there by Devious activity right now. A much tighter, much more fluid game opener for them.
I mean, that's a good trade in my book. Melon able to get a kill onto the gold laner, all for the price of T. I think and we mentioned earlier that we want to see Sleeps have a good game this round. And what is DA doing? They are denying that. Ooga Booga does get a nice hook, but gets the Divine Judgment pulled back. Yato able to pick up the kill, and now Sleeps in a bad position. They're going to be able to chip away at this gold plates. Maybe even look for another kill here. Melon just unloading, stacking up right now.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing here right now for the Bloodhounds. All of that pressure mounting down at the bottom lane and not able to answer it with any pressure of their own. Boca Roscoe rotated a little bit late down to that to try to help, but they're not able to kind of create any type of pressure anywhere else.
Sleeps in a little bit of trouble. Did pick up the Vengeance, which I don't know. I mean, he's able to get away from that one, but mostly we've been seeing either Flicker or Purify. Vengeance here to maybe help deal with Melon. Not working that great. Melon already able to take the tower. I have a feeling that could end up biting him in the butt later.
Yeah, especially I want to say like most of the Rajas have been more aggressive, total and complete damage builds from them. Oh, Kush.
Oh, nice knock up on a Templess there. Templess able to flicker away just in time again. Easy peasy though, now alone. Looking to try to contest his turtle, dashes him. Kush able to still secure it, and now Easy Peasy in a bad spot, drops down. The Appraisal's Wrath, unable to find anyone, pays his life for it. Ooga Booga will be next.
Yeah, and unfortunately, right now, Mincetar not playing a pivotal role for Bloodhounds, the way they expected at least. Sleep's able to push down this bottom lane, but 7-2 really speaking for Devious activity and their momentum.
I mean, 7-2, 2 towers cracked, one of them being the mid-tier 3,000 gold lead. DA's on a roll right now, and they're not just on a roll, they also are getting Carrie a nice early start to what she wants to be at later.
Yeah, Mikasa, they're able to pick up a kill there quickly. 4 members of Bloodhounds are there to help out with that as Kush going to go ahead, grab himself a minion and an escape.
But they trade that up for the purple buff. It goes into the hands of Melon. A nice place for it to sit. Bloodhound still on the back foot. Not too much control over the map. They need to try to find a way to open things up here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't really know what their setting potential is right now. Ooga Booga needs to land the spear, but he is absolutely getting bursted down at every turn, even before some of these engagements happen, sometimes after, but he's just not that pivotal role for BloodHounds to be able to help them right now.
Ooh, a little bit of damage on a T there. Oh, they all walk into an Eternal Guardian, though. Completely stops the advance of BloodHounds. And you said it, no set potential really for BloodHounds, no dive potential. It is all just kind of poke and pull. And it's going to be a problem because here's the thing, they have to try to walk into a divine judgment if they have to. They have to try to walk into an Eternal Guardian. There's just a lot of stopping force on the side of DA.
Yeah, and Ooga Booga getting picked off again, now sitting at 0 and 4. 50% of Devious Activities kills are coming from Ooga Booga right now. And Sans from last game, I feel like they're really utilizing those kills to get an advantage and really enforce their will this time.
And here's a problem, right? Like, Temple's in the bot lane split pushing, but even then, you can see it's like a slow split push. Yes, he has a little bit of wave clear, but it's nothing crazy. He is able to get a tower, and I think that is BloodHound's best option. I think they need to just 4-1 it around the map right now. They need to kind of stay close enough to where they can help each other out. Once again, use the buddy system. Tempest can be on his own because he's a bulky boy, but that is about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure. Oh, Divine Judgment.
Buddy system down. Bokarasco down. BH unable to defend. Templess now. Gonna maybe have some backup from Easy Peasy, but Yato and Kush are here to help out as well. Easy Peasy tries to get the time. Ooga Booga flickers in. Gets knocked up. Taken out. A nice kill into the hands of Kush there. Easy Peasy might just be next. Mikasa here to help out. Templess trying to help out Easy Peasy. Doesn't have the Appraisal's Wrath. Final slash. Mikasa able to take him out. Templess gets a Tona's welcome. The stun just trying to get away safely, but not today.
Man, and they caught Ooga Booga with that pop-up, and then the Violet Requiem. I mean, man, just a bouncy House of Doom before they put him down. Right now, 13-3 BloodHounds. This is quickly slipping out of their hands right now. Devious Activities trying to make up for some of that lost time from the last game, trying to close this one out early.
And I mean, and it's not like last game where BloodHounds were kind of able to, like, pull him back from 1,000 gold lead, keep it short. This is becoming a steamroll for the side of Devious Activity. And last time there was some better win conditions, I felt like, for BloodHounds. They had a lot more CC. They had more set potential. This time, it's looking a little grim for the side of BloodHounds.
A little grim. I mean, especially when we're looking at it, I'm trying to look at like win conditions, what they can do to kind of start these fights off. If they're going to have an effect. Ooga Booga sitting at 0-5 right now. Easy Peasy having a little bit of trouble at the bottom.
Bush being aggressive. Oh, a lot of damage. Ooga Booga goes down along with Easy Peasy. Bokarasco takes a couple speedy light wheels to the face there. Forced to back off. Uses the Astral Echo just to get vision on everybody. This isn't looking good. We're at 8,500 now. Lord finally on the map. DA gonna waste no time and go straight for it.
Yeah, this is a completely different game from Devious Activity. I want to say, like, even with their kills, they're doing their best to kind of transition everything into towers, lords, pushes here, not wasting any type of advantage that they got like they did from last game, and having quite a decisively a good game here in their third.
And it's very clean, just textbook overall. They pick up the Guinevere jungle, which, I mean, again, it's not the most popular jungle right now, but if you can get a couple of those early laning phase knockups, which is exactly what Kush did, you succeed with it. And T as well, being so aggressive in the early phase and the laning phase, slowing down Easy Peasy. Now Easy Peasy has 4 deaths. Everything just kind of went exactly how DA wanted it to.
Yeah, and especially when we're talking about the Eternal Guardian, because it sets up for Kush as well. Eternal Guardian comes in, pops them all up. Kush just needs to swoop in, get the Violet Requiem on them, or he can jump in himself as well. So it's just like a great combination by them. Ooh. Oh, another Divine Judgment.
Melon able to get the kill. Lord still coming. BloodHounds down 1 member. A lot of damage on Ooga Booga. Melon able to get the kill. No T finds up asleep. gets away with just a sliver. Yato flickers in. Lord is on the base, and it's 5 members chipping it down. DA take game 3 in a very quick fashion.
11-minute domination for Devious Activity, obviously not wanting to take any chances against BloodHounds. A very crisp, just as you said, textbook game there for Devious Activity in dominating fashion.
Yeah, I mean, what? Completely switched gears, because even game 1, there were some moments of possibilities from BloodHounds. Was not completely out of it. That time, DA found their role. And again, and it's... You know, BloodHounds, we see them do well in game, like when they have their stride, but I think there's just a couple drafting issues here and there, you know? I think there could have been some better picks than the Mincy. A lot of better picks than the Mincy, I feel like. You know, we were talking about the Diggy, and even if you can't play the Diggy, I just think Minotaur, just a lot of possibilities to kind of delay DA from being so aggressive.
I'm not even sure about the Diggy here. Oh, and you can even see here, he didn't even go for defense here. He went for physical damage. I want to say Ooga Booga's style does not really complement some of those roams that are not tanky, that aren't going to keep him up through a fight. But man, on the other side here, Devious Activity, what a game, a phenomenal game played by Melon. Yato even with 12 assists himself.
I don't know, man. I'm wondering. I'm just kind of like, because I feel like Boca really, like, he has some determination for all of this. So I'm just wondering, like, who's making the call? Like, who's making that shot call to be like, let's build damage Mincy right here? Like, I got to talk about the elephant in the room right now. Like, I don't want to interview with DA. I want to interview with Boca Roscoe right now. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, especially from that third game, completely different. The whole of BloodHounds not even able to get off of the ground. They, from the opening minutes, Devious Activity held them down, kept the momentum in their favor, and until an absolutely, especially a crushing 11-minute game there, domination over BloodHounds.
Very well played. DA just showing why they're here, why what they're doing works. Even with some of the slightly different picks that DA does do, like the Kaja. They're one of the teams that have been picking up the Kaja here and there. It's not like out of this realm for them, and they make it work. But look who it is, our beautiful host, Beth.
Well, unlike Trex, I actually want to get an interview with Uda Buda and get his thought on what came in with that Mincetar. I mean, seems like first 2 games he made a huge presence, especially pulling out his signature Kufra again, that he made a lot of dominance last season, and we finally see it back. And then third game, it's the old Uda Buda back again with some questionable picks indeed. So very interesting, but that's obviously not gonna happen. But I still think BloodHounds has a lot of potential, especially second game. They had a very first 2 games, actually, like you guys mentioned, they were on a gold lead as well for both games. But third game, it shows that DA just dominating.
Feels like I got cheated, you know? It feels like I got cheated, you know? Like, you build me up. I get all this hope for 30 minutes, and then game 3 happens.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like I said, it's kind of comes down to like a play style there. Mincetar, I mean, it's been a reoccurring theme when it comes to BloodHounds, is these kind of outside the wall picks, but we've already seen the Hylos is getting banned out. Once you kind of counteract some of these not normal, not meta picks, what you're left with is some picks that don't really meld well, and that seem maybe that that Ooga Booga or others might not be as comfortable on.
Yeah, for sure. But amazing performance goes to DA, and we've mentioned it, Melon making a huge presence, and he will be the MVP. So Trex, why don't you take us through some replays?
I mean, Melon, man, he's been the guy. He's been him. He has been him. How should I say it anymore? he's been pulling it off, and we got to see him on the Roger today. Then even on the last game, we get to see him pick up something different. I mean, just overall has played so well, and I think a lot of us are wondering, like, is this a guy who's going to become a major part of the roster? Is this someone that maybe should get off the bench and get in the game?
I mean, you were talking about it before. Seeing this Roger is so refreshing in the current meta because of what people can do on it. And people like Melon absolutely shine on heroes like Roger. I mean, and you talked about it. He's just coming onto the roster as a fill-in right now, but has absolutely shined on it and become like, I mean, I think one of the games he was over, like you see here, he was at like 10-1-8 for that game opening. So, I mean, a dominating performance there for Melon.
Yeah, and I definitely like the Roger going either gold or jungle. Roger making a lot of plays that you wouldn't expect with a lot of the marksmen currently in the meta, especially if you see plays from Irithel and then other less mobility marksmen. But Roger back in the game might change the meta up.
I mean, he's a huge wrench at things, but I think it is finally balancing out. The Harith works very well against it. Even certain different builds with the Harith work very well against it. So I think for a few days there it was like, what do we do with this? What, you know, it's like this random thing that just fell into our laps and nobody really had a clue how to deal with it. And now some answers are coming, so things are definitely kind of balancing out a bit.
Yeah, and especially now that the Roger is it's just really, he's really kind of come along. It's just that mechanical ability that I think I've talked about this before, is that I kind of miss those outplay moments where people have the ability to kind of like whether they're running from the enemy and they're able to kind of jump over ledges and out and get away there, or just even being able to just normally outplay using that Lycan pounce to dodge out a lot of damage. He just really adds a sense of excitement when he's in the play.
And speaking of adding excitement, we have an exciting interview with Mikasa from DA Global. Freya, Mikasa, how are you doing today?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. So great performance, especially the third game. Now, second game, there were a little bit of a struggle. So what do you think is the biggest struggle for you guys? Because late game, we know Danny was falling off. But there must have been a time in the game that you felt, oh, this is causing too much trouble, and that's why we're getting into that slump late game.
Late game, I think emotions, when it runs high, like you're trying to make a play and not really focusing on objective. Even though we have 3 inhibs down, we're still not able to end with 5v3 when they have Lord. It's just you're trying to make a play and then you just go in and everyone just starts dying and then you can't really do anything. And then the enemy just runs down.
And there was a moment where you guys could have ended, but you chose to get the Lord.
Yeah.
What was the decision making in that?
When the last Lord, right?
Yeah.
So the last Lord, there's a wave pushing bot and someone was defending it, so we just decided to go Lord because it's like 30 minutes already, and it was basically a 5v4. They got the Lord. We didn't know how low the Lord was. No one got vision on it, so they got the Lord, and then we were able to kill 2. So the death timer is already at 70 seconds, and it's a 5v3. You know, you're supposed to end like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was saying like we should clear the wave, play it slow. But Yato was like saying he has Arlot ult and he was gonna swipe Eudora, which he did. He flicker swiped Eudora, and then we were just all like tunnel vision into Eudora, but she had flicker, so she flickered right out right away. And then me and Yato died, and then yeah, they just ran it down.
Yeah, but you guys bounced back really quickly in the third game, and notice in the draft, first 2 games you prioritized Ruby a lot. The first game you had it as you played the Ruby, and then the second game you had Ruby as a roamer. What was the decision making in that? Have you guys been practicing it, or what was behind that?
Ruby's just a strong flex pick. You could either play it XP or roam, so we pick it so like you could put into different positions if enemy has a different draft for you. So
But the third game, you guys gave up on that and just went with the R-Lot.
yeah, we're just like, just try something different because that didn't work. So just slot into R-Lot because they got the R-Lot in the game 1. I think game 2 as well. So yeah, we just wanted to take it.
Yeah, makes sense, and you guys did great. Now, if especially after the third game, if you were to give an advice to BloodHounds, since you guys had a dominating win against them in the last game, what would it be?
Advice for BloodHounds?
Yeah.
Give Ooga Booga Hylos.
You guys banned it. How can you give it to him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, we might see some Hylos coming up. Now, the first roster adjustment is coming up in next week. Do you guys foresee any changes happening with DA's roster?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah? Well,
Yep.
I guess we'll find out next week.
Yeah,
Now,
you find
what
out.
is DA's... We'll find out next week. What is DA's placement goal for this season?
LA.
LA. Wait,
Yeah.
it's Vegas. But
Yeah,
sure,
Vegas,
yeah. Yeah, and I
They-
can see it
yeah, they
happening for
wanna
sure.
win. Yeah, they want to win.
Do you want to win? You want to win, right?
Yeah, I want to win too.
Yeah, I mean, between gym time now, how long does I wanted to know, how long does a guy need to work out to get your arms? Always that picture is always manning up.
Just be consistent. I work out for an hour and a half, but as long as you're consistent and in the gym, then you eventually just get stronger over time and build your body.
Well, is it harder to get your arms or get your Global Freya status?
That's a hard one, but I'd say, Global Freya, I'd say Global Freya is really hard to get now because there's just a bunch of RG spammers and one tricks on it. I was able to get it before because it was COVID, but now I'm not spending too much time grinding Global Freya, so other people get it. So yeah, I think it might be harder to get Global Freya.
Well, he said it might be harder to get Global Freya. From the Global Freya Mikasa himself, thank you for joining us. A great performance today, and we expect so much more from DA and from you. Continue working out and continue spamming that Freya. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, Liz. See ya.
Might be hard to spam Freya this season, guys.
Yes,
Might as well just
definitely.
quit while you're ahead. Start going to the gym.
That's I need to.
I mean, I don't know which one is harder. 1.5 hours at the gym, I assume every day. That's a lot of commitment.
I don't like commitment.
You don't like commitment?
No, Liz.
Well,
sorry.
Trex is just throwing things out today. He doesn't like commitment. He
Sorry,
feels like he got
Liz.
cheated on. What is going on, Trex?
Well, for Devious Activity, a great game played for them. The possible changes coming up before the playoffs, they hinted at that a little bit. I think we've heard some rumors of it around as well. Hoping that they kind of whatever changes they make. I mean, we've already seen Melon on the roster right now. Has been having great games so far, almost to the point. Is it better than the original roster of Devious Activity though?
I mean, do you still remember who the original roster is just by that comment right there? But yeah, Melon definitely doing an amazing performance, and he has been subbed in for the past couple weeks. So it shows that they definitely approve of his performance and wants to put him potentially on the main roster. So we'll find out next week. I think all the teams don't want to spill out their roster changes yet. This decisions are still being made, but we're just trying to get nosy and trying to get into it. And then we'll find out next week. Now, upcoming next might be even more exciting than that 3-round series. Night Horde versus BTK. We have two of our lovely, beautiful mages, two god godly mages coming up against each other. I know the fans are going crazy, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back in a bit. Oh, actually, better news for you guys. We have a giveaway coming
Stop
at your
playing
door.
with my
Grab your
emotions,
phones out.
Liz.
On the screen, you see a giveaway code and a QR code to the hero skin for Lancelot Masked Knight. We have, again, 31 limited quantity for the skin, so redeem that code for the permanent skin. Now, 31 seems to be an interesting number. They just been giving out 31 skins, not 30, but 31 skins. Very interesting choice of number right here.
That's because they're expecting Wheezy to steal one of them, so they can give the viewers that even 30.
Peak 2, you got to watch him. Every time we cast, he's got 3 phones out, and he's trying to take shots. We caught him on camera the other day. It was a whole fiasco.
Yeah, sure. Trex just spilling out information today. And our casters are definitely getting a little bit, need a drink of water for sure. That 30-minute game, guys, man, intense there. So take a break. We'll see you back in 5.
Santos Galas can you do it? And Albert is sana.
Ledge fight as Lom gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! The backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleats it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah. You'll be the best sniper ever! No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Agent Beth, Trex, and Private Dancer reporting to duty for our last mission of the day at BTK versus Night Horde. The Battle of the Mages. How are you guys feeling? Are we back with some water? Get some fluid in? How are you guys feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I ate an apple on my break. You know, it was tasty. Now I'm ready to go. Ready for this. What I personally believe to probably be one of the best series tonight. We got the Queen's Gambit, Sayori up against Nicolette in the mid lane. True dominance going to happen here. See who's the better one, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I couldn't have said it better myself. It's the battle of the queens of the mid in North America here. Nicolette taking on Sayori here in the mid lane. I know we're kind of downplaying Mobazane and the rest of Night Horde, but but I mean, it's what a lot of people have come here to watch. Mid lane has become its own little monster here for this meta, especially when it comes to picks like the Vexana who's come in, Nana, we've seen Faramis out there as well. So definitely mid lane playing a pivotal role in a lot of these teams' victories.
Yeah, and mid lane fits the current meta. Like the playstyles of these two particular players that we're going to see in a bit definitely fits the current meta, and it's very interesting to see a lot of these heroes come back this season. Now today is the last day of regular season, so maybe we might see a little more creativity and a little bit more fun coming from the mid lane. So yeah, very excited for the Queen's Gambit, the Battle of the Mages, and Night Horde's roster is ready. So Trex, why don't you take us through it?
I like it. Night Horde. As we see, we got R, Momoy, Sayori, Oh My Foe, and Sleepy in the EXP. Now, this is a team that is another one that has kind of taken NACT by storm, has gotten some big wins against other teams that we thought were going to be top of the line. A team that, you know, if they can pull it together, could maybe be contenders for that Vegas slot.
Yeah, just like Fiends, the Night Horde slipped through in that first qualification week, and they have been on fire. Not the original roster. It's honestly a brand new roster from the Night Horde, but a lot of the names coming from very memorable teams in North America, and very proudly representing that Night Horde banner here in North America.
Yeah, and we might just see a roster swap during the middle of the match, so who knows? We'll find out. And for BTK roster, Private, why don't you take us through it?
Well, I think most of North America is familiar. Basic going to be bringing up the marksman lane, Cole World as the roam, Nicolette going to be frontlining as the mid laner, Mobazane the jungler, and the GOAT himself, Niello, bringing it in at the EXP lane.
Yeah, the BTK's roster and the GOAT Milo himself actually have been also making quite some splash in the NA scene. Check out their recent interview in the NA channel if you haven't already. A lot of interesting things getting discussed, and Milo, as always, has shown that he's a lot more than that GOAT himself. He's shown that he's actually pretty humble behind that scene. So, I mean, I love seeing that side coming from Yellow, and definitely proving to be a very important member of BTK with his performance this season.
Yeah, he definitely keeps us guessing. You know, you never really know with Mielo. One day he's talking crazy. The next one he's being humble. He's a character. He's definitely a character in NACT.
Yeah, and it's not just him too. It's this has been, I want to say, one of the strongest BTK lineups that we've seen in the last few years. The drafting is on point. The synergy has gotten up there. I know we had some issues at the beginning of the season where I want to say maybe BTK wasn't on the same page, but the quickness with which they were able to kind of close that hole and become this formidable team that was able to take down Gaimin Gladiators, it's honestly something to behold.
Yeah, let's check out what our casters feel about this matchup, about this team at their peak this season. Let's see. BTK all the way! BTK for the win, guys! Yeah, it looks like everybody believes in BTK for their continuing momentum, and for sure they've shown since their rocky start in the first week. Afterwards, they've had a very smooth all victories for the next upcoming matches. And going into playoffs, we can only guess what BTK, if or what their changes will be with their rosters. But one thing for sure is that this season, they're here for the win.
Want to know why I voted for BTK?
Mm-hmm.
There, I said it, guys. I'm just kidding. Just joking. I think they're the favorite here. I think they're second place right now. Night Horde. We'll see. I think BTK.
There's certainly an opportunity here for Night Horde to try to get that upset. We've been talking about how strong they are. It's a brand new roster, but a roster that has been so dominant here in North America, sans a few matches where they've kind of fallen on some issues. But I mean, if we talk about what it means to possibly get a victory over a team like BTK, I mean, Area 77 for one was able to do it, and they've kind of skyrocketed in fandom and have a whole bunch of, I want to say, fans in the chat. Here, Night Horde, no less. They've still already got a decent amount of fans, but we're going to see if they can stack up to the powerhouse that is BloodThirstyKings.
And let the battle begin.
Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. All right, Night Horde up against BTK. I've been going for a loop tonight. I'm too comfortable casting with Zeke, man. He's been my host for the past few weeks. Night Horde up against BTK. Night Horde will be on the blue side. Band's already starting kind of slow here. We got the X-Borg coming out from Night Horde and the Novaria from BTK.
One thing to note, I mean, especially when it comes down to statistics, the teams that have done the best against BTK have favored some of those, I want to say, MOBA Zane-centric bans, the Fredrin, the Boxia, to the point where it leaves him only the Akai. But recently what we've been finding is that he can still be just as successful on that Akai. The rest of his team starting to step up, becoming those players that can help kind of aid with some of those, I want to say, once he gets put on some of those heroes that are more not really kill friendly, but just more something that where he just has to hold the line while his team can kind of get those kills and kind of move ahead.
Most definitely. And I mean, I'm wondering, do we continue to see the same exact things from that we've been seeing early in the day? I think as we move on to different teams, we've been seeing some slight changes overall. The Masha back on this ban board. Is Roger going to be up front for Night Horde? Will they prio something else here? CC is banned. Ruby, Matilda, all kind of typical here. But the Barats is open. Something that a lot of teams have been trying to take away from Zane. Roger obviously still open. We saw Basic kind of toy with a little bit last week, but we're still kind of up in the air on all the other teams using it. Night Horde's going to kind of be the last one on the block to see if it's something they want to prio.
Yeah, we saw, and Chip is actually open here. I'm not sure if they're going to go ahead and prio that, but Rat's taken off the board here. We've still got the Fredrin out there. Boxia, Akai for the jungler if they want to go ahead and use it. But I'm expecting to get that Roger picked up. He's been such a central role here this entire night. I'd be surprised to see that Basic doesn't pick it up, especially with how strong of a presence it's been in the last 3 series.
Definitely. So I think Roger, maybe Vex here, maybe Roger Vex just to open things up for the side of BTK, put Nicolette on something comfortable, put Basic on something comfortable. They could also go for the R-Lot for Mielo or Cold World, so that could honestly, like, Roger R-Lot or Roger Vex is kind of where my head's at here. Ooh. This has actually been like a favorite pick for Nick. I feel like this has been something that Nicola has picked up a few times now over the past couple days that we've seen her play. It's just been something that they've leaned into a lot recently.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the sustain, and especially Nicolette she's known to be very careful on her mages. She's got great positioning, and then the ability to kind of swoop in to help out the teammate, especially when it comes to that Nether Realm, to kind of keep them topped up, which is something you're going to want against a jungler like Barats, who's going to be that really tanky frontliner for your opponents.
Yeah, so I mean, out of the past, I was just looking at the past 4 games. This is something that they've picked up half of the time. It's something that they lean into, and I think some of the other times it was banned out. Yeah, it was banned out. So almost every time it's open, they've been favoring this pick. Nighthorde is going to pick up the Nana, the Grok. A Grok is, it's a decent answer. The Wild Charge, something to get the knock-up when they're all grouped up here, if you can save it. So Nighthorde also kind of responding back. Also the Molina Blitz. Nighthorde giving answers, I think solid answers to what BTK is trying to bring so far. Arlot still open though, and I think it's a solid lock-in for BTK here. The only problem is now Mobazane has to kind of maybe start stretching for a pick.
Yeah, especially if you don't pick it up here, you're definitely gonna see some of those on the bans. Nana and Grok, I want to say it's an interesting pickup because Grok, I almost feel it would be better suited to have some type of setting potential to kind of really meld in with a Nana and that Molina Blitz, something that kind of keeps them in place a little bit longer. You've got the Wild Charge, but you don't have something that kind of groups them up like an Implosion, like a Final Slash, or like a Kufra Ultimate. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if Nana can kind of get those Molina Blitzes to kind of cover more area, to kind of get more of BTK in that damage.
My guess is here we start seeing some gold lane bans coming from the side of BTK. Probably the Harith ban. Instead, they might lean into jungle. Nolan banned. I would still say possibly Harith ban after that. Angela ban from the side of Nighthorde. Now back onto BTK.
Interesting that the assumption is that this Barats is going to be in the XP lane, or maybe they're just assuming it could possibly be flexed out there. Angela taken off there. That's I mean, especially with the Boxia out there, I mean, we've already talked about the Roger and the Angela. We've seen how much of a nuisance it can be here. We're still waiting on that XP laner for the side of BTK. I'm wondering if we're going to be looking over there for that. Gwen taken off for BTK.
Yeah, just totally honing into jungle, huh? I mean, I guess it's like covering bases, like what can really mess us up. If they do a flex, it could be dangerous. So playing it safe, maybe not too worried about EXP laners in general. Nighthorde going to take out the Benedetta and the Angela. Also kind of covering some of their bases here. On the side of BTK now, first pick. Arlot still open if it's what they want. And again, I mean, they need a Roam and a EXP, so it'd be a solid upfront pick. Then Nighthorde still need jungle. I think they already have the Brats. See, even BTK has me thinking that Nighthorde needs a jungle. So yeah, still need a gold laner. I mean, again, Harith has been the answer so far tonight, so.
Yeah, I mean, I almost want to say like it's the only answer right now that we've seen thus far that can actually stand toe-to-toe with the Roger. I mean, I imagine perhaps Carry could potentially do it as well if you have that aggression with it and you have the potential to kind of get those ganks down at the bottom. It just depends. I mean, we just saw it in the last series that they used the Carry against the Roger and they were mildly successful, but not without the pushing ability from the team to get those ganks, to kind of get in there, to get Roger on the back foot. We're still waiting for the next two pickups here from the Nighthorde, seeing if indeed this is possibly an XP Barats.
I mean, we've seen it happen. I don't know if Nighthorde's going to do it. I think Nighthorde will probably keep game one pretty simple, and I don't think I think you just go for something simple. You could go for the Lapu here, Thamus as well to kind of break in, cause a little bit of spread damage. Bruno, I'm excited. I mean, we've seen some more maybe one-sided matchups, I feel like, a bit with this Roger. I feel like we haven't gotten to see, because R's a pretty decent gold laner, I feel like, and I'm wondering, is he going to be able to maybe pull off this Bruno against the Roger? Personally, I think it's the Roger kind of has the win in laning phase, but we can see a little bit of a better idea of the spread in this match.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because I feel like the Roger can use that Lycan Pounce, close the distance, be able to put some damage on the R, and still be able to get back away, transforming into the human form. He still gets a little bit of shield there, which means that R is going to be getting poked down, and that's what we were kind of seeing from the last series. But like you said, those were kind of like, I want to say, stomp matches that we saw the Bruno getting handled. So it wasn't just the Roger that was doing the damage. It was the fact that the entire team was kind of coming and collapsing around that, Bruno, as well. Paquito going to be that last pickup for Mielo. I honestly like seeing Mielo on some of these more damagey heroes. He has a great ability to kind of close the distance, get around the map, and really isolate some of those squishies.
Yeah, he's definitely, when he needs to be, he can be a very proactive EXP laner. He knows he rotates very well, especially if BTK is kind of in the lead. Once they start to kind of hit a small 1,000 gold lead and Mielo kind of starts to feel himself and has availability to move around and catch you off guard, that's when you really start to see him diving under that, diving behind that tier 3 in the mid lane, coming in between those buffs and everything, looking for angles. But this is it, last series of the night. This is BTK up against Night Horde, game number 1.
I know this is the match that a lot of the viewers have come to see, especially to see BTK in action. Night Horde hoping that they can have an effect against, I want to say, North America's current ranked number 2.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we'll see exactly how it goes. I want to take a look on this mid-side. Cold World going to be able to be aggressive. Before we get to any exact win cons, BTK audience prediction against Night Horde, 89% private.
I'm surprised Night Horde has that 11%, just because there are just so many BTK fans out there. As we take a look at some of these emblems here, decent amount of quantum charge for both teams. Brave Smite on the side of the Night Horde. Nothing really fancy out here, especially when it comes to some of these Roger pickups, which have been mostly all damage.
Definitely. With this beginning, we're already seeing Momoy have to go back to base, taking a little bit too much damage from the side of BTK. Mid lane definitely falling into the advantage of BTK right now. Nicolette and Arlott, though, not making any too crazy splits right now. Not really like rotating to offlanes, looking for any ganks, kind of keeping things at a slow pace. I got a feeling things will really start to break out at this first turtle.
Yeah, and that's interesting too, especially with the Grok. I usually like to see those super early rotations, because Grok clears so quickly. Actually,
ooh, first blood over the side of Night Horde. Mobazane goes down. The Tona's Welcome catches him off guard, and the final shot's coming from Sayori.
I want to say at this bottom lane, I just saw R pushing into Basic's lane, and now Basic pushing into R's lane. It's almost like a little bit of a back and forth. I can't even tell who actually has an advantage here.
Ooh, I can pounce though. Basic looking for the last hit, able to find it, but goes down for it. That's how the pendulum swings back and forth.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, not too worse for the wear. 2-1 and a slight advantage to the Night Horde, but they're going to be able to pick themselves up a free turtle.
Nicolette in a dangerous spot. The wild charge does come out. Nicolette takes a couple slices to the face as well. Finally goes down. Momoy able to get a snipe with the wall. Milo able to catch Sleepy onto the tower, looking for one more hit. They both go down. We're 2.5 minutes in, 6 kills on the board. Momoy falls to Mobazane. Mobazane looking for another target. But the Tortoise Poison's able to chase Sayori down. The passive won't help you today. A double kill for Mobazane.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of the Night Horde. They stayed just a little bit too long on BTK's top tower. They did get the kill, but it did cost them 2 of their members as well. BloodThirstyKings being very quick to kind of close the ranks around some of these weaker points at top.
Definitely. And still, Nicolette and Cold World being aggressive in this mid, trying to clear things out. Nicolette has the level 4 now, has that Netherrealm, should be able to be a bit more crucial in fights. At Basic having a little bit of a tough time down in the gold lane. Cold World coming in to try to help out. Basic down to about half health. They know they don't want to take this fight.
Look how deep Mielo is cutting the lane of the Night Horde right now, trying to get the advantage. We were just talking about his rotating ability here as we see Night Horde in enemy jungle.
Well, the Tona's Welcome once again. Sayori going to be able to get that ultimate off. A lot of damage on Nicolette. Nicolette goes down, unable to even pop that Netherrealm, or a little bit too late, actually. Basic also taking a lot of damage. Members of BloodThirstyKings are falling. Yellow might just be next. He cuts in, but gets taken out for it.
Yeah, right now, Night Horde having a great time, especially in the side of being able to engage and invade into BTK territory. Now they're looking to get some gold off of this turret.
Good damage, though, on a Sleepy. Nice stampede coming from Nicolette, able to pull him back in. Final slash lands on Oh My Foe. Mobazane gets a couple more free shots, but BTK's got to back off.
Oh, these are just those little, I think we were talking about the last series, the little tiny mistakes you make start to add up, especially against a team like BTK. Lingering a little too long into mid lane, that cost Sleepy a little bit of, cost him a death there. As we see already right now in game equipment, you can see that War Axe already picked up on the side for the Night Horde for Oh My Foe right there. Belt has been picked up for Basic, and we do see that full Cursed Helmet picked up for Mobazane.
They're already playing it well, I feel like. I mean, honestly, kind of taking a slow approach, but making every single steal count. Basic in a lot of trouble here. Sleepy able to lock on Basic. Gonna have to go back to base. Gonna slow down that gold lane even more. He's starting to fall behind a little bit. 2 and 2 are a whole level ahead of him.
Right now, it's almost, I don't want to say surprising, but Night Horde having a substantially good game against BloodThirstyKings. They do have the added tower at the bottom, and now still engaging on the Mobazane.
Oh, another Daytona's welcome on a Mobazane. The Netherrealm comes out in the nick of time. Will be able to go away, but blows the Tortoise Poisons. Not only that, I mean, Night Horde sitting 2,600 ahead, has gotten both of the past 2 turtles. Mobazane just having trouble getting consistently bullied. Sleepy locking on with the Incoterant Inferno. Mobazane might just go down here. Sleepy able to get the kill 1v1 as Milo and Nicolette are pushed back in the mid side. Night Horde break through the tier 3.
Not just having a successful game, but having a successful game on so many different levels here right now. Able to find Zane at the bottom, a kill there, but also having that pressure at mid to find a tower as well. I want to say Night Horde, this is Night Horde came here to play.
You know how all night I feel like we've been talking about teams that maybe have a laning composition where they can kind of have the advantage and know when to bully. And Night Horde knows when to bully right now with each hero. I mean, for Sleepy to just be confident and know, I can 1v1 Mobazane right now. I'm going to jump into his jungle. I'm a bully. And look at him also waiting by this purple buff right now, just hoping someone comes along.
Yeah, definitely looking for an opportunity. Zane hasn't bitten just yet, but you have 4 members.
Now a lot of damage on a Cold World. Cold World goes down. Mobazane not even going to be able to try to contest this. Nicolette ready with another realm to help out. Zane going to try to play the distance, maybe look for a retry, unable to get it though. Oh My Foe takes the purple. R gets a couple more free shots, and Nicolette taken out by Sayori. It's 11-6 right now, almost a 5,000 gold lead for Night Horde.
An amazing early game for the Night Horde right now. We're moving into the 7 minutes. It's going to be another turtle for them as they press on their advantage. They just need to watch out. We talked about it before. A few of the mistakes that you usually see from some of these teams, if they linger a little too long, it's going to be something that BTK can really take advantage of, but a very crisp game thus far by the Night Horde.
I mean, they got to feel good about it right now, and I think with the composition they have 2 nice late-game heroes with the Nana and the Bruno, and they're just working perfectly into it. Are just free farming at this point. It's only taken 1 death, and just able to completely go, and Mielo also now having a tough time against Sleepy. Basic comes in. Don't know if he's going to be able to take this fight. Mielo back to base. Not going to be able to help out either. Oh My Foe now here, and Basic in trouble. A mega kill for Oh My Foe.
I was about to say, as soon as Basic rolled in there, the Incoterant Inferno was activated. I'm looking at Basic and like, I made a horrible mistake. And then in comes the rest of the Night Horde to clean up the job. Now starting their push onto mid lane.
Now the house is on fire right now. BTK trying to get away. Tier 2 goes down. Mobazane takes too many shots to the face. Big final slash though does land on Oh My Foe, brings him under the tower. Combo that up with a Stampede, it pulls him under, but still not enough. BTK unable to get a final shot off. Cold World back to base. Mobazane back to base. BTK stuck in a corner.
Man, even with getting 2 members plus Oh My Foe under their tower, you saw them very slowly creeping their way out of that. That's just that 7K gold lead that they have. That's still being able to kind of knock around a BTK right now. Not really an answer in sight. And we were talking about that matchup of R taking on Basic. Right now, R having a heck of a game. You saw him at that tower, Basic just laying in the damage to all the members of BTK.
A little bit of damage on him, but the wild charge comes in, comboed up with the Daytona's welcome, and the damage lays down on Mielo. Cold World as well. It's another 2-man wipeout for the Night Horde. We're looking at almost a 9,000 gold lead 9 minutes in.
Yeah, and what a game for the Night Horde right now. 9K. We can take a look at the items here right now. You can see 2K gold lead 4R right now. We were talking about that pressure at the gold lane, and it's just having a heck of a deal right now on BTK, who have yet to get their footing. mlbbnorthamerica in trouble.
And mlbbnorthamerica taking a little bit of damage. Tortoise Poisons is out. Basic able to unload a little bit of backup, but it's not enough. The Netherrealm comes in, but still, mlbbnorthamerica trying to stay up. R finally goes down. BTK trying to finally bite back here. Nicolette bites it, though. Basic on the run, and oh my foe is having a stomp fest right now. Moving on to Mielo. Sleepy picks up the double kill. It's a 3 men down, all for the price of R with the Lord marching down the mid side. Night Horde might be trying to end this early.
Man, I want to say BTK had the right objective in mind. Take down R. Unfortunately, they're at such a disadvantage right now that Night Horde was able to capitalize, come back again, take down 3 members, and now going to have to defend this high ground tower.
A little bit of damage does go on to Nicolette. They do find Sleepy, though, finally able to get a kill onto him. A little bit more damage. BTK still able to defend. At this point, it's huddle up. They also have some late game potential. Nicolette will start to do a little bit more damage as things move forward, but that is a while out from here.
Yeah, and right now, Nicolette is the unfortunate recipient of 4 deaths right now. They've really been doing a great job focusing her down. Netherrealms have still been coming out, but the Night Horde just have such a great amount of sustaining ability to still put on the pressure, still put on the damage, that even after the Netherrealm, BTK finding it hard to kind of survive.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, everybody's has been the recipient, right? Like all of them have just been getting picked on. You know, whether it's 1 by 1, whether Sleepy catches mlbbnorthamerica, whether Nicolette gets caught off, whether Mielo or Basic are getting caught off. Night Horde was able to kind of just go throughout the early and mid phase of the game and put them all at a deficit. There's no one on the side of BTK right now that is kind of holding things together.
Yeah, you see already locked in the Berserker's Fury and the Malefic Roar there for R. So he's going to be doing a heck of damage right now. Just 3 items already in comparison to Basic, who has 2 and only 1 damage item for himself.
And Night Horde going to claim another purple buff here. BTK knows it. I think they know they can't try to force anything right now. They're not even... Sometimes when you're like 3, 4, 5,000 behind, you can kind of maybe take a fight, but they don't even really have that potential. Cold World unable to get close enough to even make a play. It is literally just at a hold off and wait for our time moment for BTK right now.
And that's the unfortunate point about this. You're about 8K behind. You're basically waiting for a mistake. Perhaps when the Lord comes in, you're waiting for the Night Horde to get a little too close to your tower, to get maybe a final slash off that kind of gets them underneath tower. That's when you can pounce in, looking to get maybe a kill. A surprise amount of damage from Yellow could do the trick, which will turn the tides and allow BloodThirstyKings to kind of envelop and close the distance on the Night Horde, not allowing them to escape. But we have another Lord fight potentially coming.
Look at the bait, though. Trying to wait on Sleepy. Can 2 of them even take him down, though? My foe is able to get the Lord. But Sleepy, with the 1v2, finally forced to back off. Mielo looking for the possible finish, but here comes the rest of Night Horde. Momoy with the conceal play, locking on to Basic. Wild charge the flicker. Basic able to use the Purify, like in Pounce, trying to roll away. Gets caught by the wall, but Momoy and Sayori still on the trail. mlbbnorthamerica also having a little bit of battle up against Oh My Foe. Cold World gets the final slash, but mlbbnorthamerica is pinned against the wall and taken out.
Oh man, we were talking about some of the mistakes there, but even with Night Horde split up, half of them trying to chase down Basic, the other half got flanked by BloodThirstyKings, still able to turn around, find a kill onto mlbbnorthamerica.
I mean, and mlbbnorthamerica is, I mean, you want to talk about someone that's been the prime target. From the very beginning, Night Horde came in with a plan. Let's try to catch Zane off, and Oh My Foe has just landed Daytona's welcome after Daytona's welcome after Daytona's welcome, and mlbbnorthamerica has gotten caught by every single one of them. Lord finally going to crash into the mid. Inhibitor goes down. Basic pops into Wolf mode. Wolf Boy trying to do something here. Mielo in the backside pulls Sleepy away, but Sleepy's on to him. Basic still there. mlbbnorthamerica waiting, but the Lord is finally connected. They're going to try to defend this. Big knockup. Ult's going off. R able to find Nicolette, but the base is still chipping away. And that will be it. Night Horde take game number 1.
Wow, what an upset right now, and congrats to the Night Horde for a very, what we were talking about before, textbook, being able to isolate mlbbZane, being able to push forward on multiple fronts, whether it's the bottom lane, getting the kills onto Zane, pushing the mid lane, also getting the objectives. They were able to kind of attack on multiple fronts to seize the advantage and get the upset victory over BloodThirstyKings in game 1.
Most definitely. I mean, just that was stomp fest, honestly. Night Horde just cleaned through them, ending goal 50,000 to 36. We're looking at almost a 14,000 gold lead there, 13,000 gold lead there. Just monstrous. Taking a look at our 11,000 gold, almost maxed itemed out by 14 minutes in basic, just having trouble keeping up.
Yeah, and I want to say those, especially those early kills onto mlbbZane, really helped kind of set the pressure, allow them to kind of move into that marksman lane where we were really actually up in arms about whether R and basic, who the Roger and the Bruno, which one would be able to capitalize there, but able to put so much pressure onto that basic wasn't able to take off and wasn't able to do the damage he wanted. And then you had an R armed to the teeth, so much damage, and then to this 23-8 victory.
And even on my phone, just like packing a punch there, 5-0-13. If you didn't notice, he picked up the War Axe as well, just to kind of add a little bit more salt in the wound. It was a problem, and we've seen it happen. Like, if you get on a roll with the Barats, I know he's a utility jungler, he's a tanky jungler, but he also hurts in the laning phase. He can hurt in the mid phase, and you pair that up with Sayori just constantly having his back. It became a problem quick.
Yeah, you saw there 58,000 damage there by Oh My Foe, so, and the highest damage on his team, and every single, and we were talking about, it's not just the damage, but every single, well, it seemed like almost every single ultimate, every single Detna's welcome aimed at Zane, finding him, isolating him out while the rest of the team came in, collapsed onto him, did the damage, and then from there on, it was just a pushing power all the way from the Night Horde.
And every player kind of made their advantage count. Sleepy took a little bit. It almost felt like maybe Mielo was winning out in the laning phase just in the beginning, but then once Sleepy got online, he starts bullying basic. He starts bullying mlbbZane. Everybody knew when their time to shine was, and they took advantage of it. Night Horde just, I mean, they played that so well, and I can't even say exactly the draft was a problem for BTK. I think Night Horde just outclassed them that game.
Yeah, and you brought up, especially when you picture a Thamus versus a Boxia, a lot of the time a Boxia wins that out because Boxia's kit is all basically anti-heal, except for that tiny smidgen in the early game and when you have Vengeance, and it's just such a good call. And like you mentioned, knowing your heroes and their power spikes, to know that I'm going to be able to take on Boxia, I'm going to be able to take him down, get that kill, and then rejoin his team. Like you said, all the players executed that to perfection.
I think there was also, a few moments. I think BTK tried to kind of hit the take it slow in the beginning, and then there was a few points where maybe they yes, it was a trade in the end, but basic probably didn't have to do that tower dive in the bot side. Just a few points where I think it's I think they came in with a certain game plan, and Night Horde kind of pushed the envelope a bit, and BTK just bit down on the bait too hard.
Well, and it wasn't without, it just, and I was talking about before that it usually BTK is the one that's taking advantage of a few of the mistakes. We saw a little bit of a mistake early from the Night Horde, but all in all, they cleaned it up and were a very crisp game played by them, especially when it came to getting a lot of these objectives, isolating and following mlbbZane's rotations. And that's one thing that's really great about this, and that's what is they've shown that they've been doing some studying. They know his rotations, they know where he's going to be able to kind of counteract that with their aggression in his jungle.
Yeah, it's like all right, minute 2:22, mlbbZane's in the tri-bush on the bottom. Everybody should be there in 5 seconds, But seriously, that's what it felt like almost. Like even the early Daytona's welcome catch onto him, which was the first blood, a lot of it just felt it felt very clean for the Night Horde, the way they were able to kind of execute that game. BTK, I feel like coming into the next game, BTK has to do like a big switch up, you know? Maybe kind of really like switch up the style. Maybe put Nicolette on something a bit more aggressive in the early game, put her on something a little different than the Fermis, put Basic on something a little different. I know the Roger's super meta, but maybe there's still some hiccups to work out there. Just kind of try something, completely change the approach.
It's weird for me to say because I feel like Boxia on paper works against the composition they had. They had the Barats out there. They had the Thamus. So Boxia on paper works. He's got the anti-heal. I almost feel like, though, it's the wrong call for mobazane, especially if you're going to be getting picked off. It almost feels like maybe lean back into that Akai, because at the very least, if you get caught in your jungle, you have the heavy spin to be able to kind of create that distance, get yourself away. Sure, you've used up the heavy spin maybe before an objective, but you're not bleeding those kills over to the side of the Night Horde.
This time with Night Horde on the red side, already a change in drafts. Barat's going to be banned out first. And I'm wondering, is Night Horde going to take, maybe try to throw some trades out. Maybe try to, test the waters a little bit. They prioed the Basha last time. And if they can predict if Nicolette's really going to prio the Fermis again, maybe they just leave that open, see if they can, because they handled it very well last game. If they can leave that open again, and just let her take that and maybe get something very valuable in return.
Yeah, it's amazing how well they did against the Faramis there, and I want to say that was mostly on Sayori with that Molina Blitz. That when that out came the Molina Blitz as well to punish them, because they're basically stun locking themselves when that Nether Realm comes out and they get reset. So I mean, they did such a great job against it. If you're gonna pick up the Nether Realm again with the Faramis, I'd say maybe have an answer in possibly taking Nana off the field as well.
Most definitely. I mean, yeah, Sayori, because there's not a lot of mid laners right now really playing the Nana like that. Even though some of us are saying it's very good, there's not a lot of mid laners that are prioing it, but Sayori's been someone that has kind of fallen back to it and plays it very well. And I don't know if it's just her or if it's her and the combo with her roam with Momoy and everything. They both kind of run together. Same thing with Oh My Foe. You kind of see the three of them, making plays happen across the map. And Sayori's just able to kind of sit in the back line, unload, kind of be there when she needs to, and then whenever someone does jump on her, she can always use the passive to get away.
Well, I mean, it's probably one of her better heroes in the mid, and she's even got a tutorial, I think, on the Mobile Legends North America channel on how to play Nana and how she kind of used it in the past few weeks as well. So if you guys are interested, you can go check that out on the North American channel there. As we finish up, we're going to be going to the first pickup here for BTK, and I'm wondering if we take the Roger or we're going to go ahead, give mobazane his comfort pick in that Fredrin.
And Mr. Fred, with the Barats gone, I think he feels like this is the next best option. Arlot's still open, Vexana, Nana. I mean, at this point, we saw the Vexana open last time. They still went for the Nana pick over it. So Night Horde definitely kind of knows. What I like is Night Horde also knows what they're comfortable on and are willing to kind of, give up certain picks that other teams would prio immediately. It's like, no, we like Sayori on this Nana. It works very well with this composition we're trying to run, and they make it work. BTK, I mean, do we think like we said, the draft seemed good for them last time, so just wondering how they approach this.
For me, it's going to come down to I want to say communication, kind of closing in on Zane. I don't feel like Fredrin's going to be one of those heroes that can get picked off as easily as a Boxia. There's a lot of CC. He's got a lot of tanking power, just standard on his kit, and he doesn't get. He's not as susceptible to, or actually, I want to say. Actually, Barats is or not Barats. Boxia has a lot more magic defense than Fredrin does at the beginning. So, but I think there's just a little bit more survivability and escapability for Fredrin, and especially just how comfortable mobazane is on the Fredrin pick here. But I'm going to be rounding it out, looking for two more picks from the side of BTK. I'm expecting possibly the Mage and Marksman pickups here.
There's also no Daytona's welcome to walk into this time. Basic, he's going to pick up this Harith. And Lu Yi on Nicolette, the signature Lu Yi, man. We've seen Hoon pick it up. We've seen Nicolette pick it up. And I think this is something that it's not as passive as the Fermis is in the early game. It also still supplies a very nice utility. And for me, Nicolette's kind of like one of the first of this hero, let alone now that it's meta.
I was just about to ask, is this the first time we've seen her pick this up this season? Because I don't recall, and I'm honestly, especially when it came to first casting the NACT or casting the NASL, Nicolette's Lu Yi is what made me a fan of her. So because she has such a great way of being able to play it. We've talked before about how Hoon plays Lu Yi and is able to use a lot of those ultimates, the diversions, to get himself around the map. But I want to say Nicolette also has that ability to get her team around the map, get members back to their lanes very fast, find themselves at objectives. So it's going to be, you're going to see her using this back and forth, and it's going to be something that Night Horde are going to really need to watch out for. Because pretty much anywhere is going to be a target.
So she played it once last week against Fiends. It's the only time we've seen her play it this season so far, though. So this will be her second pick on it. They won against Fiends last week, and I think it's something that her and Cold World. I remember the game now. I'm pretty sure me and you casted it. Her and Cold World. Cold World was on Grok. She was on Lu Yi, and they kept on hitting the diversions very cleanly, and then the wild charge would come in. So, and I think it kind of forced her and Cold World to stick together a bit more to try to make plays. And I think something we saw in last game was them split up a bit more. Cold World was going down to help out Basic, this and that. Nicolette was a bit more kind of stuck in the mid. So I think this will kind of give them a bit more opportunity to work as a team a bit more.
Yeah, especially because Basic's going to be on the Harith, which is going to, I want to say, do a better job against Roger, so they're not going to have to continually support that theoretically, unless you get a lot of pressure from the Night Horde down in that lane. So, and that's a good call out there about the split up between BTK and Cold World, because I want to say a core of a lot of these compositions is the Mage and the Roam being able to rotate, get those ganks in the side lane, and that really helps the pressure for a lot of these teams.
I mean, this time, my foe's going to go for the bot. And another thing is, I'm wondering. We have the Novaria, which we've seen Sayori on the Novaria before. We know the scaling possibilities. We've seen her on the Nana, even though it's slightly different. Her positioning is always very clean when it comes to a lot of fights. She knows where to put herself at the right time. But BTK does kind of have a small answer with that diversion, and Sayori's going to have to watch out for that. Constantly have communication going on in comms on where Nicolette is positioned. Do they even know where she is right now? Do they know where Cold World is right now? Because Sayori's going to kind of always be a bit away from the team, not really able to capitalize on peel from Amoy, not really able to capitalize on peel from Sleepy with whatever Sleepy picks. So they're going to have to watch out for that as they come into the game.
Yeah, and especially because you can't, that's something I was going to bring up too as well. Sayori's going to have to be a lot more removed from a lot of these fights. You don't want to get her too close on that Novaria to get picked off. Oh, Sleepy going to pick up the Lapu. The only thing, we do have a little bit of setting potential with Momoy on the Grok with that wild charge. We also going to have some backline diving. It just depends on how well they're going to be able to peel for Nicolette. I imagine Basic's going to be very slippery on this Harith.
Yeah, it's definitely an answer, and I think Purify Harith, plenty of opportunities to be able to get away. I think the major target for Night Horde is, definitely Nicolette. Nicolette's going to have to be careful, and with Milo being, picking up the CC and not having CC, there's a little less peel for Nicolette. But still, looking at BTK's comp, Nicolette's not like a far backline mage. I got a feeling she's going to be more in the midst of them all. It's going to be a much more tighter 5-man when they are taking on these fights. So definitely some possibilities to pull it off, but this is going to be match point for Night Horde. Can they finish off the season with a clean sweep against BTK?
Yeah, wondering if all the casters about to lose their their guesses here. But I mean, we're gonna see how well Night Horde puts together. I want to say this is a much more safer composition from BloodThirstyKings, especially mlbbZane. I want to say just a little bit of a lack of being able to kind of catch him out there. He's not going to be as scared to kind of do his same rotations here.
Ooh, first blood. Nicolette able to pull it off, and that is the damage. That is the aggression that we like to see from Nicolette sometimes in the early game. And don't get me wrong, the Pharaohs is clean, but I think this is the change of pace they needed.
The Pharaohs is clean, but we're talking about Nicolette's Lu Yi. Like I was talking about before, that's pretty much the character that made me become a fan of her in the mid lane, and just the amount of damage that Lu Yi is actually able to output in the early moments of the game.
I mean, and you pair it up with that Minotaur who can kind of make those small sets, you know, not the Minoan's Fury in the beginning, but still able to kind of slow people down to guarantee that you proc that duality and get the pull in. It's definitely huge.
Yeah, it was just a point. I like that point because it's not a huge set. It's just enough of a pop up that gives her an opportunity to land that yin yang onto the enemy to really do that huge amount of damage, especially here in the early game.
Now, taking a look at the EXP lane, I feel like there'll be a slightly quicker lane clear. Lane clear on Emilo. Sorry, I'm tripping over my tongue right now. Lane clear for Milo, able to probably move around the map a bit more. But I think when we get into some of these big fights, Sleepy may be a bit more detrimental at level 4. May be able to help out a bit more level 4. But as the game moves on into the mid and late, that's where we're going to start to see Milo really kind of pop off.
And you already saw that pressure down at the bottom. Ooh, Nicolette actually gets hit. It does have a diversion out.
Decides not to use it, though. mlbbZane taking his time. Sleepy also looking for an angle. Does have the bravest fighter. Oh, my foe. Cutting around the back. Sleepy going to lock onto Nicolette. Doing a lot of damage. Able to get the kill. Momoy actually picks it up. Turtle does go to the side of BTK. Sleepy taking a lot of damage in the flicker. Minoan's Fury set. Sleepy goes down. Mila looking for the next target under the tower. Wall does come out, but BTK backs off.
And all while this happening, Basic able to get a kill onto R up at the top as well. A much better start for the BloodThirstyKings than game 1, and definitely enforcing their will now that they have the advantage.
I'm wondering, you know, we've been talking about builds all night with a lot of different heroes. I'm wondering how Basic's going to take this, but Moy taking a lot of damage. Forced to use a wild charge just to get away. mlbbZane not going to let up just yet. Cold World there. Up against Oh My Foe. They're going to decide not to try to steal the orange buff, but at least take this camp.
Yeah, and even and right now doing a great job of bullying Momoy, even if they're not able to get the kill on them. Oh, R in trouble.
On's Force does come down. Nicolette does miss the skill, though, so R's able to get away.
Yeah, and I was about to say, like, even if they're not able to get the kill onto Momoy, they're doing such a great job of pressuring Momoy. So it's basically like the Night Horde doesn't even have a roam for how often he has to go back to base during this game.
This is true. I mean, it's definitely not a death, but still having to consistently go back slows down the team rotations, makes it so more of your teammates, you know, are out there alone. Basic does take a meteor to face there, forced to back off, but the Minoan's Fury comes out. Basic looking for one more hit. R goes down. Cold World gets that kill in his pocket instead. Oh My Foe, a little bit late to the party, and Nicolette's here to show up.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for the Night Horde. I want to say a little bit of a misread there from R. Did not know that Cold World was in the bush, just waiting for that Minoan Fury. And we were talking about this, the great setting potential, not just for Nicolette, but helping out for Basic to get the damage he needs onto the gold lane as well.
I mean, it's already looking good for the side of BTK. 2,200 gold lead. Basic with a strong lead in the gold lane, which is huge because, like, don't get me wrong, the Roger does well, but when it's 2 deaths down in the early phase, it's going to start to have a problem. It's definitely not going to be able to make those big engages. It's not going to be able to chase people down. You're immediately put at risk and the rest of your team is going to have trouble bringing BTK down on health to where the Roger can really capitalize on it.
And we're already to a point where the Night Horde is not able to capitalize on a lot of these objectives. They're not able to get into position. They're still on their back foot. They can't even punish BTK by trying to take on a side lane or try to push or get a gank onto one of those right now.
I would say, though, that BTK is taking a slightly slower pace than what Night Horde did last game. which could be rough. Sayori will start really starting to hit, and BTK doesn't really have an exact way to get to her other than the diversion, but even that, if you don't have vision on Sayori, you don't know where to put the diversion. So if Sayori can kind of play it safe here, there are some answers there. Momoy also hasn't taken any deaths, has some big set potential. We definitely can't count Night Horde out completely, but if they keep making plays onto R here, it's going to become a problem.
You see, yeah, there's so much pressure onto this gold lane right now. Momoy's basically going to have to stick here right now as R's having a lot of trouble. Cold World and Nicolette. Nicolette especially has been zooming from mid lane to the top lane very quickly as we see a little bit of engagement here in enemy territory.
Ooh, look at the shred from Yellow already onto Oh My Foe. Purple buff is taken. Mobazane able to pick it up. Sleepy just trying to defend. Basic though, getting a little bit of damage. R catches the face of it. Momoy gets popped up. More damage. Nicolette able to find the kill. Sayori now firing off some shots, but still unable to help out the team. Diversion play up to the top, waiting for R. R cannot catch a break right now, man. He's like, let me just run up the top lane. Now I'm caught in between three members. We're going to try to pin. The taunt comes in, and Cold World helps Mobazane get the kill. Praise's Wrath comes down onto Oh My Foe, and Basic should be able to take this tower.
That's just what we were talking about with Nicolette on this Lu Yi, is just that smooth transition from mid. Already knew that R was trying to get back to top lane because he didn't want any of the fight at mid. They already closed ranks around him. Don't even let him get there. Nicolette here getting another kill onto Sleepy.
3-1-1. Let's not forget to mention, Milo literally brought down almost all of Sleepy's health bar with that one skill. Just one set of yo-yos able to shred down. Sayori now going to go down basic, drops some non-force, dives under the tower and picks up the kill. Night Horde up against the ropes right now. Mobazane dives in, hits the taunt. Looking for the Appraisal's Wrath here. Doesn't have it ready to go, so can't get the kill, but the tower will fall as everyone's been zoned away. Couple more shots, and not only that, but now Milo's up in the top side, clearing even more.
This is just as I was talking about Night Horde last game. This game, BTK is not messing around. They're trying to say that first game was a fluke. Let us show you how. And they are dominating right now. 8-1 right now. A 7K gold lead at the 7-minute mark. That's a 1K a minute for BloodThirstyKings. And they are continuing on this push and continuing on this pressure to the side lanes as well.
And they get another turtle here, puts them at 7,600. Basic already closing distance onto that tier 2, and the rest of the team is there to kind of cut lane, make sure that Night Horde can do nothing about it.
Yeah, and right now, and you can see here, like they're not even able to answer some of these tower pushes. They're definitely not able to answer for a objective. Another ultimate there, a diversion coming out from Nicolette. Looking for an opportunity. But I want to say the one thing that Night Horde has done very well is they're not getting caught by these diversions. They're being very safe with their rotations. They're making sure they're together, and they're not entering things that they don't have vision on.
Yeah, they're definitely playing it safe, and I think they know what they're up against here, right? Sayori's doing a great job at checking the bushes. We just saw her throw a meteor into that one and figure out where they are. So they're playing it correctly, but how long can that last for, right? When does the kettle eventually pop here, right? Like when does the bubble eventually pop? Night Horde definitely defending, but the gold lead is escaping, and they're not even able to get out of base to kind of clear lanes.
And you see Sleepy here in a good position for the flank, but I'm not sure who his target is. Possibly Nicolette. He gets found out.
I mean, I think it's just vision at this point, just trying to open things up as BTK just closes in on the chokehold right now. More waves coming on. They're not even trying to freeze lanes. They are just keeping on the pressure.
Yeah, yeah, they're just going to keep on. They're not trying to freeze lanes right now because it's so early that all they need to do is continually choke out and starve out the Night Horde. They're taking their entire jungle from them. All they can claim are these minions for right now.
Mobazane's 1-0-2, which doesn't seem like a lot, but being able to just farm for free the way he has, nobody's able to do any massive damage to him. A straight meteor shot full stacks still barely chips away on him. Basic as well, 2-0-3. He drops his Amon's Force and he's just clearing house.
Yeah, and all this now while the Lord is being attacked by BloodThirstyKings, and there is unfortunately nothing that the Night Horde can do about it. Minions starting to pour in around them, and we're going to be looking for BTK to go ahead and, I want to say, line up these lanes for this next Lord push.
The thing is, like, in a moment like this, normally a team would kind of come out of their base a little bit, you know, try to gain some map control, try to get a jungle camp. But there is just the constant fear of the diversion, right? There's just like the constant worry of like, are they in this bush? Like, you have no clue where they are at any time. And that in itself kind of helps control the map.
Yeah, and to the point where they're just not able to make anything happen before this Lord comes. They're basically waiting for a mistake as Basic gets killed.
Yeah, Basic able to find one as mlbbnorthamerica and Cold World enter in onto the tier 2 in the mid. I mean, the inhibitor in the mid. Lord is down, but BTK is not out just yet. Melo able to get some nice shred onto Oh My Foe. Waiting for the next wave to crash in as mlbbnorthamerica just hangs out behind the wall in enemy territory. Are going to try to close the distance. Does luck on a Basic. Mons Force drops, and he immediately is taken out. A big Minoan's Fury on a 3-member Sleepy. Forced away. They did it in 14 minutes. BTK trying to break the record. mlbbnorthamerica takes out Sleepy. Oh My Foe, Momoy forced to go back to the fountain and get a little bit of health. They move on to the top inhibitor. Another wave crashing down on the bottom as BTK wants to finish things here. Mons Force drops. Cold World helps out. Basic locks onto the base. Nicolette collects Oh My Foe. Momoy will be the next to fall, and the base will go last. BTK takes game number 2 and takes us to a game 3.
And what a reply from BloodThirstyKings for that first game, coming back in such a dominating fashion against their opponents. And I mean, a great game played by all.
Yeah, very, very great gameplay. It's 11:30 p.m. We're going to the late night. BTK up against the Night Horde. We got to see a nice Game 3 last time. We're jumping into a nice Game 3 once again. And so far, it's just been complete domination from both teams. Night Horde sweeps through in Game 1. BTK sweeps through in Game 2. I'm excited to see how Basic built this Harith, because last night we saw Super Marco put on the, he was going up against Roger, and he brought in the Thunder Belt as the #1 item. Basic did not go for that. He just went full damage here.
Yeah, I want to say something that you called out in the last game, a much better game between Nicolette and Cold World together, doing such a great job of closing the distance, being a nuisance up at the side lanes, also putting the damage onto Momoy very early game. And I want to say that was the biggest thing in the early game, is they took out Momoy as a factor for Night Horde and were able to kind of enforce their will.
Not only that, the constant pressure on the gold lane. I mean, and I think Night Horde kind of had it down, right? We were able to catch BTK off guard, get an early game kill on the mlbbnorthamerica, and just kind of disrupt them and keep them guessing and keep them split up. And if Night Horde can do that in Game 3, I think it is kind of the spell to victory. Whereas when BTK is able to work as a unit, when mlbbnorthamerica, Nicolette, Cold World are able to make plays happen around the map, especially Nicolette and Cold World, if they can work as a duo, it's kind of their key to victory.
Well, and I also want to say, like, it was so quick that it was almost the opposite, where Night Horde in the first game were having so much pressure on the gold lane. This one was the opposite, where now it was BTK, Nicolette, and Cold World having that pressure onto the gold lane as well. Not just that, but I want to say in Game 1, Night Horde, not just that pressure, but also keeping Nicolette and Cold World separated, and also that they couldn't find the help from mlbbnorthamerica as he was getting ganked as well. So there might be a couple of tuning we need to do with the draft, depending